NASDAQ is by definition better because NASDAQ is centralized and NASDAQ is able to communicate with market makers in nanoseconds, whereas Solana has to propagate signals across the world, right? But NASDAQ actually today, it's interesting, is not really the home of price discovery anymore, is it? Most securities today, especially for retail, the ones that we care about, are traded in dark pools, right? When you buy a security on Robinhood, it doesn't go to the NASDAQ. It goes directly to Citadel. And we have no idea what happens there. Sure, they have to follow some rules, but the rules are so complicated that the regulators rely on the market makers to interpret the rules for them, right? So we actually don't have clear rules right now, clear price discovery. It's not as good of a system as many people think. If someone were to say, well, how could you get, it's the best pricing ever, how could you actually confirm that, right? So on-chain, you'll actually be able to test that. Once we start trading securities actively on-chain, we'll be able to compare them to the centralized exchanges. You'll be able to compare them to NASDAQ, and we'll be able to really see. And I suspect we're going to surprise everyone.
Okay, so on-chain price discovery is the big topic there. And maybe perhaps forgive my ignorance on this, but as I understand it, prop AMMs, they take a fair price based across what's happening on CEXs, what's happening on other indexes and other venues, and then they route that through and they kind of set the price based on what's already happening. So how can they initiate price discovery if they're always reactive to what price is like on other venues?
So let's just take a market maker on the NASDAQ. I mean, they're doing the same thing, right? It's not like they internally create their own prices based on nothing, right? Everyone is reacting to what's going on in the world, right? So if you are Citadel and you're trading on the NASDAQ, you're looking at other exchanges, you're looking at all these other different information sources, and you're reacting to those information sources. So market making is inherently reactive. Now it's also predictive, and that predictive power comes from taking all of the data that you've reacted to over time and trying to forecast what that data is going to look like in the future. So yes, prop AMMs respond to Binance right now, mainly, OKX as well. They respond to Binance and OKX because Binance and OKX have the most volume. And if you have the most volume, then chances are you are going to be setting the price. The question is not necessarily, are prop AMs capable of doing price discovery? It is, do they offer prices that are better than what you can get on Binance? And the answer today for Sol USDC is yes. Absolutely. That is a massive, massive turning point for DeFi. For the history of DeFi, prices have always been worse on-chain than they were on a centralized exchange. Not anymore. So now, if more volume comes on-chain than Binance, quite trivially, price discovery will happen on-chain.
Yeah. And then Binance follows what happens on-chain. Yeah.
So, for example, when the Trump meme coin launched, price discovery happened on-chain because all the volume happened on-chain because the token was issued on-chain. So right now, we need to get more volume on-chain. That is going to be a big project. It's going to take the front ends for like wallets and terminals and Telegram bots and all the mechanisms through which people trade. We need to get those even better than they are, right? We need to make them easier than they are. And it's also going to require market makers to really double down and start providing more liquidity on chain. And it's also going to require big institutions to start tapping on-chain liquidity before they go to centralized exchanges. When that happens, price discovery will happen on-chain.
Okay, and I think a great example of this is what we saw with the Monad token mainnet launch. So we saw more volume for Mon on Solana than we saw on Mon itself and on Hyperliquid. And I think that really illustrated the changing trend between the aggregator and prop AMM arm on Solana and then the CLOB-based arm on Hyperliquid. So what was your biggest takeaway from that day's trading where Solana just completely dominated the on-chain world?
I think that was a direct result of Humidify really doubling down and making sure that the Monad prices were the spread was as tight as possible and that liquidity was as great as possible. I mean, it's really interesting that we had so much success for a different blockchain's canonical token on Solana. That is actually what Solana should be. Over the next 6 to 12 months, right? Obviously, we have grand plans for Solana, right? We want it to be the absolute backbone of the global financial economy, right? We want all assets, not just crypto assets, all assets trading on Solana. However, in the short term, what we should really focus on is getting XRP on Solana, which I think there was an
I
announcement
think
about
that's
that today.
happened today. Yeah.
We should be doubling down on Zcash on Solana. We need to put much more Bitcoin on Solana, right? We need to be trading ETH. There should be more ETH trading on Solana than on ETH. There should be more of every single crypto asset trading on Solana, despite the fact that maybe those assets are canonical to other blockchains. It should be on Solana, and Solana really needs to. It already is the best place to trade amongst all the blockchains. There's it's not even close. The only close one is Hyperliquid, and that's really for perps. For spot, it's way better to trade on Solana, and we're making a lot of progress on perps on Solana. But we need to. I mean, the XRP army is huge, right?
Yes.
Like, we need to get XRP on Solana. We should have had it on Solana already, right? But I love to see that that's happening because people love to buy and sell XRP. So
Yeah, and XRP does have a massive retail following as well, and Solana is the retail chain in a sense for getting users into DeFi. So there's a really easy mix there. What really stands out to me amongst everything that's happening with that is, sorry, I completely lost my train of thought. Why is Solana the place for prop AMMs? Why can prop AMMs not be carried out on somewhere like Ethereum?
two reasons. First, continuous block building on Solana. You don't have continuous block building on Ethereum.
Yeah.
You have discrete block building. So I looked into this significantly because I thought it would be cool to copy that model on Ethereum. You can't do it because you can only update your Oracle once every 12 seconds. And so it's as fast as any DEX, right? You can't really do much more. And it's certainly no better than RFQ. So that's the first reason. The second reason is that because gas or compute units are so cheap on Solana, you can actually execute so many different Oracle updates every 400 milliseconds, which would be prohibitively expensive on ETH. Like, even if there was continuous block building on ETH, given the model, given how expensive gas is on ETH, it wouldn't work, right? Actually, there's a third reason, which is ETH, you can maybe process 200 transactions a block.
Yeah.
All the prop AMMs combined are probably executing at least that many Oracle updates every slot. And so unless you wanted every Ethereum block to be full of Oracle updates, which no one would want. In fact, if that were the case, gas would skyrocket, right? Because now everyone would be paying a lot more. So it just doesn't really work. Now, I have no doubt that someone's going to figure out an interesting model on Ethereum to do. But I do see Ethereum shifting away from the place where you want to trade, and it's moving towards the L2s. I do think L2s are probably a better place to do prop AMMs. But to be clear, the whole advent of prop AMMs was largely a response to some structural problems with the RFQ model on Solana.
Okay.
Right? So you really shouldn't have to have prop AMMs if the RFQs are functioning well. There are some advantages of having prop AMMs, don't get me wrong. Even if the RFQ model were perfect. But typically what you would see in any other market is not a permissionless program that is updating oracles all the time, right? That is like, Humidify spends like $10,000 to $20,000 a day just on Oracle updates. Like, that's an inefficiency, right? You wouldn't spend that as an RFQ. But in exchange for doing that, it is able to rapidly adjust its quotes, as opposed to an RFQ where you have to hold the quote open for a certain period of time. That means that through an RFQ, you're always going to widen your spread because the longer you have to have your quote open, the more risk you're taking, so the wider your spread is going to be.
We just had Ben on from Temporal, who was the operator of Humidify. He was saying that one of the biggest roadblocks to really scaling the prop AMM model is just inventory and trying to max out that inventory. He envisions having enough inventory so that traders can come on and do 8 or 9 figure sol swaps with the tightest spreads possible. Would you share that view that inventory is kind of the biggest blocker at this stage?
I think inventory is an issue for more illiquid tokens. I don't think it's really an issue for Sol USDC. I mean, if Ben needs more inventory, he can come to me. We'll be happy to loan him more Sol USDC.
Ben, if you heard that, let him know.
But for smaller, less liquid tokens, yeah. But it's not because they can't get it. It's because it's riskier to hold it, right? Yeah. So yeah, but that's a problem for market makers across the board. I mean, why DEXs will remain in the future and prop AMMs will not replace all DEXs is because DEXs are superior trading vehicles for illiquid assets, right? I mean, one of the greatest inventions that we ever did as DeFi is the canonical DEX. I mean, and why I say it's a great invention is because for 100 years, or let's say call it 50 years, if you had private securities, i.e. you had illiquid assets, you couldn't trade them efficiently because no market makers would hold those assets. So you couldn't even have a market. So you'd have to always sell those securities OTC. And price discovery was very limited. It was private, it was inefficient, and it was expensive. DEXs solved that issue. And to this day, which I find extraordinary, nothing in TradFi has copied this, right? It's unbelievable that crypto is the only place where you can have an illiquid asset, put it in a DEX, and it will form a price, it will form a market, and someone can buy it. So DEXs will always exist, but inventory for illiquid assets is something that market makers always struggle with because they have to hold the assets on their books, and the prices are really like not easy to predict and determine, and it's hard to hedge. One potential solution here is for issuers of less liquid assets to lend them to prop AMMs at very low interest rates, and those prop AMMs don't really take long side exposure there. So that would be my response.
Okay, perfect. Unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot of time because the next guest
We've got time.
The list of questions I had for you was huge, but time is short. Can I get you to synthesize what you're most excited about for in 2026? Is it Alpenglow? Is it MCP? What's the unlock that takes Solana to the next level?
I'm very excited about the Phoenix perp decks. Very excited about that. I'm very excited about the block building wars that are coming. I do think competition in block building is very important. I think competition across the entire market is going to generate better block rewards for validators. It's going to result in more efficient scheduling. I think that's going to be a big thing, and I think Galaxy is going to play a big role there going forward. I am very excited. 2026 needs to be the year that we put securities on chain. We have to do it. And that's in part why Galaxy and Jump are sponsoring the Forward Prop AMM.
Very excited.
We want this to be the vehicle through which we can issue securities on chain, right? We want this to be the vehicle through which we can actually not just talk about getting securities on chain, but doing it. So that's a big thing. And then I think lastly is going to be tokenization. So like it was announced today that Galaxy working with JP Morgan. It was Galaxy, JP Morgan, and then Coinbase and Paxos. We did the first ever on-chain commercial paper deal. This is a huge, huge deal, right? First of all, JP Morgan taking their bread and butter structured finance division and leveraging the blockchain is massive, right? This is going to open up so much opportunity, and Galaxy played a big role there, and we were really excited about it. Commercial paper is just the tip of the iceberg of all of the different structured products that blockchains are more capable of warehousing. The amount of efficiency you get by using a blockchain instead of the traditional system of having siloed different ledgers throughout different institutions is massive. So I'm really excited about that.
Perfect. Michael, thank you so much for coming on. It's been really great having you. Unfortunately, the next guest is itching to get in the room. Everyone, that was Michael Marcantonio, head of Galaxy Digital. We're gonna take a quick break and we're gonna bring in the new guys here.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Vin, let's stay in touch, my man.
Yeah, of course.
You can have me on anytime.
Perfect. We'll get you on the next month or so. Probably. Okay, and next up we have Warbucks sitting on the stage.
Yo.
Warbucks is responsible for all the Remora merch, all the Remora action that you see hanging all around here.
Oh, feels good.
What's the atmosphere like out there?
Oh, it's exciting. I think the responses have been great, and obviously it's Breakpoint, right? And you know the activation we're doing. We've got a little surprise actually that'll happen during the live stream, so I'm very excited to share that with you guys. Thank you. But overall, the response has been great. Inquisitive, I'd say. Like if I could put it in one word, it would definitely be inquisitive. People want to know more about what Remora is about, what Remora is cooking up, and the kind
I hear it's a lot.
Yes, it's a lot. But I don't know if we want to be a shill fest or how we're doing this. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for what's ahead. I think there's a lot that we can do, a lot that we will do, and a lot that's already being done.
Fantastic.
Now, how was your conversation with Michael Marcantonio? I'm not going to stay too long on this. I know you need to run.
It was too short.
It was. I know.
Sure.
I mean, he's so animated. He's so engaged in what he talks about. So was he even more bullish than the last time you had a conversation with him?
He was even more bullish. He's got very, very optimistic views about the perp prop AMMs coming from Phoenix.
Which you love.
Yeah. So yeah, if I had more time with Mike Antonio, I'd welcome it.
Okay. Excellent. So
I'm so sorry I have to take your time up.
No, here's what's going to happen. We are going to be joined by one of my favorite degens in the space very shortly. Ashen is going to be joining us. We are already here with Warbucks, one of my other favorite degens in the space. He's got some funny stories for us. We're going to go full degen. We had institutional power hour this morning. We've split the day in half thanks to Finn's conversation with Michael Marcantonio. And now I think we're going to say goodbye to Finn and we're going to welcome Warbucks in just a moment. So let's make some space for Finn to
I will slide out
of this tiny and very, very warm booth. Finn Miller, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All right. We're live with Warbucks.
Oh, so excited. Dude, this setup is so sick.
Nice, eh?
Yeah, we've got the stage in the back.
The debates in the
and
back.
The glass box. Oh, that debate. Honestly, if I was on stage, I'd bought the...
Sybil.
Yeah, I would bought that.
100%.
Whichever side I'm on, opposition or affirmative, I would make sure I'd bought that, just for the clout.
Well, okay, so listen, you have a background, obviously on the NFT side of life. You came, I think, into the Solana ecosystem first with Magic Eden.
With
Dude. Magic Eden.
That's quite a story, too. It was Tiffany, so the previous head of marketing. She just found me on Instagram because I was just bull posting all of my, NFT trades back in the day. But, you think about it often, especially when you come into spots like Breakpoint. I haven't seen a couple of these people, in like a year, and you only get to meet them at Breakpoints, right? And you just sort of reminisce on what happened and how it all began. Like, oh my God.
The good old days.
Time flies.
The good old NFT bull run days.
Oh my God. When it was easy, so to speak.
Yeah.
You got a Boryoku Dragon and you stake it and you just, that's your income. You can pay off your
Absolutely.
mortgage with that.
Oh, the good old days. Now, fast forward to 2025. We're in Abu Dhabi. There's trillion-dollar institutions here. As somebody who came from that slightly more degen NFT background, what's the overall mood here? When you talk to the people that you spoke to, years and years ago at the, let's say, original batch of Breakpoints, are people happy about this change? Are people welcoming the TradFi giants, the institutions? Or are they saying, to be fair, we are surrounded by NFT panels out here. So it's not like we've lost NFTs entirely, but are people reminiscing the good old days of the NFT bull run? Or are they happy about the maturity of the industry and the ecosystem?
I think that's a great question. And it really depends on who you talk to. Of course, even myself included, right? You first started off. It might have been the Solana NFTs that first bring you in. And I think that's the story for most of us here, right? It's the degeneracy, it's the NFTs, it's the meme coins,
The
whatnot.
fun.
Exactly. But then you mature. Like any industry, we mature, we grow, we understand, okay, if we want to keep going, it's not about we were early or we don't want to be early anymore. We want this, quote unquote, big money to come in. We want the trust to come in slowly. Smart money, yes, to come in slowly and surely. Still TardFi, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
They have their limitations, but I think people are a little more receptive than they used to be. I think if you go back a few years talking about, the likes of BlackRock, all these other TardFi institutions coming in, it was more like, it's them or us. But now it's a little bit more of a culture of, okay, hey, how can we grow together? How can we really, bring, of course, our platforms, our infrastructure to the masses? That's why we've seen the growth of RWAs. We move away from the degeneracy of NFTs, PFP icons, which is still beautiful. Don't get me wrong.
Beautiful.
I still rock mine.
Yeah.
But the hype cycle's gone. And then to meme coins, based on animals, based on whatever's going on with pop culture, to now, okay, how can we really leverage the decentralization angle in DeFi, right? How do we step away from TardFi, make things a little more exciting? So, such as what we're doing. I said that in.
That was beautiful.
Exactly.
And I would caveat that by saying there's a reason why we need to talk about this, because 95% of tokenized equity volume is now on Solana, right? So as much as there's this maturity, we've gone from the pure degen, meme coin speculation, NFT speculation before that, to RWAs and stablecoins being sort of the main talking point. And here we have, trillion-dollar institutions, asset managers. At the end of the day, what excites us as individuals and let's say retail participants is the fact that Solana's now got to a point where 95% of tokenized equity, tokenized asset trading, stonks on chain is happening on Solana. So how bullish is that?
Oh, extremely bullish, man. Like, I think the excitement is there, and you see people even talking about it, right? Like I said, it's reflected in the conversations you have every day. We've got we don't have a booth here that's Solana Breakpoint, but we've got these beautiful models, just walking around in their jumpsuits, 20 of them, and we've got
Jumpsuits. By the way, I think 2 of them just walked past. Is that the MotoGP looking?
yeah. We're
okay.
based on the F1 circuit sort of pitch crew sort of fit. But
Smart.
yeah, we've got something exciting planned. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
But we've got some dudes outside as well, some male models wearing the billboards. So people are stopping to ask because they want to understand. Okay, as great as all the other hype cycles were, people want to understand. Okay, how can I if the market downturn really is coming? Because I mean, that's the sentiment right now. Not financial advice, of course.
NFA,
NFA,
bullish,
DYOR.
yeah.
But where should I put my money?
Right.
What should I be looking at the moment that I think would be safe for me? That would be safe for my portfolio, my friends, my family, just as a hedge, if you will. And so you would probably look at things with more fundamentals than just vibe and culture. As great as that is, that comes and goes.
Right.
We all know this, right?
Volatile industry.
Exactly.
Goes
It's
without
a very
saying.
volatile industry. So where are the fundamentals? What can we rely on? What is stable? And that's why I think the RWA culture is really taking off on Solana. 95%. Is fucking
It is, and I think if we follow that natural trajectory of people came for the NFTs, they spent even more time and energy and effort around the meme coin hype cycle. I guess it's a reasonable question to ask: what is the next hype cycle going to be, and how can I have fun? And I think it's totally reasonable to expect that something like tokenized RWAs, tokenized equities, might fill that gap in the absence of other forms of degeneracy.
Oh, dude, I'm so glad you asked this question. Oh.
And I think the real question is, I saw the news of the flash trade integration.
Yes, exactly.
Right. So when we talk about degeneracy, it's nice to be able to have a slightly degen approach to maybe more traditional asset class. And I think on-chain is the only place you can do that, right?
Exactly. I mean, what do we look for on-chain? We want that freedom. We want that access. And it is really the tools that we have at our disposals that otherwise may not be out there. Like, I was doing some research a few weeks back on lending on your stock portfolio. If I'm not mistaken, if you have a brokerage account with like Charles Schwab, you need a stock portfolio of at least 100 grand USD or like 80 grand USD. Not everybody has that, right? In order to take out a loan that might be worth 90 to 95% of your stock portfolio. That is a massive hurdle. Like, not everybody can access that.
Yep.
So what happens to us normal Web 2 degens? We'll have to sell our portfolio to try and get some cash and then try and leverage and see what we can do with that cash to chase the next opportunity.
Right. You might have to sell at a loss.
Exactly. You might have to sell at a loss. And then we don't do that here.
We don't do that.
We don't do that here. We will bag hold until the end. But exactly. So with at least the likes of Flash Trade and Remora. So I think our focus, even just putting Flash Trade aside for a second, it's about just putting together the fun of DeFi as well as the reliability and the fundamentals of TardFi, of Web 2, of these stocks on chain, of these NASDAQ stocks that we're working with currently. And that sort of culminates in integrations like we have in Flash Trade, right? Now you can trade 5x, 10x, you can leverage on Tesla. If you think Musk is about to do some exciting announcement.
He's
on
always
X
doing
or whatever,
something wild, isn't he?
Right? Yeah. So NFA, DYOR, be careful, of course.
Be careful out there. It's
But-
rough out there these days. Be careful.
But it's fun. That combines the fun
Yep.
and that combines the stability. That's why I think it's exciting and people are being responsive. And that's reflected in our volume.
And yes, and I was going to say it's choice, right? And people are putting their money where they want to. So
Exactly. Dude,
the
as
way
soon
I
as
see
we-
it is, towards the end of the cycle, people used to in the past think, okay, I need to off-ramp all of this, and I need to just be safe, right? Because
Exactly.
people have been burnt in the past, FTX-like meltdowns, obviously don't leave your capital on centralized exchanges, but people thought, okay, I need to shelter myself from a potentially massive catastrophic nuclear event, and there'll be a huge off-ramping. And now I get the impression that through platforms like Remora, people can keep their funds on chain, but instead of holding native assets like BTC, ETH, Sol, they can hold tokenized versions of equities that they would otherwise hold in their boomer accounts like Robinhood and Charles Schwab and all that kind of stuff, right? That's choice, and people are saying, I want to make that choice.
Exactly.
That might be a slightly mature choice that people are making, but again, I think what interests me the most is your Flash Trade integration. How much leverage can I possibly long Tesla with?
10x.
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 Okay, that's pretty degen.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty degen.
And that's just the beginning, right? We're just getting started. I'm not saying we're doing
What's
more.
next? 100x, 1000x?
We don't know. I'm not going to say no to it, but I'm not
Okay.
going to say yes right now either.
Okay,
But it's exciting, you know?
It is exciting. It is
Yeah.
fun.
And shout out to the Flash Trade team. Absolute chats.
Shout out
Absolute
to Flash
chats.
Trade. That was exciting when I saw the news come through that you can not only have on-chain equities, but you can have leverage with them as well. Now, you probably don't want to go to bed with a 10x Tesla long position. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it depends.
I don't know. But this is a conversation that keeps coming up. Finn, who was here just a second ago, he loves talking about prop AMMs. He loves talking about perps. He loves talking about leverage, and like really just core DeFi activities that you can only really do on chain. So this sounds super, super exciting. What else is cooking at Remora? I'm sure there's a bunch in the pipeline. But, okay, maybe start with this. Give me some of the stats. I know people have made this choice. We agree that they want to have access to tokenized equities and tokenized stocks. There's 5 of them that are available.
Yes.
What is it? Tesla, Nvidia, S&P, Circle,
And MicroStrategy.
Shout out to Michael Saylor. So what do we think? What's the main reason that's attracting people to tokenized equities right now? And how much capital have we seen there?
Okay, so with Remora specifically, we launched about 3 months ago, right? And of course, with all great things, it takes a little bit of time. And we saw good response, but the volume's really coming in now because now is the time we're kind of realizing Remora's vision. So once we went live with Flash Trade as well, with the leverage trading 510x, we saw 100% TVL growth in a week, which was insane. That's the fastest we've grown. And we've seen
that is very impressive.
That is pretty cool. And we just crossed, if I'm not mistaken, a couple of days ago, we just crossed like 35 million USD in volume, cumulative. So we're very happy with our numbers, over 100,000 trades and almost 10,000 unique traders. So this is pretty exciting. We haven't done any paid marketing. We haven't done any sort of shill at the moment until this first activation that we're doing here at Breakpoint with all the models. So it's great to see that response from people. I was having a conversation with Fabiano, with Amy Street, and a couple of the others about tokenized stocks, and they're very excited on what we're doing. Because don't get me wrong, like we're not the first to necessarily bring the most amount of tokenized stocks on chain, but we have the deepest liquidity, and our focus is on enabling DeFi tools. So we're really trying to work to bring together the best parts of crypto and the best parts of TardFi together. That is the main focus, and that's what we're starting to realize at this moment.
TardFi. I love that it's just part of the normal common daily vernacular at the moment.
Oh, 100%.
TardFi. Yeah,
we're going to make it a thing.
No need to say TradFi institution. That's TardFi. It's okay. Because they were late to the game. That's
Absolutely.
It's a linguistic.
I mean,
okay.
Just another caveat to your question. What's next for Remora? We don't have stocks in our name, right? We don't have stocks in
tokenized.
We are Remora. There are other players with stocks in their name. They kind of close themselves off. Our playing field is much bigger.
Might be some alpha. Is that for the first time something that's been said by the Remora team?
I'm not going to say more, but
come on,
we're exploring options.
I would be a terrible journalist if I didn't ask you more about that. So some other tokenized stock issuers have the word stock in their name. That's obviously a limitation. And you're telling me,
why stop at stocks? The world of RWAs is so much bigger.
So
we're talking to so many people out here, and I think we can do so much more.
What kind of exciting RWAs might we see coming on chain through Remora in that case?
That is a good. He's putting me in a tough spot here. I'm going to go back out, and George and Chris and all the others are going to kill me.
A bunch of cameras. You can't, you're trapped in here with me.
I know. I can't even leave. Oh look, we've got the Remora models coming in.
These are the guys.
So see how it changed up?
Guys,
these are the jumpsuits.
These are the jumpsuits. It's giving MotoGP, it's giving Formula One, but it's also giving Squid Game. So
that's the idea,
right?
And it's been a great response.
I'll tell you what, it's a head turner.
It is?
It's definitely a head turner.
Nice. Dude, it's so cute. You're at a crypto conference and you've got these lovely ladies walking around with these jumpsuits. There's guys walking up to them, giving them flowers. It's adorable.
Okay, so what are they going around doing promotion as well? I saw
they're
bunch
handing
of
out
these merch bags.
Yes, they're handing out drawstring bags. They're handing out tote bags that also have stickers. They have the Solana Floor magazine within as well. So it's been really exciting, man. And the response has been great. People are going around, sharing it. And I promise you, almost every photo that you see of Breakpoint on X will somehow have the bags in the background, and it's been great.
I think there's one of them just down there, actually. Let's talk about merch, because we were talking to Nick Dukov, who's obviously head of institutions here, right? And I brought up merch with him, and he was like, Solana does the best merch, and I absolutely 100%. That sounded like Trump. That sounded like a Trump impersonation. Nick Dukov does not speak like Trump, but he agrees that
Solana's the best merch.
Yeah, best merch. No, he does a really good one. So we have I don't know, somebody took out the magazines, but we'll bring them on in a second. Solana merch is absolutely incredible. There's stickers, there's the jumpsuits, the panels. I wanted to ask you about the panels. I've seen people walking around with these huge,
the walking billboards.
Yeah.
We're calling them the billboard bros.
The billboard bros. Okay, that's what it is.
Sick.
I think it's fascinating. Some of the merch that I've seen, we got the DeFi Tuner
the
hoodies
hoodies
down there. Shout out DeFi Tuner.
Shout out DeFi Tune. Also a
brilliant
partner of Remora. Absolute legends.
I
Yeah.
didn't know that. There you go. Brilliant team. Shout out DeFi Tuna and Moti. So Solana Mobile is something we had on. They've got this little wheel of fortune upstairs. You can spin it and potentially win a seeker. I think I've got a seeker somewhere. I've got another one back home. This is it's not really much, but it's the most interesting thing I've seen so far from the conference because it's free. They gave it away for free. Shout out Solflare. They're giving away these $49.
Was this the hardware wallet?
This is the hardware wallet.
I saw someone post about it. I haven't seen them yet though.
Harder than the wallet is getting into the box. Can the devs do something about that? But it's a debit card shaped hardware wallet, and it's absolutely amazing innovation. I love it. I can't open this to save the life of me. Anyway, it's great. Check it out. It's called the Shield.
The Shield.
And if you're at Breakpoint, or if you know somebody at Breakpoint, you can get one customized for $59, something like that.
Wow, that's pretty
Yeah,
sick. Customized in what way?
I just slap your picture onto it, which you probably don't want to do. Like,
Yes,
dancing
this is
yourself.
my wallet.
Yeah, this is where I keep my money.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. There's a bunch of wallets that recently launched a
I'm
collaboration.
gonna open this eventually. It's
Yeah, like why do you want to make it flashier?
Yeah.
Don't you want to make it go under the I mean, just a personal rant. But
I know,
yeah.
no, valid. Super
Right?
valid.
You should make it chill, not like Drake dripped out freaking ledger just on his neck.
You're a watch guy. You like
yes.
understated watches. I see you wearing a different watch than you were
Okay,
yesterday.
today's a little flashier. This is
No.
to show part Happy Diamonds.
That's very nice.
So this is a little.
It's
It kind of goes with the fit. Yeah.
The reason why I bring this up is last Breakpoint, which was in Singapore. It was a Frank something. What's the watch?
Frank Muller. The
Frank Muller. There was a
Yeah,
Frank
yeah, yeah.
Muller Solana collaboration watch. That's a mouthful. And it had a QR code in the dial and a bunch of flashy things. As a watch guy, thoughts on that? I don't know. To me, it screams a bit too much. I didn't love it.
I think it was a little too much. It's too on the nose, with
Right.
the QR code right on the dial. There are ways to make it a little nicer, sexier. So don't get me wrong, Jacob & Co is a very flashy piece, but they did a Bitcoin watch, which I think was done in the Jacob & Co way. Frank Muller with the QR code right on top, not my cup of tea. But I think there hasn't been a good or cool crypto watch yet. You can just incorporate the branding. Solana has beautiful branding,
Right.
beautiful colors, the gradients.
Maybe Solana Mobile is
Why
going to
put a
do
QR
this.
code?
Why put it? Okay, QR code
Yes.
is ridiculous. Don't do that again. Solana Mobile has
Yes.
been long talking about
gonna
this
swear.
hardware expansion. And
Oh.
I've grilled Emmett
right,
on it multiple times. He's like, it's coming, something is coming, but I can't give you the offer
Speaking
yet.
of Solana Mobile,
Please stop. Oh, it's dank in here.
One
Isn't
of
it?
my favorite things in the industry. Hello, sir. How are we doing?
It is an honor to meet you, bro.
It is an
Your
honor to meet you.
videos are insane. It's
Come,
crack, bro.
take a seat.
Hey, great to meet you. I've never met you
I've never
before.
met you too.
Assalamu
How you
alaikum, kid.
doing? Walaikum assalam.
Take a seat right in the middle, Mr.
You guys
Degen.
need an AC with some deodorant
We-
in here.
We need more than AC in this
God,
booth.
holy cameras. I talked to the girls behind us on mistake, and she was like,
Don't talk to me.
Don't talk to me. Usman's gonna kill me.
Wait, who's this one?
Who's this?
Oh, you mean
Oh.
Warbucks?
Warbucks.
Doctor.
You've been in
Doctor.
You've been in this ecosystem for 50 billion years, bro. Everyone knows where you live at this point.
Dude, I still remember when they doxed my ex and they gave her death threats when we made the royalty announcement back in the Magic Eden days. That's
You?
crazy. Yeah.
How does it?
I made the announcement.
How was it her fault?
Oh, I remember.
How was it her fault?
How was it her fault?
Yeah. Didn't tell Warbucks to do. What am I gonna do?
You suck.
I'm just the spokesperson. What do you want me to do?
Bro, you scam if you. Dude, I just got one of these too.
Did you?
So
For
cool.
free or did you pay for it?
I'm gonna hack you.
Okay. No, this is obviously unused. We were just talking about all the merch and the things that we get for being a Breakpoint.
So much.
I love Breakpoint. I know you guys love Breakpoint as well. What do you think about this? What do you think about this?
I think it's amazing. I think
Right?
Solflare,
Shout out Software.
and
I finally
Phantom,
got into the box, by the way.
You're really good at
It took me a
opening.
good while to get into
I
it.
think both of them are, of course, amazing.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah.
And Solflare does only Solana. So if you want to focus only on Solana, that's the product you use. And they have the credit card or debit card, like not in the US yet. And then they have a new card, which is really cool. And I think I love Ledger, but like the Ledger Stacks or Flex or whatever, it's still big as fuck. Every time you open it, it's like a book.
You know, it's funny you say that. We're
Can't
going to be
carry
talking to a guy from Ledger very, very
fuck
shortly.
Ledger. No, I'm joking. I worked with Ledger before. I love them. I love their product. It's amazing.
Shout out Ledger.
But,
But
like-
you guys, don't cancel the interview, please.
Don't stop working with me. Also,
Also, two things
there's
can be true at
another
the same
good
time.
product as well.
Dude comes in 2 minutes.
He's retarded. Ali was saying,
About don't fuck your future or unfuck your future and
Don't
don't,
fuck
fuck
who?
this up.
huh?
Unfuck your future and don't fuck this up. That's his it's his tagline. I feel like it's trademarked at this point.
Yeah, tell him about
Rage
it.
bait.
Oh goodness.
Warbucks,
So-
I don't know if you've seen his job out here. He has a very specific job.
No, what's my job?
Tell me about your job.
He's a pimp.
Oh, well, yeah, 20 women.
You see an army of dudes with 8-foot boards on their back. Talking about Floor is a company we love as well. They just literally stand there, 6 or 7. 6, 7.
I hope they're smiling.
No, bro, they on their phones. I'm joking.
Were they not
If they're not
instructed
fine, you go out and you gotta go.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
gotta go.
instruct them to smile?
No, they're fine. But literally just like 6 people in a row, and they have boards on their back. And then one of my friends was walking by. He's like, I keep noticing there's so many like, you know, young, attractive people here just in a row with Remora. What
But
is
that's
this company
that's
Remora?
normal for Solana conferences, no? Young,
Yeah,
attractive
everyone's
people?
sexy.
I don't think if anyone's done this though.
No, that's
Like,
true. That's true.
That's first of its kind, my
In the
friend.
most respectful way possible, you've gotten a group of very beautiful men and women together.
Educated, like they know about Remora. They're talking. You know, they're professional models. You can have a conversation.
Oh, that's
with
true.
them, you know what I mean?
That's their job.
A pretty face is normal, but a pretty face and someone who actually knows their stuff, like these ladies and these guys,
Yeah.
intelligent people.
Yeah,
Very
Jack
good.
from Solana Floor.
Jack from Solana Floor. He's our next model. He's the undercover model.
As opposed to some of these tard fights, as you call them. Not my word.
That's funny. There's
Yeah.
a lot of tard fights.
Your words,
Yeah,
not my
that's
words. But
fair.
I think it's the point is it's a nice contrast to have these young, beautiful Solana retail participants
Yes,
come
yes.
in jumpsuits and the $1 trillion asset managers. What do you think about that, Ashen?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's dressed like $1 trillion asset.
I look like a douchebag. I live in Abu Dhabi. I used to live here last year. So you meet those guys, and honestly, really, you'll never guess it. Because you go to the gym, and they all like, they don't wear the like traditional fit, the kandara or whatever. So they go to the gym, they look like every other dude, and you talk to them. It's like, yeah, I own a mom and pop, traditional finance investing firm, and our like AUM or whatever is like $1 billion trillion. I'm
Damn.
like, bro, you look like me. How the hell is that possible?
You talk to people at the gym?
Yeah, they're cool. They're huge
I
though.
never talk to people at the gym. Just like, ugh.
No, because like I was here like last year and I had no friends. So I was other than my wife who's amazing, but I was like, bro, I need to like talk to a
Oh,
dude.
fair, yeah.
And I was at the gym. They're huge because I don't think they have anything to do.
Just
with lift.
whammo.
I was the smallest dude there, bro. They're so
Dude, you
big.
yourself are massive.
And they're that's so big, bro. And I was in there. I felt so bad because I was browner.
Why is that bad? Why is that bad?
Let me put it last. I was poorer. I was more American. I was less swole than every dude in that room. I was like, these guys are shit.
That's a bad
Yeah,
comment.
Habibi, let's go.
Wallah, I was like, dude, you're fucking scaring me. I can't do any of this. But yeah, they're cool. They're all nice. They're all really nice. No one really has any beef with anyone. And there's like that like stigma from the West, especially where it's like oil money, this and that. When in reality, it's like no. It's like 8% of all of UAE is actually Emirati people. 92% is people that are
Expats,
from
yeah.
here. Yeah,
And they're all working for the Emiratis.
they're top 1%.
Dude, 20 years ago, this
Have you
area was
seen the
nothing.
Yeah,
absolutely nothing? Yeah, I mean 1974, I think Dubai started developing, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
It went from like a pearl farming economy to oil and gas, financial services, and now you got $1 trillion asset managers and
It's
crypto
crazy.
degens
Yeah,
like yourselves out here. It's pretty wild.
I just learned all of it. They have this new museum. There's the big wings on it in Abu Dhabi.
Is it the Loop or the National?
Like right next to that one. Right
Next to the
yeah,
yacht
yeah.
that you're staying on.
Oh, great! Yeah, it's like
It's not
national
it. It's not it.
national design museum.
That's what you do when you
little
trade
fishing
tokenized
boat.
stocks with leverage.
Little thing.
Yeah, bro. Like I was saying before, if you're allowed to do leverage, a great platform for you to do it on is this really cool one called Remora.
I love you.
Clip it.
I love you. We're clipping that shit. That's going on X. Going on X, YouTube, everywhere.
Did it get hacked? X got hacked or some shit? Someone
Twitter?
was telling me. Yeah.
Yeah, it did. Was it a DDoS or something? I don't know.
That's
but
crazy.
yeah.
You can't rely on anything with X in the name.
Oh, grat.
Yeah.
Exchange art.
Exchange.
No, that's EX. Don't shit. I love exchange.
It's like X and X.
What
Both
about
of
the
them
letter X?
fit in there. You said it. Not me.
Here's a dumb question for you. What's your favorite leverage amount?
Dude, I don't do leverage.
69X.
Bro, if I could do leverage, so I can't do leverage because of interest stuff, but if I could, I'd be on 500x and I'd be fucking broke.
Yeah.
It's actually really good. I happen to be Muslim. I can't do the interest stuff. Because if
Yeah.
I did, I'd be broke, bro. All these people, I swear to God, all these people, they made shit ton of money on like shitters, like bonk and whip or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's great, but then they lose all of it because they're like, I can
Overnight.
do this, then I can do perps. And I truly believe you should not do perps if you don't know what you're doing. You really need to know what you're doing.
And most people do not know what they're doing.
Absolutely.
As we saw on 1010, right? We've been talking to a lot of people on this whole major deleveraging.
It's so
Day.
scary. Like people kill themselves. It's so sad.
It was
But
depressing.
then it's also raises the question: why was your whole port 500x long something? That's crazy, bro.
You can't be doing that.
Yeah. Yes.
So that might be financial advice. Don't over leverage yourself.
No, don't do leverage at all. It's haram. Don't do it.
For the non-Muslims out there, please feel free to do leverage. For the Muslims, you may need to think
No,
twice.
no. Even if you can, just do it carefully for sure. But
Yeah,
stocks,
just be
it's
careful.
much more tame. Like trading Tesla on leverage is much more tame. I used to do options like before crypto, so it's like,
Oh, really? Oh, yes, I remember.
I came from
You have a TikTok. TikTok about it. Yeah.
I came from the bullshit GME era, so I trade options. Those are really cool. But again, it's still like leverage compared to like crypto volatility is very different.
Oh, fun fact. This motherfucker, this dude, he was like a heartthrob trader on TikTok. Right?
Yeah, it was
He was
really fun.
thirst trapping everywhere. You know, see that, like the hair.
The hands are making me nervous. No, that's how I joined investing. I had a car, I bought this bullshit car. I got into a car accident in Gary, Indiana. For those of you who don't know, that used to be the murder capital of the world. I was there getting jerk chicken, and I swear to God. And then somebody rear-ended my car, and it was a mid-engine, so the whole car had to get totaled. The insurance payout paid me $14,000, and then that's how I started everything. And then I lost it on GME. So.
Dude, you have a sick car coming. Did you finish modding it? I forget which one it was.
I have a 280ZX Datsun. I posted that shit, and the engine broke. So I'm so
sorry to hear
I
that.
gotta go pray or something. I don't know what happened.
Did you go with Friday Prayer?
No, bruh.
That's why.
No, I'm kidding.
Okay. What we think?
When we're traveling, we're forgiven anyway.
Yeah, exactly. What we
You
think?
didn't go to Jumma, bro. Come on.
Ah, see, he knows his shit.
And Sheikh Zayed is like 20 minutes away. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Sheikh, I wanted to go. I don't know if I have time. Like,
No,
we're
it's
so
still-
busy with
it's also
everything.
hot.
It's also very hot.
Today
It looks beautiful.
It's good, bro.
Looks beautiful.
I love how we've gone from 500x to Jumma.
Yeah, well, I have some sort of influence in this room. I don't know.
No, that's good. That's a lot. That's a lot of conversation.
Yeah,
There we go.
alhamdulillah, may Allah bless our longs and shorts and all. We're in Abu Dhabi, right? Maybe
We are.
Give
Listen,
us some money.
we got the regulators, we got the sheikhs, we got the royal family, and
They're
we
all
got the
praying.
$1 trillion asset managers. Everyone's long, it seems.
Everyone's long.
Hey,
Everyone's long.
good.
Dude, I just saw some sheikhs just got handed, an all access pass for Breakpoint. So my mind.
He
immediately
owns the Etihad Arena, bro.
See, there you go. Probably.
What?
Probably.
I don't know.
Oh,
It looks like it.
That was yesterday. Some people were here. They had like 8 guards. And I was just walking through. He's like, get the fuck.
Checks
Get out of the
out.
way. Get out of the way. Get out of the way.
I've got 20 guards. 2 of them standing outside.
Oh, great. Amazing.
I think it's brilliant, though. I think it's brilliant that so many different people are, in the same room,
Yeah,
in the same
no,
arena,
for
quite
sure.
literally.
Yeah.
Especially this room where you're hot boxing.
Yeah.
I'm dying in here.
Basically, hot box.
We're all of our foreheads.
Why are you wearing a suit, jacket, blazer?
Dude, no joke. All the fits I brought from like America is literally just the kandras, the traditional fit. And I was like, if I wore that here, it would not.
Surely
Why?
you're not flying in one of those.
Well, no, I don't mind. I wear it. It's just I wear it all the time.
Is the
Just
gun
here.
like the same as the thobe?
It's the same thing, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
They let you through an airport wearing that?
Yes.
Surely you're getting random searched.
No. I did not wear it to the airport. I was like, it was in the bag.
Okay,
even
okay.
I'm not gonna risk that as an
Okay.
American too. Fuck
Dude,
that.
if I'm dressed like this, I get stopped at the airport. I still remember
day.
my first time in Chicago when we first met.
Oh, that's bad.
When you were still with Boryoku Dragons. When I flew in for like a Magic Eden offsite.
I
We're going to
remember.
Lollapalooza. It was great fun. I got stopped at immigration and they brought me into the interrogation room. They asked me this really stupid question. Okay, where are you from? Hong Kong. What do you do?
No, you're
I'm in
not.
crypto. Yeah. Like, no, you're not. Are you American? No, I'm not American. If you're not American, why are you speaking American? I'm like,
Amazing.
what do you mean speaking? It was like, you sound like you're American. This is just the...
Honestly?
that's Hollywood, bro.
Honestly, I'll speak for all of America when I say this. You sound like you're from like Kentucky, bro. It's really
Kentucky?
Your English is really good.
Why Kentucky?
Because they have really old white people. You sound like a rich white guy, bro. He sounds really formal. Because one time he was talking, he has like UK English. He was saying like every Tom, Dick, and Harry in this room right now.
Dude, yes.
It's like what?
My accent's so mixed up because Hong Kong was colonized by the Brits, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I even spell color with a U.
Oh, you're
But I sound
The right
American.
way.
That's weird.
Yeah,
where,
the right way.
Where are you from?
I'm half English, half Turkish.
You're Turkish?
Yeah.
Kurdish.
Kardashian. Hence the Juma reference.
Oh, okay, cool.
Wait,
Alright.
Come on.
I played both sides there.
Donor kebab.
Okay.
Donor kebab. What? Donor kebab, Cappadocia.
But we were there filming documentary style
Cappadocia?
videos. Not too long ago in December. We wanted to see if you could use crypto to pay in rural parts of Turkey. Now Cappadocia is fairly touristic. It's not particularly rural, but this was when Cast was just getting popular. Shout out Cast. Shout out Rags. You can use
Shout out.
Oh,
the
I love
Cast card
Cast.
I love
I love
Cast.
Cast.
in most rural places that take Visa and Mastercard. So pretty good.
It worked?
It worked. It worked.
Cool.
That's
Have you been to Cappadocia?
Yeah, I went
How
there.
nice is it?
It's so beautiful.
Yeah.
That's when I realized like if I'm gonna die somewhere, I want to die in Cappadocia.
It's not morbid at all.
That was beautiful.
No,
I want my soul, this body, to be rest in this beautiful country in this beautiful city.
Have you
I
seen
love
those
that place.
Instagram reels? Like, this is where you want to bleed out?
Yeah.
It's kind of like romanticized.
I wanna get shot
I
there.
fought till the last second.
Yeah, well,
you know?
I want to get shot in Cappadocia.
Okay, what would you get shot for, if anything?
Oh, there's gonna be some stupid shit.
I was expecting something like for Solana.
Yeah,
you know, like,
fuck Solana. I'm not dying for
diplomatic response.
I'm not dying for this, bro. But honestly, though, maybe if I did die and the chain survived, it might be a greater good there. I don't know. Maybe that's like jihad. Hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on.
We don't want to get shit. Listen,
Hold
hey,
on.
there are I think rules to the X live streaming game. We've already taken
Hold
off.
on. No, but jihad just means struggle. Like
Right.
right now, I'm performing jihad because it's 80 degrees.
You probably stop saying that word.
Oh, right. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna turn up the AC in here. It's getting warm. But
Back open a window.
okay.
Heat, bro. We bring the heat.
Yeah.
Remora, leverage. You're talking about potential partnerships. We got these billboard guys, billboard bros.
Billboard Bros.
outside. We got the Formula One jumpsuits. Have they got a name? Have you categorized them as?
Oh, you better be.
I don't have a PC name.
Okay.
We
there you
call
go.
them Remora baddies.
Remora.
Respectfully.
I don't have a PC name. I'm sorry.
Respectfully.
Respectfully.
Yes, of course.
I think you've done an amazing job with the marketing there. I just want to
Thank
say.
you. Shout out to the team, Gary, Chris, Robert. Everyone's been an absolute killer.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's definitely a head turner for the right reasons. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we have been live for 2 days, a day and a half now. Yesterday was day one from Breakpoint 2025 here in Abu Dhabi, the capital of capital. Today we started our day with an institutional power hour. We had some amazing guests. We thought let's break the ice a little bit. Let's bring some degens into this very very hot booth, and I tell you what, it's a lot hotter than when it was when you guys came in. So.
Yeah, because we bring the heat.
You fucking big body head. bro, That's why.
Get a load of these guys. Thank you so much,
No,
both of you.
Thank you for having us, man.
Bulldogs, thank you very much for coming in.
Always a pleasure.
Really appreciate you
I
guys
don't know.
showing.
Thank you so much. I don't know how we got to jihad in this one.
I know.
Stop saying the word.
Something happened.
I hope the stream is still on. X, please don't take us down. Elon Musk, I apologize for the use of language here. We are going to get back into it with Ian Rogers from Ledger, who...
Oh,
Please, yeah, bring up what we just said. You know,
Don't tell them I love them.
Don't we want them to be more low key? Why are you collaborating with Lamborghini? I just want to understand.
F1 too. I have the F1.
Absolutely. Okay,
Hey,
guys.
where's the guy from Ledger?
I'm going to snitch on you when Ian Rogers comes
Please
in.
do.
here, by
Let's
the way.
Yeah.
slow
You guys
down.
stand out and let's get Ian Rogers.
Let's slow
Thank you
down
so much,
there.
guys.
No need to do that. Jack Dunham, please. Hey, thank you. Thank you. That was fun.
Let me...
And
Hey,
you
can you
too.
give me the mic back? We are back without those two degens. What a funny bunch. I think one of them's left the lanyard. Let's see. They're going to get banned from the conference without this. Oh, that's Finn Miller's lanyard. Now, I'm super excited to chat with Ian Rogers, who's got a very storied past, actually. Curious to find out his journey into crypto. I believe he was the Chief Innovation Officer at Ledger, and now he's the Chief Experience Officer. Super interesting story, super interesting character. I'm curious what Ledger is up to. Obviously, one of the biggest hardware wallet providers in the industry. They've been around for a long time. The CEO is on the circuit for as long as we can remember. And Ian Rogers is going to be joining us momentarily. So we're going to get him mic'd up now. We have some questions for him. Guess who's back? It is Thomas Bahamas. I'll let you slide through. You want to get through? Okay. Thomas Bahamas is back.
Hello.
Can you give us a little run? What's going on the main stage?
MetaDAO.
MetaDAO.
The prophet is doxing as we speak.
Please come through.
Here we go. He took the mask off.
Mr. Ian Rogers.
Hello, sir.
Hello, how are you?
I'm well, I think.
Yeah, you think?
I think.
We're in Abu Dhabi, we're in Breakpoint. Surely you're great.
I am great.
Very good. What have your first impressions been so far? I know you've been around quite a while. You got some ledgers for us.
Well, I come, that's the nice thing about being in hardware is you got real shit to talk about.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Awesome.
and we get you before you're actually going on the main stage.
Yes.
Right. So you're headed after this straight to the main stage.
Yes, I am.
We get the pre-main stage presentation.
Are we about to leak something
We're-
on live stream?
We had our big announcement in October. So
yeah.
we are now like spreading the gospel on
Yeah.
on the things that we announced in October, and it was a lot.
A man can
We
get
announced a new
excited.
device, Ledger Nano Gen 5. We announced a bunch of new features for Ledger Wallet. We announced Ledger Multisig. So we got a lot
Well,
going on.
before we dive
That's
into it, I
awesome.
think you should probably talk us through these.
Yeah.
I'll let you have a sip of water as well, but you've got 3 different ledgers.
I do, yeah. So these are 3 different touchscreen ledgers. So
Okay.
people are familiar with the Ledger Nano.
Absolutely.
You know,
Yeah,
Ledger-
that's the one I'm used to. The little
11
yeah.
years old. I always joke it's like literally the Air Jordan Jumpman of crypto. Because if you're making art and you have to put crypto in your art, then you put a Ledger Nano in it, right?
Yep.
So it's iconic. At the same time, you know, pressing OK with 2 thumbs is not really a mainstream,
No.
user experience. So we started a few years ago with the Ledger Stacks, and this was our first e-ink touchscreen. This has a really unique screen. This is this is what they call an organic TFT, because where your Kindle or even the other Ledger e-ink touchscreens are silicon on glass, this is actually an organic substrate on plastic. So I could talk about this screen for way longer than we have time, but it's
cool.
a
It
super
looks really
innovative
cool. Yeah,
design,
really
and it's
cool.
the world's only curved e-ink touchscreen. So that's the one we started with the stacks to kind of introduce. You know, think of like remember the Tesla Roadster? Like you come in hot, right?
Yeah.
So that was the stacks.
And there was a lot of flashy marketing. I remember videos of them sort of being stacked.
Yeah, because they're magnetic as well.
Yeah.
And the magnets, you know.
So they stick to each
Well,
other.
try
Is that
try
what-
this. Like put it in its case there. You'll see how the magnets it's very satisfying.
Oh, that's really
You
cool.
know, and if you have more than one,
Yeah,
they do
that's
stack
correct. It's
together.
like a little
You know, it was
notebook.
Tony Fadell who invented the iPod and was the co-inventor of the iPhone, who had the
Yeah.
idea. He said, well, look, first of all, it's a ledger, so it should denote value. It
Yeah.
should be the size and the shape of a credit card.
Yeah.
Then he said, well, what do you do with value? Well, you stack them.
Which is
one
smart.
for- There's no way to kind of personalize, tell one from the other if you got 6
Yeah.
black ledgers. So the idea was with e-ink is a great technology for that, because, you know, you can personalize them and like, you know, put, you know, and what, as Tony had the idea, we'd be able to buy and to build. So we made one with a more traditional.
Was this available last Breakpoint? Am I remember that? Or was it soon
Accelerate.
after?
I announced this.
No, you're
I
right.
announced
At
it at Accelerate,
yeah, which was
back in May, I
May,
believe, right?
May,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. So that's when we announced this. So the Flex I announced on stage at Bitcoin Nashville last year.
Okay.
With Kid Rock sitting in the front row, of course, and I mean it is Bitcoin Nashville, and then we did the Solana edition at Accelerate this year. But like you know, these are like again, this is really, like I said, this is a Tesla Roadster. This is a $400 product, comes with a case. This one we managed to get in at $250. But you know, the Nano X was more of a $150 product.
Right.
So we wanted to try to bring this better UI in at that Nano X price point. So what we did is we worked with Tony and we made this as the Ledger Nano Gen 5. And this is, you know, touchscreen also.
the latest
e-ink touchscreen. This is one we announced in October. E-ink touchscreen. But we get this into market at $179. So this is really meant to upgrade, you know, someone who might have bought the one where they're clicking OK with 2 thumbs, you know, and bring them into
No, I don't miss that.
into the
Yeah, I don't miss
touchscreen
that at
world,
all.
especially as you're doing more with your assets and you're using it more often.
Yeah.
You know, if you were using it once every 2 years, that's not a terrible interface. But if you're using it every day, you really want a touchscreen. And you know, of course, in the Solana world, we're doing things. You know, we're living our lives. So we did a very cool thing too. If you notice, these things have this little badge on the front here. It's like this actually pops out and exposes that there's, you know, a hole in this device, which is a unique way to build hardware. But you know, you could put it on a rope if you wanted to, but even better, you've got these little charms. For the initial go round, we had a woman, an incredible artist named Susan Kerr, who designed, you might not know her name, but you know her work.
Okay.
She designed all the original icons for the Apple Macintosh for Steve
Oh,
Jobs.
What? Wait, so you guys are hiring like major,
The big
major
We
innovators.
we
Like, does it get
collaborated
bigger?
with Susan. We didn't hire
Okay,
Susan.
okay.
She's a legend.
Yeah.
And really kind of like the OG of pixel art.
So
when you
cool.
think about it. You know, the little bomb, remember on the original Macintoshes when something went wrong, like that was her.
That was her.
She went to Next with Steve Jobs, and you know, she's the person that introduced Steve Jobs to Paul Rand to create the Next logo. As like a bit of geek lore that
Bit of lore.
an old school geek like me appreciates.
Yeah.
But the you know, so she's designed these initial things for us, and there's more. Like you can imagine in the future, you know, a Solana series of badges. You can get your device and put your favorite token on there, etc.
Super
So that's
exciting.
where we are. And now the next thing we've done is Ledger Wallet, and it's really on your phone. You have Ledger Wallet. You set up a transaction, and then you securely sign on your device.
Wait, what does that look like? So is it you start and then you connect it to your phone, or how?
Correct. So these things all support Bluetooth.
Oh, okay.
And so you've got your phone in your left hand and your ledger in your right hand, and
Yeah.
Ledger Wallet. You can see your balances. You can see how much you've staked and earned. You can
Yeah.
Let's say that you're using the Ledger CL card, which is our credit card, so you can, you're transferring value into that card. You set all that up on your phone, and that's why we call this a signer, not a wallet.
Okay.
It's a much better way of
Better
referring
packaged.
to it because
packaged.
really, like what we all have. I mean, remember that this is the worst year for hacks ever. You've got big hacks on Solana recently, even, and that if you're using a device which was meant to share information, like aka a phone, to protect value, well, I mean, it just doesn't work. It's like using a tractor to drive on the freeway, right? So what you have is you have your device that was built ground up to protect value. You pair that with your with your information device, and you can do anything you want to there. But when it's time to sign, you want something where the private key is protected. Inside of a secure element, the cryptographic transaction is happening in the secure element, and you have a secure screen. If I can impress one thing on your your viewers, that if you don't have a secure screen, you don't have any better security than you have on your phone. Now when you're at rest, it's better to have your keys offline and etc. But at the moment of transaction, if you are trusting your phone screen to know that this is what I'm doing, then you're just not sure. You can't be 100% sure.
Now, I have a question with this. Okay, so when we talk about hardware wallets, I feel like it's a bigger thing now. People are using hardware wallets for more everyday transactions. That's not how I've historically used them, right? Typically, it's a cold wallet that I open, I send stuff to, and never touch for a long time. Keep it as cold as I can, never do any transactions on chain with it. If I want to get those funds off, send it directly to another hot wallet and use it like that. Is that still the primary use case, or are you actually seeing like, hey, people want more secure transactions while they're actually using the chain?
I mean, the reality is like, what's the amount of money that you're not comfortable losing, right? If that's $100, then you shouldn't do $100 in a hot wallet. You know what I mean? Like, you're always at risk. I think it's, this is where, I hope people think deeply about what's going on here, right? Like your value is safe on the blockchain. So that's, you're counting on that. The blockchain is protecting your value. Now, you need your private key to be able to say, I am the owner of that value.
In order to sign.
So your private key, your private key should always be protected. There's zero reason to ever have a private key in a browser, in a software wallet. There's zero reason. I mean, it's just straight up bad practice.
Well, especially with how easy especially how easy you're making these actually use.
Exactly. Right? So that it's I mean, so there are definitely. I mean, I have a ledger connected to my Phantom wallet, connected to my Rabi wallet. But I'd never do anything purely in a hot wallet, and so but then I think it's then it's a question of, well, so if your private key is offline, then you are secure at rest. Now it's a question of, am I secure at the time of transaction? So and I think that also, it's also not true that a hardware wallet is always going to save you in that moment.
You sign a bad transaction, you sign a bad transaction.
You sign a bad transaction, and if you leave approvals on, you know what I mean, and like now you've got kind of on-chain risk. You're still, so that's why it's also good, to segregate, the wallet that you use every day versus the wallet that you keep for long-term use. For me, those are both hardware. But I also, I have wallets that I don't have access to, even physical access to, compared to the one that I use for 2FA. You know what I mean? So
I got a question for the listeners. Okay, so for our listeners, do you have like a value that you'd recommend them using a ledger for, or a hardware wallet for the transaction? Because it used to be like there was a big thing, I don't know, this was 5 years ago or so. It was like, hey, you're sending $1,000 in a transaction, use a hardware wallet. Like it's up to you. It makes sense. The hardware wallet's a small portion of that. Do it, protect yourself a little bit more. Like, do you have a recommendation for us on like, hey, if you're sending this much, like you should be using a hardware wallet to protect yourself?
I've heard like $1,000, $1,500 in the past as well. But I think what I would say is like, look, you can walk into Best Buy and buy a Ledger Nano S Plus for $49.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
if it's more than $49, you know what I mean?
It
Then you
makes
might as well
sense.
be using a hardware wallet. You
Yeah.
know, I mean, it also really depends on the individual, right? Because
Yeah.
you know, we both know people who, you know, $5,000 is all the money they have.
Yeah.
And then we know people that could lose $5,000 and not notice. You know what I mean?
It's,
So it really
different.
depends.
It's like risk mitigation, like
Yeah.
a different level, not like leverage, but like in your security.
I also think like just in terms of like good practice,
Yeah.
you know, your phone and your computer were not designed to protect value at all.
Yeah.
And I think
Yeah,
it's
that's
also,
true.
I think the challenge you run into, there's a little bit of psychology here where I think, you know, there are a lot of people that are going to set up their ledger tomorrow.
Yeah.
And they've been saying that for a long time.
Yeah. Always,
know?
it's always going to be tomorrow.
Yeah,
Always
and
gonna,
also,
yeah,
so
yeah,
you might start off by saying, "Oh, well, I don't have much money in this account," but then you know, number go up, and
Yeah.
you're like, "Oh shit, now it's 25,000." You know, it
Yeah.
didn't used to be 25,000, and now it is. Like, so
Yeah.
I, to be honest, I would go the other direction. I don't see a good reason not to use a hardware wallet from the jump.
Yeah, well,
You know?
and what really gets people to use hardware wallets is the one bad transaction that they do sign and lose it all.
Well, and you
You
can
know,
imagine.
once you get hacked once or once you lose it all, you're going to use a hardware wallet for everything.
and you
You
can,
know,
you can
it-
imagine in my line of work, we
You-
are the
yeah,
we are the
yeah.
lightning rod for the horror stories.
Yeah, yeah,
Right. So
yeah.
it's also like we've heard, but also some of the good stories. Like, you know, there's a great story that we actually recorded on video because when I heard the story, I couldn't believe it, and I was like, "Well, you say this on camera."
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it was a guy who, you know, who you know, he's talking to his hey, he got a new job. He's talking to one of his new colleagues.
Yeah.
His colleague asked him, you know, kind of what he does. What is he's like? "Oh yeah, I've got, you know." He had all of his money on FTX.
Yeah.
And this
We all
would
had
have
some money on it. you
Sure,
know?
sure.
Yeah, yeah.
And so, but he had everything on FTX, and
Yeah.
his friend was like, he's like, "Oh yeah, I've got a ledger here on my desk. I haven't set it up yet." And his new colleague said, "Listen, you got 20 minutes. There's 20 minutes left in this call. We're gonna hang up now.
Yeah.
You're gonna set up your ledger,
So-
and do it." And he did.
And he got
and
out
a month
on time?
and a month later, FTX melted down.
Oh, man.
And so, you know, it's one of those stories. Like there are
Yeah.
a lot of people that are like that. They're going to set up their ledger signer
Yeah.
tomorrow. Like,
Yeah.
don't do it tomorrow. Do it today. Like,
Yeah.
There's just no reason not to.
Yeah, yeah, and they're getting good and easy to use now. Like I remember the old days of trying to set up like the older ledgers, the older Trezors. Like it was hard to even use.
Well, and now, like this year, we announced the ledger recovery key.
Yeah.
So anytime you buy one of our touchscreen devices, it comes with a little plastic square.
Yeah.
And that's an electronic pin protected backup of your seed phrase.
Oh,
that's when you set it
you're
up,
not,
you
you're
go,
not writing down your 24
You
words.
should
that-
still write it down, and I'll
Yeah,
tell
yeah,
you
yeah.
why. Because if somebody gets a hold of your recovery key,
Yeah.
they can't do anything with it without the pin code.
Yeah.
But if they put that pin code wrong 3 times, it wipes.
Oh, does it?
So
Oh,
you
man.
still do want to
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
have, you know, multiple recovery keys
Yeah.
or the seed phrase written down somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, really it just gets easier and easier. You know,
Yeah.
you can't with the you know, ledger recovery key, you can't write the word wrong.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah,
know what I
yeah.
mean?
Exactly, exactly. You can't misspell it a
Yeah,
little
you
bit.
can't misspell it a little
yeah.
bit, and then later on be going, "Fuck, what did I write?"
Yeah.
You know, yeah. So, but yeah, they're getting easier and easier, and Ledger Wallet as well. You know, like one of the, I think of it this way. It's really crazy when you think about it, because I joined Ledger 5 years ago, and you know, the Ledger originally was for Bitcoin. That's why
Yeah.
Ledger exists.
Exactly.
So you think about it, it does this one thing. It protects
One thing very good.
this one long-term asset, right? But
Yeah.
now it's, first
It's
of all,
different.
every investment asset, because it's Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, and hundreds of other
Yeah.
coins and tens of thousands of other tokens, right?
Yeah.
You know?
Tens of millions of other.
Yeah,
tokens
tens
at
of
this
millions.
point. Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah. Let's be honest.
Yeah, exactly. But it's also, tokenized stocks.
Yeah.
Real world assets.
Yes.
It's a yield bearing savings account.
Yeah.
And where it used to be that if I wanted to buy crypto, I would, I'd like try with my credit card and get declined, and then my bank would flag it as fraud. I have a payee in my bank account where I can go send however much money I want to that IBAN, and it just goes straight into my ledger as USDC
Oh,
or
does it
USDT.
instantly just goes through?
Boom. Like, within minutes.
Yeah.
I have it like as USDC or USDT, and then I can swap, I can stake, I can do anything I want. I can connect to a DApp.
That's awesome.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
But also on the usability side, I mean, I picked this up just now. I feel a slight magnetic feel to it. You're talking about how much easier it is to use crypto, not just as a long-term storage, sort of what you want to store it for a long time, but you want to be able to use it on the go. You got maybe stable coins on there. You want to make payments with it. So I'm curious, out of these three and the many other ledgers that you guys have, which is the easiest for, let's say, throwing a couple $100 in and just making on-the-go daily payments versus having, you know, sub-wallets within it and keeping your crypto for a long time without touching it?
You know, really,
Do you even think about it?
If I was recommending to a friend right now, I would say buy one of the touchscreen devices because the usability it's so much better. At that point, really choose by price. You know, like they're best industrial design, but really they're all great. So I would say you could choose any of these three. This is the Nano Gen 5. This is the Solana Flex. This is the Stacks. So really choose the one you like. You know, it's like buying a car. Choose the one. They all drive on the freeway. You know, choose the one you like. But then I would also say, you know, set up Ledger Wallet and get the CL card, because you're talking specifically about easily load funds. It can be in just a yield-bearing account. You can, like, you know, put $200 or whatever onto the CL card or any amount you want. I'm just saying, in your example, you said a couple $100. Tap and pay, top it up. You know, so you can really use it as your secure self-custody bank account. And the security is, you know, there's other ways to do that, but there isn't another way to do it with self-custody and security.
Right. So that's kind of the crux of the question that I'm getting at here. I know you think a lot about experience and you have an innovation background. I have an innovation degree. So I'm fascinated by some of these design decisions here, not only limited to the magnetic element to it, but when you guys design these elements, both from an aesthetic perspective and the industrial design, what do you prioritize? And do you think, okay, this one is mostly for on-the-go payments. This one is mainly for people going to put their funds on there and maybe not touch it for 12 months, 24 months, as you should perhaps think about doing. How do you make those design decisions, and are they about use cases, or are they always prioritizing security, and then everything else is a nice to have?
Yeah, it's a great question. And you have this innovation degree, so I'm like happy to go, like, kind of switch.
We can nerd out about it.
Switch into kind of like industrial design mode a bit. The reality, what I would say is, like, at the high level, is it's really about evolution. You know, what we knew was from the starting point was that with the Nano X form factor, as iconic as it is, it wasn't a mainstream form factor.
It's a bit
right.
crazy,
We had to go from business to geek to business to consumer, is the way that Tony Fidel put it to me. We started with Stacks because it was like a bold expression of that industrial design, right? It really, like Tesla Roadster is a great example. It really stands out. The evolution from that point is really, you know, when you're building something, you're getting better at it, right? And as you get better at it, you can bring the cost down, and ultimately you want to pass that cost on to the consumer, right? So it really literally was a challenge for us to go from a $249 price point for the consumer to a $179 price point to the consumer, you know, with this level of technology. And in doing that, we just had to get better at making these devices. You know what I mean? It's sort of like, and Tony would talk about this a lot, that, you know, the first iPod, you know, it was iconic, but it was not the one that people used.
It wasn't great.
Well, it wasn't great, and also it was kind of clunky. It's big, it's chunky. You know what I mean? They had to get better at it and, like, bring it down to the kind of the nano form factor. And there was the shuffle, and then there was the kind of more rectangular one, right? So, and it's the same thing for us. So you're always kind of trying to, like, you know, like, just make it better and get it to a wider audience.
Right.
And that's really what the Gen 5 represents to us, because we were like, we really need to figure out how to get this user experience into the Nano X price point. If we can do that, then we will reach a lot more people with our level of security.
Interesting.
So they all have identical security. Like, literally, these products and the Nano S Plus for $49 have the same ST Micro secure element in them. So you have the same level of security in all of our devices. They all work perfectly with Ledger Wallet. And then the only difference you get is, like, you know, Nano S Plus doesn't have a battery, doesn't have Bluetooth, doesn't have the, you know, the bigger screen, but it's $50.
None of the bells and whistles.
And
but
then,
the same security.
you know, and then you get here and you do have Bluetooth battery, NFC, and then you get here and you've got Bluetooth battery, NFC, and Qi charging. So, you know, like, there's, you know, and really, you know, over time, it'll evolve, you know, further than that. I
mean, when I look at these, it makes total sense when you explain it from a price point perspective. They all have the same level of security, but from a design perspective, I see the colors. I mean, we're at a Solana conference. That's the one that really stands out to me. So is that part of the thought process as well? You know, you've designed the aesthetic elements based on different user groups, or is it purely price point with the same security and just like a natural iterative evolution?
look, we also want to reach a wide audience. I mean, another way to answer your question is we looked at lots of different designs for the Gen 5, but this one felt the warmest.
Okay.
You know, it felt like it didn't feel like a pocket calculator. It
Right.
felt like
Yeah.
something
Yeah.
that you could,
You
you know,
carry
it felt
around.
soft.
Yeah.
You know, and like I don't feel like I'm using a banking device. You know, remember
Right.
those little like secure ID things that would come with your bank account? Like,
Horrible.
especially if you ever lived in Germany. You know,
I lived in
it's-
the Netherlands and we
Yeah.
always
you know, we wanted it
insert
to
the
feel
card
like,
and-
you know, so that's definitely like something that we think about.
Okay.
We also think about other things, like with this one, this steel at the bottom was an intentional nod to the Nano.
Okay.
You know, like we're known for that sort of steel swivel
Yeah.
that goes on,
Yeah.
on the device, and this has like it's like a bridge. You know, between this. We think about it from that perspective.
Very thoughtful.
As feel real. I mean, like this thing is, steel, and it
does feel good.
it feels like that's the sports car. This is a pickup truck. And by the way, sports cars and pickup trucks are both cool.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean,
different use cases.
different
Yeah.
use cases,
Very
Yeah.
different audience.
It's pretty cool. Yeah.
Right? And also, you want to be a part of the community. Look, my most recently was the chief digital officer at LVMH. You know, one of the greatest companies in the world, are conglomerates in the world. But if you think about it, what they sell is not necessary or useful. You sell, you buy these things because they're an expression of who you are. I mean, why do you, like, there's lots of things in life that we do because they are an expression of who we are. Like everything doesn't need to be utilitarian. Fashion is not utilitarian. You look at Solana, look at Breakpoint. I think Breakpoint is such a great, to me, Breakpoint feels like going to the E3 video game conference in 1999.
Wow. Wow.
It's like got an energy,
Yeah.
and the energy
It does.
feels consumer, and
Yeah.
it feels fun.
Yeah.
I mean, like life is not supposed to be serious.
Yeah, absolutely
That's
right.
what I love.
yeah.
Okay, so Solana used to be like, we used to market it as the fun chain. People are doing fun things on chain. We've had a lot of institutional, ETF talk, but it's like, I think it's coming back more towards the fun chain because people are doing fun things, right? And
We spoke with Matthew Tay on the first day, the Coliseum guy, and he has, he sees all the deals, all the companies, all the new projects that are being proposed, and he argued that, to your point about this sort of marriage of TradFi and the fun stuff on chain being here at Breakpoint, he said actually we're experiencing a bit of fun projects being launched on Solana than
I really think so.
Yeah.
I think so. I think here's what you can count on: that every idea from 1999, the internet bubble, they were all on fuckedcompany.com, like ha ha, these dumb ideas. All these companies exploded. Well, what were those companies? People watching long form video on the internet, people doing same day delivery. You know what I mean? Like, by 2015, these were all mainstream ideas. I think you could do the same thing. You could take you could write down every failed like blockchain idea, crypto company from 2021, 2022. Write them all down right now, and let's check in 2036. They will all be mainstream. All of the gaming ideas, all the ticketing ideas, all of these ideas, they will be mainstream. You can bet on it, right? So you just have to have the patience to get there, because what happens in a gold rush is everyone knows it's going to happen, and they think it's going to happen tomorrow. And you're wrong. But 15 years later, these dreams do come true.
So patience. When you look at the sort of current Solana landscape and you compare it to, let's say, 3-4 years ago, what types of developments, what types of projects excite you the most? Could be projects like Ledger, could be hardware, could be software, could be the DeFi side of life. I don't know, some people said that's really excite me, and then that didn't work out so well. Some people saying ETFs are the be-all and end-all of Solana's process of getting more mature. From your perspective, as someone who thinks about design and experience,
You got to mention NFTs. Too.
NFTs. We are surrounded by exchange art, NFT displays.
I was actually going to be a contrarian and say I'm still excited about digital art.
Talk to me about digital art.
You know, I mean,
we
I
haven't had
think-
this conversation enough over the last couple of days. I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing you have to realize is that just like the physical art world, these things are not like big, and they're not big overnight, right? It's a small group of people transacting with a lot of value.
Yeah.
So people like to say that digital art peaked and crashed already, but no, there was no digital art. What you had was speculation on NFTs. That's different than
It was
digital art.
prices.
Now you have like real creativity in the space. If you look at what was happening in Basel this year, I mean, there's real artists, real creativity, and of course, it's a small world. Like artists are rarely appreciated in their lifetimes. So I was going to be a bit contrarian and say that, but I also think that like the things that are at the forefront here are exciting. What we have is this, this intersection of crypto and TradFi. TradFi is becoming crypto, just like the internet was the internet over here. And then it's just, we used to talk about digital marketing, and now we talk about marketing in a digital world. It's the same thing. We used to talk about crypto and TradFi, but crypto rails will just become the back end. I think in that way, like we should expect crypto to get a little boring, right? Originally Spotify was pitched as a P2P app, right? Is it P2P today? That's like, but any normal person would say, who cares what technology uses P2P? Like
want to use it.
When I used fucking Uber, I don't use the words TCP IP somewhere, in there, right? I mean, it'll be the same thing with crypto. If I can easily send you money, then it works. And the cost is low, and you're not a merchant like paying 3%, for credit. When you don't want credit, you just want digital cash settlement. So I think that these things actually are very exciting, and in that, and I also think that, look, why are we all here? Like permissionless money is massive. In a digital world, having digital permissionless money, like it's impossible to overstate that. And we are, just like once upon a time, humanity moved from God to state. We are moving from state to network, and of course, the network will have its own money. So, to me, like I think about these things that are much more fundamental.
Clearly, you think about it in a very interconnected way as well.
For sure, I think because for me, like these technological things are inevitable. And then, for example, like, I did digital music for 20 years, which is why I keep using that example. But in 2002, I knew that the future was subscription and it was going to cost around $10. At the same time, I never could have predicted the iPhone. I never, and if you'd have told me that you're right, Ian, it is going to be $10 a month and it is going to be subscription, and a company in Sweden is going to crack it and they're going to start with Europe, I would have said, you're a crazy person. That makes zero sense. But that's what I love. What I love is that we know what happens. We have no idea how it happens. So we get to watch it unfold. And that's the best part.
I guess Solana's sort of a similar situation, right? You got 2 coffees and a beer, and then boom, 2 beers and a coffee. Off you go. Solana.
And it's a great team. I have to say, like, that's why do I own Solana? Well, it's not because of, like, you pick 1,000 things, because you believe in the people. Why do you invest in a company? Because you believe in the people. Now that's different than Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a different thing. Bitcoin is an idea that's like that's sort of like an idea whose time has come to pass, right? It's one of those. Whereas I think other things are, teams of people doing great work. And that's, why you invest in a equity. And to me, it's why you would, if you study it, invest in something like Solana.
I want to ask you about digital art because, again, we're surrounded by it, and I can tell you're very passionate about this. We spoke with Raoul Powell earlier, who
he and I are we're together on this.
Brilliant. Nice. He's a strong proponent of collectible digital art.
He's got a great thesis.
Self-expression, and he thinks the longer out we go on the time horizon, the more valuable some of these pieces of art are going to be. What type of digital art do you think is really going to fill that gap that we're seeing created at the moment? Once we've moved away from the extremely speculative side of NFTs, we're going to obviously there's going to be more focus on quality over quantity. So what kind of digital art excites you the most?
I mean, it's no different than traditional art, right? It's art by great creative people. Basquiat piece does not have value relative to the art of to the wood and the paint. You know, the wood and the paint is an irrelevant tool in the creation of the art. Basquiat has more value every year because more people know the story and appreciate the story, and there's no more supply, right? So CryptoPunks will have more value year after year because more people know the story and there is no more supply. It's really that simple. And so it's the same thing though when you look at great artists, whether it's a Kim Asendorf or an Andreas Gizin, like, you know, I mean, it takes time to absorb what they're doing. You know, I mean, Andreas just did another beautiful piece that is animation of photography that's like very worth seeing. But it would take me 15 minutes to explain it. You know what I mean? So those kinds of things get appreciated over the long arc of history. You know, Kim Asendorf did Pixel Decks this year, which is just an incredible project. But again, it would take me 15 minutes to explain it, and you may or may not appreciate it. You might just go, "That cool story, bro."
Yeah, so scrolling on OpenSea isn't going to be enough.
Speaking about time, I think you're going up on the main stage pretty soon here. It's
Is that the case?
It's 3:15 or 3:17.
Don't want to get into trouble. Don't want to get into
we
trouble.
don't want to get you in trouble. And
Yeah,
we
and-
definitely appreciate your time here.
Again, speaking of time, everyone's been given a 2 to 5 minute allocation on.
Exactly.
Surely
5 minutes.
That's
Yeah,
not
it's
enough
not
to get
enough
a point across, is it?
Well, you know what? I have to say, as an audience member, I appreciate it.
Really?
You know what I mean?
That's
So,
good.
you know, I think like watching people give a long, boring talk is long and boring. So you know, I'm supportive.
I wish we had more time to talk to you. Ladies and gentlemen,
that's fair.
Ian Rogers.
Next time we
from
talk
Ledger,
all hard.
Thank you so much
Yeah.
for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you coming
Great
on.
to hang with you guys.
Yeah.
Did I think maybe mine.
Is this your phone?
Probably.
We got a phone and a badge.
Perfect,
Probably
exactly.
need
Thank you,
those.
thank
Probably quite important. Thank you so much, Ian.
Hey, what's going on? Of course. Yeah.
And our foundation is a retail.
All right, and I think we're still live. So that was Ian Rogers talking about hardware wallets. We got Ledger. That was great.
I'm Ledger pilled.
Yeah, me too. He even brought up NFTs.
He did.
Our bags are coming back.
I had a little moment there. I was like, okay, so he's got 3 ledgers on the table for us.
Yeah.
Meticulously designed, different price points with the same level of security.
Yeah.
I thought it's really cheeky if I pull out a Soulflare shield.
It
right?
was sitting right next
I
to
know,
him. He
and
had
so
to-
many
He had
times.
to have seen it, you know. I don't know.
I just, okay, maybe it wasn't the right time, but we will
Yeah.
get in touch with Mr. Ian Rogers and we will ask him about what he thinks about, you know, the security on this. Obviously, you're not going to compare them from a design perspective, but this is much more usable, I would imagine, for daily payments on the go.
I like
Curious,
that there's like there's competition for hardware wallets.
There is a
now,
lot of
and-
competition,
And
yeah.
I mean, Ledger, from the Ledger that I know until those, they've solved the usability.
yeah,
right?
the
Like, that seems
clunky button
way
mashing,
easier.
you know,
Yeah.
you type it in wrong, you got to go all the way back. That was not a very smooth
No.
user experience. So thank you to Ledger for fixing that.
Yeah.
Over the years, it's been great to see. Now, what are we doing? We're going to do a little recap.
Let's
We're
go.
going to do a little recap of all the exciting things that have happened this morning. If, like me, you've been trapped in a glass booth for a majority of the morning, you've probably been very eagerly waiting to find out what's actually happening out there in the real world. So we're going to go through these as quickly as possible. You were out there for the first couple of hours of the morning. Did you get a chance to see the 5-minute debates that were going on? There was a little QR code so you can sit in here and vote.
And you could vote. So
You could vote.
they were doing that yesterday. I saw
yeah.
a little bit of that, but I was not out here watching those. I probably should have been.
I don't know. So from the morning, the single most exciting development, if you ask me, was when Toli, Raj, and Mary were on stage.
Yes.
They were pretending to have a little conversation, and then boom, they announced where Breakpoint 2026
Yeah.
is going to be. I didn't think
Yeah.
it was going to happen today. I thought surely they're going to wait until day 3, but no, they did it today. Where's it going to be? It's going to be in London.
London. I guess
London.
California this morning, and I was dead wrong.
You were dead wrong. I was born there,
Yeah.
so it's going to be fun for me to go back.
Return to your homeland.
Return to I know.
That'll be fun.
Well, you know, since not going to get into Brexit, but since that did happen, a lot of my fellow Europors, as we are known, we decided maybe it's best to not keep traveling in and out of the UK. But I'm super excited to go back there for work.
Yeah.
Curious how that's going to play out. Now,
Little
the real question on my mind is, we've gone from what 4,500, 5,000 person turnout Breakpoint last year. Maybe 3,000 the year before that. Where I think 7,000 was
Yeah.
what Nick Dukov said
Yeah, I
for
think
this year,
7,000.
Breakpoint 2025. I don't know how much bigger you can get. Can you have a 10,000 tickets sold
Yeah.
London Breakpoint 2026? Is that possible?
Yeah, I mean, I would assume it's definitely possible. I bet there's a market for this.
I bet there's a poly market. All right, Kalshi. Kalshi, if you're listening to this, make a prediction market on how many tickets are going to be sold for Breakpoint 2026 in London. Curious to find out. What else do we have from the morning?
We have Fire Dancer.
Okay.
Is that right? Fully
Yeah.
live on Solana mainnet, and
Really?
yeah,
See, you chapter. I'm missing all the important developments. They've been
Yeah.
talking about finance for so long.
fully live, and totally tweeted that they're going to be taking the beta off of Solana mainnet. Once
That's huge.
so I
That's absolutely huge. So successfully producing 50,000 blocks after running on a handful of validators for 100 days.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe they've been doing this sort of shadily in the background. They didn't want people to know, and
it seems
now
like
they,
it.
yeah. Did they announce this upstairs on the main stage? It was like,
I don't even know.
I would imagine on the with the developers upstairs, right?
Yeah.
Surely we weren't sat here and we missed that big news. Okay, let's find out what else is going on. They're gonna pour one out for the beta tag. Yeah, totally. That's fascinating. So Hex Trust is gonna issue in custody WXRP, wrapped XRP on Solana,
Yeah.
bringing a one-to-one backed wrapped version of XRP to the Solana DeFi ecosystem. Now, there's been a fair bit of animosity, I think, between the XRP army and the Solana DeFi OGs and the degens, particularly following the announcement that Western Union was going to be
On Solana,
operating on
and
Solana,
not on
and
XRP.
not on XRP. There was
Yeah.
there was a lot of
Yeah.
anger there. People were fuming actually from the XRP army. So it seems we've healed some of that damage, and that bridge is now reopened.
We welcome them.
We welcome. Hopefully, they welcome us.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I think long gone are the days of extreme crypto tribalism. We're all building here, so that's good. What else do we have? WXRP will have over $100 million in TVL and enable XRP trading and liquidity with RLUSD across supported chains. By supported chains, I assume they mean the XRPL and the Solana ecosystem. Maybe Stellar in there. I don't know. Curious to find out. What else do we have? Temporal says Harmonic, a block building system being tested on the Solana mainnet, has produced blocks fully filled with Humidify Oracle updates. We were talking to Ben.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the stream went down for a little bit.
Did it?
So I wasn't able to watch it.
Elon, come on, man.
I think it might have been the internet, and not just Elon.
it was.
We can blame them both.
We can blame. Yeah. Can the devs do something? We will. If the stream did go down at any point, we weren't aware of it. We kept talking to Ben. Fascinating human being, very developer focused actually. As far as founders go, super technical founders, super technical team over there.
Yeah.
So we will share that interview when it is available, of course. What else do we have? Around 10,000 Oracle updates per block. That's 25 times the current mainnet average. So again, just goes to show these people are extremely technically focused. What else do we have, Thomas?
It looks like Metaplex launches Genesis SDK on Solana. Really enables exchanges and aggregators to build token launchpads and really like monitor new token launches using a fair launch smart contract.
Very popular at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very popular at the moment. So let's see where that goes. I mean, okay. Cast your mind back to ICO season. It was
2017.
yeah. It was the spiel. I think back then was we're democratizing access to capital formation, and everyone can participate in all these rounds. And I think it didn't end up being super profitable for most people, right?
Yeah.
That seems to be changing now. We've had some extremely profitable for everyone that participated type of launches.
It's been coming back. They've been coming back, right?
In a healthy way.
Yeah.
I think. I hope.
Yeah.
Let's see. Camino rebranded. Oh, Camino rebranded. We had a Camino T-shirt.
We weren't allowed to bring
We
it on
weren't
stream-
allowed
on
to.
stream, yeah.
It was a little bit sad. We were talking about all the amazing merch that we've received yesterday, and this is probably a good time to pull out those DeFi tuna hoodies that we just got given. But we had a Camino T-shirt, and they told us that we couldn't pull it out. Let's get this
display
out of
that.
the plastic. DeFi tuna, obviously, a team that we love, near and dear to our hearts. They gave us these hoodies, and part of the reason why I'm pulling this out is because if you're here, if you know anyone at Breakpoint, bring us your merch. We
Yeah,
want to
need
see
some
the merch.
I'm actually hoping to get some socks
You're on the right.
out of merch. I'm fully out of socks. Somebody's got to have them, right?
It's hot in this booth. Get us some socks, please. Well, Titan Exchange announces it is launching limit orders soon. Titan, obviously, been in the news a lot as well. Pith Network announces Pith Reserve and will use protocol revenue via the DAO Treasury to deploy 1/3 of its treasury each month for buybacks.
Yeah.
More buyback
We
news.
like buybacks. You got to do something for the tokens, right?
We like the buybacks.
Yeah.
We want more buybacks. But there was a debate on stage earlier between Victor Fisher, Rockaway ex-founder, and Max Resnick, I want to say. Both spicy debaters, and they took, I think, different sides of the argument about buybacks. I heard a very small amount of that debate. There was also the voting going on. One side was arguing buybacks are good. One side was arguing not as good as maybe we think it is. Curious to find out what happened there. We should, if you know what happened in that debate, if you watched it, if you have very strong opinions on buybacks, Drop your thoughts in the comments in the stream, either on YouTube or on X. And if you're here, you're on YouTube, please subscribe to Solana Floor for deep dives across the Solana ecosystem. Give the video a like, give the stream link a like, share it with people. We want to know from people that are strongly opinionated about buybacks. What do you think? Curious. Do you have any strong opinions on buybacks? Should we do more? Should we do less? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, supposedly it makes the tokens go up. Everyone wants the tokens to go up. Do some buybacks. That's the simplistic model.
Number go
right?
up or me sad. Yes.
Yeah.
Drift. Talk to me about Drift.
Looks like they're launching a mobile app Q1 2026, as well as DLP, a new liquidity provider for its platform.
Interesting.
I watched Cindy do the talk a little bit earlier. They've got V3 out. They seem like they got a lot going on. They're always doing a lot.
They do.
I feel like the promise of Drift has always been very high.
Right.
You know, and we're actually going to be speaking with Bulk a little bit later today too. So talk about the perps landscape on Solana. I'm excited for that.
And on this mobile app launch, Sanctum, we were talking with Eno yesterday, Chief Vibes Officer. Shout out to Sanctum. They are also launching a mobile app.
Yeah, seems like the move is going into mobile app. Seems like everything's going mobile actually.
Might that have something to do with Solana Mobile?
Yeah.
Who obviously have the Seeker, and maybe people are thinking, hey, look, the attention is there. I'm going to launch a mobile app. Maybe that's part of it. What do you think?
Yeah, it's got to be.
Got to be. Okay.
It's got to be.
Well, tell you what, I will be downloading them. Okay. Question is unanswered yet. Drift Protocol is launching a mobile app. Sanctum's launching a mobile app. Are both of these apps going to be available on the App Store only, on the Google Play Store only, or are they also going to be available on the Solana Mobile App Store?
I think Drift already has an app in the Solana Mobile Store, which I've downloaded. I can't really say I've used it.
Yeah. Is it the same app?
It's probably a different app.
Okay.
I would imagine it's going mainstream.
Surely.
Apple, Google.
Surely.
It's got to be that. Yeah.
If you know the answer to these questions, then drop your thoughts, your comments in the chat, and we will be informed by you guys as well. So, Huma, we like Huma. PayFi Warriors, they partnered with Obligate to expand access to trade finance liquidity. Now, Huma provides the stablecoin liquidity that fuels the system here. So, very interesting. Huma's been making moves lately.
They have.
They've really been making moves. We spoke with Erbil, the co-founder, in Istanbul at Crossroads Conference. And we did a little mini-series about the future of PayFi. Cash from Jupiter actually had some interesting remarks about how PayFi is essentially the glue between DeFi and TradFi, and helping money move around the world faster, cheaper, all sorts of stuff. So very, very interesting. They also had a Feathers airdrop system, right? Huma?
I think that's the reward system.
That's the reward system.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't know where that's going to be, what kind of reward you're going to get for those rewards. Yeah.
We love the points.
Yeah.
Okay. The combined structure there will deliver sustainable yield products to decentralized finance users, asset managers, and enterprises seeking transparent asset-backed exposure. Lots happening at Breakpoint 2025 in Abu Dhabi, but there's also news coming from outside of Breakpoint.
Yeah.
Earlier in the morning, we reported that Binance and Circle were given ADGM licenses here in Abu Dhabi. That's one of the regulators. So that's exciting. But JP Morgan, big name, JP Morgan has arranged a US commercial paper issuance for Galaxy Digital on Solana. That is absolutely massive. We spoke to huge. Nick Dukov was here, and he was saying, look, the job is not done, but if names like JP Morgan are working on Solana, the job is partly done. Like, let's not kid ourselves.
Historically been like anti-crypto to the maximum.
Jamie Dimon has literally come out multiple times and said crypto's a scam.
Yeah.
Bitcoin's okay, blockchain's okay, but crypto is officially a scam. Clearly,
they're coming around. They're coming around.
Full 180. Let's see. This is one of the first debt issuances expected on a public blockchain. We love it. They do have a private chain. I think it was Onyx. This is maybe a subsidiary of JP Morgan. A few years ago, they were responsible for the first state-to-state transfer of tokenized treasuries. I believe it was Singapore and Japan. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that is the case. Now the USCP was purchased by Coinbase and Franklin Templeton. What else do we have here?
We got Circle minting another $500 million of
Another
USDC.
500 million. Jeremy and Circle, I feel like they're just loading $100 million clips into Solana stable coins. This is an interesting one. So we have been talking about stablecoins for a long, long time.
Yeah.
We've been talking about stablecoin value leakage in the Solana ecosystem for a long, long time. It's been part of the discussion that spurred on the desire, let's say, for a white label stablecoin on Solana, or purposeful stablecoins that are, let's say, ecosystem specific, to keep a majority or even all of the value that's created in the ecosystem in which it is created, as opposed to Circle, which through its responsibilities to Coinbase, I believe, has to share some of the rewards with Base. So that's an interesting discussion. If you care strongly, if you have very strong opinions about Circle, about Tether, which obviously dominates the overall crypto stablecoin market, then let me know.
It's like what other company could just, send in $500 million like that? I feel like USDC has done the work where it's like if you're going to load dollars,
it's trusted.
If you're loading that many dollars onto Solana, you're doing it through Circle. Right?
100%.
Like I don't think there's another way that people are doing it. Like
Circle dominates
it's
stablecoin use on Solana, and they have done for a long, long time. Obviously, people trust it, people use it, it functions the way it's supposed to, but that doesn't mean that different alternatives can't exist. And I think there are plenty of discussions around what types of stablecoins might be getting issued soon as well. DTCC has received an SEC no action letter authorizing the DTC to tokenize DTC custody assets, lots of DTCs, to tokenize DTC custodied assets. We spoke with both Rebecca Rettig, who's on the legal side at Gito, and we spoke with Kristen Smith, formerly from the Blockchain Association, now president of the Solana Policy Institute. Both mentioned this as an important development as well. What else do we have? Assets also include Russell 1000 equities, major index ETFs, and US Treasuries. And the rollout is going to begin in 2026.
It's awesome.
We were asking people, are we still in a bull run? Are we bullish? Price is down. Crypto Twitter sentiment is not doing great. This is a very long list of bullish news.
Absolutely. That's all we've been hearing. Like everyone is bullish on the chain. Everyone is doing things on the chain. Everyone has big, massive plans.
And
bullish.
Guess what?
Just bullish.
There's more. We are not done. Another huge name launching something on Solana. YouTube has launched an option for US creators to receive payouts in PYUSD.
Oh, let's go. That's great.
Now, if you like the on-chain economy, if you're a creator, you want to keep your funds on-chain, guess what? YouTube isn't going to force you to use fiat anymore. I think this is amazing. Now, PayPal's obviously been making moves with their PYUSD, and the Galaxy sweep announcement
uses PYUSD.
Uses PYUSD as well. So
it's being used.
PayPal making moves. What can I say? Congrats to those guys. The feature is live, but currently limited to US creators. That's a bit of a shame. I'm not based in the US. You are based in the US.
I am. I like that coin because you can off-ramp very easily with it. You can just use the PayPal app to off-ramp.
We don't recommend off-ramping for the record.
You can also on-ramp.
Exactly. What else do we have? Number 5 on this list, Thomas.
We have got Solana spot ETFs have now recorded 10 consecutive days of net inflows, totaling $11 million yesterday. And you spoke to Matt Hogan today. Bitwise.
We did.
BSOL once again with the most flows, 4.4 million yesterday.
Yes, so I think when we got the report yesterday, the report, sorry, was at 3.7, 3.8, and now we've gone up to 4. Anyway, the point is, BSOL leading the charge. First mover advantage, obviously, yes. We spoke with Matt Hogan, the Chief Investment Officer, earlier. Did some legalese, alchemy. They played some 4D chess and managed to get BSOL live during the government shutdown in the US, which was obviously a massive win for them. And it looks like they're going to maintain that edge that they have from having the first mover advantage.
They're crushing it.
They are absolutely.
There's no other way to say it, right? They're doing a fantastic job.
What are the numbers that we can recall? $500 million in inflows into BSOL, I think in about 3 to 4 weeks after launching, making it the most successful ETF launched in the US, not just in crypto, across all assets. And obviously Matt Hogan has an ETF background, so he was very, very happy, chuffed even to see that news. Who's second on that list? I can't remember. Who's got the second highest inflows from Sol ETFs at the moment? Is it so easy?
I don't even know. It's probably
might be so easy, right?
Templeton,
yeah,
right. We had Mike Reed here yesterday.
We had Mike Reed, massive Solana bull.
Awesome.
Has a Kudis ring. Has a Seeker. He's one of us. That was fascinating to see. I'm going back to this sort of original discussion that you and I had on day one of, are the degens and the DeFi OGs going to feel a little bit hard done by because you've got these $1 trillion asset managers here? And that's even before we realized that, 5 trillion was a number we could mention on this live stream. That's before the sweep news came out. So it seems from all the conversations that we've had this week, not just at Solana Breakpoint, but at Abu Dhabi Finance Week. And even before that, we had Bitcoin Mena was here. The amount of institutional representation here.
No.
It seems that is a phenomenon that's limited to crypto Twitter. The idea that we are losing Templeton being here seems to be limited to.
I think it's even more than that. I think it's like a lot of them are actually like they're into it. They're coming here because they want to have fun.
Yeah.
I think that they've been seeing that. Like they still can't get over like Mike Reed has a Kudus ring. He's got a Solana Seeker. Like they're here to have fun. You know, it's like they're
Fascinating.
Yeah.
And we gave them a screen as well, right? That was handed out to us. One of those privacy screens that you can whap onto your Seeker world. Then you probably want to be able to use your Seeker without any Seekers.
Yeah, I'll put in the order.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're still handing them out. If you are at Breakpoint, get yourself a screen. If you're not at Breakpoint, find someone that is and get yourself a screen. On that note, adjacent, Solana Mobile upstairs. They have the Solana Mobile booth upstairs.
Yeah, and you can
win a Seeker.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go and
you spin it.
spin the wheel of
Yeah, and
fortune,
you get-
and you can win a Seeker.
Odds are that I'm gonna get another one. I haven't
reckon?
spun it yet. Once we get out of here, I'm gonna go.
We
get
have no
another one.
time. We're very date undisclosed. Is there's an DApp rather, on the Seeker called Luco.
Okay.
It's like Moonwalk Fitness. Shout out to Moonwalk. You essentially walk around for every 1,000 steps you get on. It's going to give you potentially another.
Yeah,
if
people
people
want-
want more Seekers and they're playing on the Seeker to win another Seeker, that's a good sign.
Yeah, and so part of getting your airdrop is they're tracking your usage of your phone. So you need to be using it. Like
You do.
Your phones can't just be sitting in your drawer.
And there's three categories
Yeah,
of use, right? What are they again? Daily use.
dude, I don't even know.
Dap
I don't
store
hit them.
usage.
I don't hit them all the
You
time.
don't hit
so
them all
I
the
need
time?
to know. You need to
Oh
tell
yeah,
me.
it's new things.
Yeah.
So you got to download new dApps.
Yeah.
Pro tip there is go to the featured list. You've got dApp usage. Obviously, you've got to use the dApps that you're downloading.
Yeah.
And dApp store activity is tracked as well. So download the dApp, connect your wallet, use it, do your daily swaps, stake to the Solana Seeker validator, and review the dApps. Let the teams know if you enjoy it. If you don't, what kind of improvements they can do. Essentially, I think it all boils down to being an active member of the Seeker ecosystem. Let them know what's going right, what could be improved. Do your swaps there. You're probably already using crypto day to day. Do your payments on there. I know, use Cast, use Soulflare, use Phantom, Stake. These are things that we can recommend so far, right? If you want to actually a full, very, very comprehensive written out guide on how to maximize your airdrop allocation, you go to SolanaFloor.com and you check the Seeker guide. And if you want to stay updated with everything Seeker, you again go to the SolanaFloor website.
Yeah.
It's /Seeker, I believe.
Yeah.
It's the Seeker hub. And that's going to give you all the rewards, past, present, future. And it's going to give you all the headlines, all the news, all the future perks. It's all on one page. That's SolanaFloor.com /Seeker.
Yeah.
Now, if you're with us at this point, it is 3:40 local. Who do we have on stage? Mark Greenberg and Jacqueline Melinek is coming on stage to discuss making finance invisible, building the killer app for the tokenized economy. Tokenization is a huge talking point here at Breakpoint this
Yeah,
year.
it is.
We've seen so many talks about tokenization, right?
Yeah. Speaking of tokens, before I came in here, he comes out in a mask. This is super bearish. He came out fully.
He's doxed?
No. Yeah.
No mask?
No mask. I think he doxed.
Interesting.
I got a picture.
We've had so much institutional adoption now. There's
Yeah.
no need to be, completely anon.
Yeah.
I kind of like, I like interviewing people once in a while, and they're like, you know what? Don't show my face. I'm not doxed. I'm going to keep a mask on, or can we just put the PFP over it? I
Yeah.
like that. It feels very crypto.
So,
It feels, feels real.
Yeah.
That's why we came here,
Yeah.
right?
It's always harder when you're like talking to them and you're on a call and you're like, they're like, oh, I'm not going to show my face. And you're just kind of talking to the voice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, for years, you've hosted spaces.
Yeah.
I guess quite a few of the founders and the builders that you've spoken to aren't doxed, don't want to be doxed.
Yeah. 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 I did a lot. It was always a little harder to connect with them when they were like that. 'Cause the
Just the
funniest would be
PFP.
like we join like a video call and like my face is there and then they'd be like, oh, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
And then some of them would just like hang up. It's
Yeah.
like, well, oh, okay. Well, you
Well,
know.
I've done even worse. I've forgotten to turn off the camera of a guest, and then at the end of the interview, after I've used their name, I've recorded it with their face, then they've gone, hey, just a little reminder, by the way, I'm not doxed.
Oh, no.
And then you got to go back and go through this whole editing process to respect their privacy, obviously, as we do,
Yeah.
and replace it with PFPs. If you want to watch those interviews, go to Solana Floor's YouTube page. subscribe for deep dives from across the Solana Floor ecosystem. We do investigative deep dives. We do interviews with founders and builders. And we cover the news as well.
Yeah.
Recently, I think one of the more interesting videos I saw you covering was whether or not DeFi was dead.
Yes.
Snappy
It was,
title.
that's what I started with.
Yeah.
It was my first video, and
Yeah.
it probably was not like the best look. The title was is DeFi dead?
And the answer is...
But like as I was researching and looking into it more and more, I was like, DeFi's never been as alive as it is right now. Like the
DeFi is very
DeFi
much
ecosystem is like it's cracking right now. You know?
Absolutely.
So like it was a good title. I stuck with it, but I basically proved myself wrong in it.
That's what you want in,
Yeah.
in an investigation like that, right? Like,
Yeah.
have we shot ourselves in the foot? Is the ecosystem dying? These are savage questions.
Yeah, yeah.
We,
and I mean,
hope the answer is no, and luckily the answer is no in this case.
Yeah, and we had a good test, right? Like October 10th was a big liquidity flush. $19 billion was basically wiped out of the ecosystem of all crypto, pretty
So
much.
that,
It wasn't just it wasn't
when
just
we
Solana.
saw those reports of $19 billion, is that the total dollar amount of liquidations, or let's say I put a $10 long position and it's 10x leveraged long, and is that worth $100, and then that feeds into the 19? How do we get to the
that
19
feeds
billion?
into it. I think it's total. So
Total
it's
leverage.
not necessarily dollars lost,
Clear,
right?
clear.
But that number is also not necessarily 100% correct. Like there was like a bunch of different sources that were talking about how the centralized exchanges don't report all their liquidations. It's hard to get that
Yeah.
data out of them. So all DeFi was
But
like
wait, does that mean it's more?
more.
The
more.
real-
So it's likely, like some places were saying it's 40 billion. It could be up to 50 billion. So it was a lot bigger than what we were talking about most likely. And we'll never know because
Yeah.
they don't have to publish those
And
numbers,
despite
right?
that, your investigation revealed that DeFi is
Yeah,
very
but
much
DeFi, you can
alive.
see everything that was lost on chain, right? You could just look at the block explorers and see, and you could see exactly how much was lost, where it was lost, why it was lost, and it maintained, 100% uptime, where
Go on
a
then.
lot of those centralized exchanges didn't.
I'll bite. Where was a majority of the damage to retail users done?
It was probably centralized exchanges, but on chain it was hyperliquid.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was like 10 billion was hyperliquid.
10 billion liquidated on Hyper.
Yeah, but
I guess that makes...
it's not retail that's trading that much. though.
Right.
There's no way. Those are hyperliquid
Was it
has.
market makers were
I
getting
think
wrecked?
that they've attracted big players.
Yeah.
Right. Like
James Wynn, if you're
yeah,
watching this.
You're not YOLOing $100 million positions. If you're retail, that's not retail.
No.
Maybe James
No.
Wynn is.
Maybe James Wynn.
No.
I feel like James Wynn is a psyop. Does anybody actually know James Wynn? I've heard
Yeah.
him speak on an X Spaces.
Yeah.
Like me,
He said-
he's from the north of England.
Yeah.
He's got a very interesting accent. He doesn't sound like somebody who's loading $100 million clips and letting the whole world know where his liquidation point is. Because he retired.
I think he put another position up not that long ago. It's like every time he does, it's like, oh well, the market's gonna go the other way. It's hard to say. But I
James
mean,
Wynn.
speaking of leverage, we do have bulk trade coming up pretty soon.
We do
Yeah.
have bulk trade coming up. We
Yeah.
have June, the CTO, is joining us.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So
And-
I'm excited for them. I'm excited to hear about what they're doing because
Absolutely.
perps on Solana is it's always been like a should be. Like I still don't, Hyperliquid came in, had the right product and the right airdrop, and they did a lot of things right. And they attracted people.
I fully agree with you, and before I leave this room to be replaced by Mr. Finn Miller, who also loves Solana perp stakes,
Yeah. He's very excited for that conversation.
he is very
Yeah.
excited. He's very, very excited for that
Yeah.
conversation. I recently heard an opinion from someone, and it went something along the lines of, listen, when you look at all the volume that exists on Hyperliquid, maybe 5 to 10% of that at any given moment is organic retail trader activity.
Yeah.
And, let's say, for the sake of argument, 80 to 90% of it is actually market makers,
Yeah.
right? People that are trading against them, and that's how they make their money. They're
Yeah.
either LPs or they're AMM. So what he was saying is for places like venues like Solana to be extremely successful in attracting some of that liquidity, all they really have to do is to try and get 3 to 5% of the activity, of the retail activity,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
an asymmetric amount of the AMMs will follow. Because let's say half of the retail activity leaves, well, you're not going to end up with a bunch of AMMs trading against each other. That doesn't make any sense, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
I
mean,
also don't know, but interesting.
It seems like it, but it seems like any big trades, any people that are coming in, we're using Hyperliquid. So maybe that's partially true, but it seems like they were able to pull in a lot of people, right? And Solana has
lot of
has good
people.
perp dexes.
Yeah.
You know, there's been issues with like liquidity, maybe positions don't get filled at the right prices, and a few things in the way. I think there's a bunch of teams that are approaching that in different ways, and I think they're going to fix it. So
I think they're going to fix it too. And listen,
Yeah.
Solana is, as we know, one of the most innovative, iterative, as we found out from talking to Ledger's Ian Rogers, places, venues, ecosystems in the entirety of crypto. And crypto itself is, by definition, much more innovative and iterative and risk-taking than
Yeah.
Web 2. So
Yeah.
it makes absolute sense that Solana is going to keep iterating and innovating around perp dexes. And so I'm very excited to find out actually what bulk trade has been up to.
yeah, me too. And it looks like they're getting ready over
Looks
here.
like they're getting ready already. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is day 2 from Breakpoint 2025, the capital of capital, Abu Dhabi, where the degens, the DeFi OGs, the Solana DeFi maxis are all coming together with the ETF issuers, the DATCos, and of course the $1 trillion asset managers. I've had an amazing time talking to all the regulated entities this morning. We've had Matt Hogan, we've had Nick Dukoff, we've had Kristen Smith, we've had Rebecca Rettig, we've had Ben Coveston, and now in the afternoon, Finn Miller is going to take it away. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your time.
Yes.
Thomas,
Thank you very much.
it's been a pleasure.
It sure has.
I'm going to take my DeFi Tuna hoodie
Yes.
with me, and I shall leave you guys to it.
All right, sounds good.
On Google,
There we go.
just a month ago, also made full like first more acceptable, safer, easier to use, and we're proud that it's actually one of the top places.
So there we go.
to trade.
Great news recap.
Since we launched
Jack out, Finn in, and we've got bulk trade coming right up.
it. For building
Do you want me to go ahead?
well,
Oh, yeah.
This week, we're officially opening up our new wallet platform called Phantom Connect.
Hey, how's it going?
It's a
Hey, it's going good. Thank you.
I'm
Thank you for
Thomas.
having me.
Yeah.
Good. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, great to meet you.
Yeah.
All right. It's
Oh.
time. Finally.
How are you doing?
I'm good. What was the recap? What was the big banner highlight for
The
you?
recap was good. I mean, the biggest highlight, JP Morgan is like fully accepting crypto and they're launching some funds on Solana. So yeah, big news. You know,
Perfect.
there's always a lot going on.
Awesome. Well, it's time to get into the most exciting areas. Perps is one of the biggest markets in crypto at the moment. The highest earning revenue app of the year was a Perps Dex. In my view, the perp scene in Solana is in pretty dire straits.
Yeah.
We're really struggling. We're falling behind. We've dominated the spot market, but we are really lagging in the perp scene. So Bulk is a new emerging perp Dex from Solana. Jun here is the CTO. Jun, why on Solana, as it stands, are we so far behind in the perps game?
I mean, Solana is a great place to build a variety of products and a bunch of other things. But from a trading perspective, especially from a high frequency trading perspective, 60 million block units are just not big enough. The virtual machine has some performance conflicts that actually don't make it possible for you to run a very robust risk engine or a matching engine, and also all the other components that make a perps experience so much better. Like, for example, Hyperliquid or Binance or Aster all run on different sort of state machines and very heavy hardware. Where on Solana, a general purpose blockchain, a bunch of trading apps trying to share blocks with each other is just very hectic right now.
Yeah.
And that's one cool thing that we also think about Bulk, is that try to blend performance where decentralization is the highest priority.
Yeah. So you have that going now, and then you take a look at this market. You're like, hey, there is a big opportunity here. Like, what is your approach, just from a high level? Like, how are you coming at this?
For us, we started out as market makers, as a lot of guys know. We took a look at this from two sides of the thing. One's the technical overview of that, and one from market. What do traders want? What do users want? And we realized that if we can offer three of these cool things, one's like lowest amounts of latencies, liquidity,
Okay.
and on top of that, user experience is very cool for market makers, HFTs, and normal. And the opportunity right now is so big. Like as Finn described, the biggest perps, the biggest app of the year was Perp Stack, earning over 1 billion in ARR. And it's insane. But it's not as big as we thought compared to traditional markets. Traditional markets move trillions in a day, and the whole goal of Solana and also for Bulk is to bring all these sorts of markets on chain, on Solana, and onto bulk, and how we position ourselves as a trading hub for Solana, a specialized, a dedicated trading hub where assets can trade no matter what, and can always get this latency, this price, and this execution that is predictable, verifiable, and insanely nice to use.
Yeah. Can you talk me through kind of the architecture of how bulk actually works? Because Drift is the kind of the leader of Solana at the moment. That's built on the on the layer one. Jupiter's on the layer one as well. We've seen Zeta move off and go for a kind of a network extension. Pacifica is doing their own thing. What's your approach, and how have you structurally built this to outcompete the others?
That's a very good question. We thought about this from a ethos of decentralization, where you either have a single sequencer based approach, or you have layer one like Drift, as you just said. Layer one, as I just described, there's a bunch of performance constraints that don't translate to very good user experience, as we have seen so far. Compare that to your off-chain solutions like a single sequencer and all these sorts of venues. They lack decentralization, just a different custody setup with users still being able to use the asset, but the transactions and matching, the risk, all of these are owned by a single operator. So we are taking a very different approach of having multiple operators, multiple independent operators that anyone can run, and you're capable of doing matching, risk, settlement, and all these sorts of things. So I would describe Bulk as a sidecar network that lives inside a modified Solana client. So any Solana validators can run us. At the same time, you'll be running Solana as it is, but Bulk on top. And Bulk has a network, a consensus, a database, a ledger, everything that it needs to make it decentralized and multi-operator owned, and all while keeping this sub 20 milliseconds of latencies.
So would it be fair to kind of summarize and say that you're still taking advantage of Solana's underlying decentralization, but you're abstracting it into a separate validator client and running all this there, so you still maximize performance?
Yeah, that's a very perfect summary, right? Solana is the most battle-tested execution environment, like decentralized execution environment that you can ever find. We have highest amounts of BFT decentralization with number of nodes and stake and bunch of all of that. At the same time, we have very robust validator operators who have very good hardware that is battle tested for the last 5 to 6 years, and using that to create a specialized, let's say, a F1 circuit makes sense to me.
And you've mentioned that it is a truly decentralized perp sticks, and that's kind of a distinguishing point, because a lot of the time perp sticks they rely on very, very centralized and singular points of failure. Hyperliquid's got about 20 or 25 validators, so that's kind of an example of that. Why do you think on Solana we've kind of relegated decentralization and open finance and open sourcing and everything along those lines to an afterthought, as opposed to being front and center, which was the original crypto ethos?
I think that to us, we figure out doing the hard things are always hard, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't. And we're a team who likes to do insanely hard things, and having this decentralized and open for anyone to verify is the hardest part. Obviously, there's so many cool things and obviously a bunch of other problems that go into like making this single sourced or this or that. But essentially, it would boil down for us to having multi-operator setup is to give this execution guarantee to any user. So by that I mean this guarantee that you can send your order and you cannot be censored. There is a group of validators independently owned who are actually matching your orders and doing all the risk checks and all these sorts of things without an external input or a single operator input. And that's very important for institutions, as we found out. And there's been so many talks about running a unregulated securities exchange, or that all translates to a single state machine owned by a single operator. And Bulk is just trying to distribute that with performance. Sure.
And so performance is kind of the key operative word.
Yeah.
If we're trying to strip that down to latency, a lot of numbers get thrown out. People say, we've got 400 millisecond latency, we've got 200 millisecond latency, 50 milliseconds. If I'm just a normal guy, I fire up the trading terminal, I hit buy, it buffers for a second and the trade goes through. For me, that seems fast. How do you quantify the difference between 400 milliseconds and 200 milliseconds for someone who's just an everyday trader?
Majority of this is felt by people who are using the APIs or something on the core level outside of the front end, where your pricing is very, very important. And this is obviously felt by HFT and market makers to begin with. I was just talking about this on my talk, that if you do a Monte Carlo distribution, a distribution between frequency and price changes, at every 1 second, you lose up to 1 bips of price changes. So for example, Solana is 400 milliseconds. So you always lose up to 0.06 bips. That is almost 0.1% or something like that price changes on Solana versus Binance. And that is very, very bad for a market maker, because you're quoting on a liquidity leader compared to a DEX or an exchange that is moving slower. And there's always this opportunity of arbitrage between both of that, and also your capability of not executing very, very fast. So any orders you post will always be that 1 bips behind or something like that. It's very bad to them in terms of what the systems can handle. At the same time, it also translates to them actually trading on the platform. And we've spoken to a bunch of market makers about this on trading experience on Solana versus a bunch of other blockchains and stuff like that. Solana's 400 milliseconds are obviously the best in the industry right now, and you cannot beat that. But it's never guaranteed that you're going to get into the same slot to begin with. That's the first issue. Second issue, 400 milliseconds also too big compared to Binance, and the pricing that they are getting is very bad. And now translating that to users is that you're getting worse fills. You're getting the execution price that you're getting is much worse compared to you trading on Binance, for example. So that again directly translates to your slippage, your profits that you can make, or your trading experience, and all of this will compound down, and it will translate users leaving the platform or something like that, always seeking for the best pricing opportunities.
Yeah. And do you have any insight into like who the users and traders are going to be? You mentioned like high frequency traders, you mentioned, everyday traders. Like, who are you really targeting? Like, who is going to be, the user of this? Is it going to be everybody, or are you talking to a lot of institutional traders, or who, what does that look like?
That's a very good question, right? Like, we built a whole sort of pseudo chain inside. It has all these complex moving parts. But end of the day, we are very product native team who believe that we can deliver a very well polished consumer experience that is catered towards all the normal consumers in retail, and also the complex side of moving parts also catered towards institutions who are latency sensitive, and any participant like HFT, market makers, and everyone. Because an exchange job is to provide a venue where both sides of the curve can actually meet and agree on a single price. And as these participants are very latency aware, price sensitive, and all these sorts of elements, compared to our average retail like us, where we just want very good fills, very good pricing, very good liquidity. I place a $10 million order and I want it to go through. And for that to happen, we need both of the moving parts to align in a single go.
Yeah, that's well said. And do you think that Hyperliquid kind of shows the appetite for this product? Like, it seemed like a great demonstration of what could be on Solana, right? Like, it showed the demand, it showed the use, and like, it is that kind of like, hey, the demand is there, now it's time, if we can put this out there, it's coming, or how do you view that?
For sure. I mean, like, Hyperliquid proved that they are the decentralized liquidity leader, something like that. But Hyperliquid's still far behind compared to traditional markets. Clearing houses today clears trillions of dollars. Nasdaq, NYSE, trillions in volume a day, and we are not even scratching the surface of a bill on chain. And at some venues is even smaller, and we're still, the pie is so small. And now we've just started understanding and realizing that institutions wants to tokenize, they want to bring all of their assets on chain. This is a question we ask. We have this vision of Solana capital markets that are coming, and internet capital markets with all sorts of equities, commodities, everything being represented by this tokenized form. where will they trade?
Yeah.
Like we have spot markets that are very, very nice on Solana now, but there's no perps venue or an actual order book with higher depth that you
Yeah.
can do for all of this. So order books are a proven market fit. Nasdaq and EC runs these order books for the last 30 years, processing trillions and trillions and trillions of volume,
Yeah.
and building that in a distributed environment.
Yeah.
Onboarding all these institutions is the next biggest unlock for sure.
Yeah, and that kind of runs into like a lot of the theme of 2025 is like bringing institutions to Solana. So like there's an appetite for them to come on Solana already, and it's like here this is going to be the trading venue for them, right? Or at least that's what you're building for.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the goal. You come on Solana. Solana is the hub of money market, right? Now let's just give them this dedicated trading venue that's not hindered by NFTs or community activities on chain that are going on, or the votes or anything that fills up the block.
Yeah.
And just give them this one predictable execution where you get this no matter what. This never slows down, and your demand is always met. And it's very good because you can build a bunch of other cool things with that, like very nice composability with Solana as a chain, where use your positions about from Camino, Loopscale, any of the money markets on Solana as collateral to trade. That is very, very important. Like we have prime brokerage right now in TradFi, and prime brokerage hasn't even scratched surface in crypto markets.
Yeah.
So there's so many new things that are coming on chain, so much more liquidity, and so many new consumers, right? We onboarded so many more people from meme coin trading to payments to various other things on Solana. And now all we can do is give them this trading hub to do all of these activities in a single place.
So we talk about trillions coming on chain. We talk about how legacy systems process trillions in execution. At an architectural level, are we ready for that kind of volume yet, or is there still some progress that needs to be made?
We are ready. I mean, we designed this, we engineered this from day zero. Our whole goal was to replicate the burst that we see on Nasdaq and Easy. Every day at 9 a.m. when the bell rings, there's millions and millions of orders in the queues that get executed. And all of those systems can scale horizontally, but blockchains can't. We can't spin up a machine on demand to handle that load. But Bulk is designed in a way, the ingress pipeline is so fat that it can allow any of these bursts to be processed and to be processed through the order book. So from day zero, from the day of inception, we have always been thinking, does this operation going to cost me O of N or O of M? Or what's this computation time that's going to take me? And optimize for the extreme has always been our case.
Yeah, so the order book itself has been the heart of TradFi execution. We talk a lot about CLOBs. SolFi has come out earlier this week and they've said we're doing prop perp AMMs. What are the trade-offs between sticking with the CLOB or going the prop AMM route where people can kind of just clip into resting liquidity like that?
That's a very good question. I mean, like for the last 5 years, Solana, we have been pushing CLOBs, right? And I think during this year, we realized that CLOBs are not the hardest part to build on Solana, but the components that go beside it is the most fundamentally complex things. Like by that, I mean risk engines. So right now, even on Bulk or Binance or Hyperliquid, any of these risk engines are very, very robust, and they can't be fit on a Solana block. Basically, Solana blocks are 60 mil, and that's optimistic to think that you have the whole block to yourself, and now you're going to fit a risk engine that takes 100 million data points to simulate and give you the up-to-date real-time risk. Compare that to on-chain. So on-chain perps are very, very, very insanely different in terms of how the risk operates. That's why you could see like they're very less capital inefficient. There's composability that you can unlock, but the capital efficiency of using that has been low because you can't do proper risk checks and risk management in real time. And an example of that right now, on-chain perp platforms, you match the order first and then you do the risk check later. But on Bulk, on Binance, on Hyperliquid, we all do risk checks first, which we figure out what your margin is, what your margin requirement after the new order or the new position is, and then we push it to the matching. But on chain, we do this post, and if you fail those checks, we just revert that matching queue, which is very bad because a market maker who has maintained all these sorts of things, like he has proper margin and all the sorts of things, is bad for him that the other counterparty failed the risk check and the matching has to revert back a step and wait for the next 400 milliseconds or so. So there are some inefficiencies that everyone's trying to solve, and with new proper AMMs, it's just a new form of structure where SolFi can code and there's going to be some liquidity. But from a bulk perspective, it's a single exchange, infinite market makers, infinite markets, any source of assets that you can use. Give the opportunity for everyone to be fair, to code, to run your strategies, place your trades, and do everything in a single place.
It's awesome.
Yeah. So talking about risk there, one of the big conversations on Charisma in the last few weeks has been talking about ADL on the 10/10 liquidation day. Are we over-indexing on the importance of ADL? Was that poorly done on Hyperliquid's part? Do you want to kind of talk me through the scenario there?
Yeah, I mean, like, I can talk a lot about that to begin with, but here's the thing that we cannot verify is that what happened during the ADL flow. Yes, we have a bunch of Hyperliquid data on the explorers that you can pick out, but there's no way, there's no code for you to verify that the flow wasn't treated differently compared to anything. Also, the whole Jeff coming out and saying that HLP flow is not treated different. We can trust Jeff, obviously. Like let's just trust Jeff and be over with it. Yeah. There's no way you can find out that HLP is differentiated from your normal order book flow or this or that, which isn't a bad thing. Binance has been doing this for years. Insurance fund gets all the flow. Liquidation fund gets all the flow. Like I'm not totally against all of that. What I'm against is that there's no way we can verify, and there's no way the ecosystem can improve to further it. And yes, ADL is an optimization problem for sure. There's so many new methods, so many new techniques, and I agree with Tarun on a bunch of these things that new algorithms need to be developed, new optimization needs to happen. And that's what we're also trying to do at Buck. All the risk is optimized at a portfolio level every real time. So every 20 milliseconds. So you always have this fresh view of risk. So anytime the market changes, your risk changes. That also translates to your portfolio being changed, and that also directly impacts all the ADL and liquidation and all these sorts of things that go with it.
Something I've always been curious about is that perps has become the de facto way that people trade with leverage on chain. I want to know, in your view, why it's gone to perps instead of just a leveraged spot book with underlying liquidity and real assets underneath there. Why is it perps as opposed to leveraged spot?
I think it's just easier to understand. The brain, the mental thinking at this point is so easy. Like, it's the same question. Why not options? The risk to reward opportunity at options has been so big so far, right? Like, TradFi has so big option markets that are being run, and perps is just a small part of that. Futures are so small. Why? Because the mental model is so easy to understand. The entry to all of this is so much easier compared to any other instruments, in my opinion. And that directly translates to, from 2015 to till now, a decade of trading perps on chain is always has been that you come in, you have some confidence meter on you betting is going to go up or down, and you don't need the spot asset. All you got to do is you need some amount of margin for your confidence level, and it's so easy to understand. And I've been explaining this to my mom the other day. You have $100 now, but you can have a confidence of $10,000, for example, and it's just so easy. Like, you're not losing 10,000, you're only losing $100, and it's not spot. It's just that's your risk now on your position. So it's a very simple model. It's very nice for users to understand, and it boils down to, again, that, say, would you rather do a coin flip bet, or a sports bet? Like, you would always take these bets of like coin flips because it's a simple model, you understand it, versus people who understand sports betting, for example.
the carry on effect of that is actually just that crypto traders are not that sophisticated. And if we
Sure.
can say it's
Sure.
all denominated in USD, don't think about it any more than that. It's a lot easier and a lot easier to
Yes.
understand. Yeah.
Yes, all the sophisticated flow are the people who care about latency and all these sorts of things, right? So their risk is very different from normal users like on-chain users. So it again boils down to information, flow of information, and who has access to that. And these participants spend huge amount of resources to getting access to that information and reacting to that. And for a normal user, you understand signals, you understand trading, and you understand some form of things on order books to place all these orders to try to make a profit. So it's definitely a new sort of industry compared to TradFi, but it's so much better than TradFi. Like I would trade perps than options. Like it's my favorite, man. Yeah.
And have you guys been able to convince TradFi players and institutions of that? Do you have a lot of market makers who are ready to start trading directly on bulk?
Yeah. Like we've been in contacts with market makers since day zero, closely working with them, offering all sorts of, taking a bunch of their pains and solving them, especially on the SDKs, APIs, access, and latency side of things. And on the other side, funny you asked like about TradFi trading perps is that I've met a bunch of TradFi traders, and every time I talk about perps to them, they think we're just kidding. We're not serious people.
Do they really?
Yeah, because for them, for
they're
any
so much
trade,
more advanced that
yeah, for them, for a desk to execute a trade, there's thousands of data points that you take in consideration, and you understand like, oh, this is something that's going on, and this is our edge. And they place on that. Compare that to crypto, the edge here depends on a couple of things. One's that information, one's that access to the venue as fast as possible. That translates to latency, and liquidity aspect of it. There's three edges that you can find. And for them, it's so hard to like fathom that, oh, this is a joke. But to us, it's an actual instrument that has capabilities of bringing all of them on chain.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. And you mentioned before that you could use a bunch of different types of collateral to actually get this leverage. Is it like what type of collateral do you see them using, and what markets do you think are like you're really going after? Like, is it going to be, Bitcoin, ETH, and Solana are probably going to be the biggest, or like are there other markets that you think like, hey, like this is going to be something that's really big? Or how do you even approach that? I guess you never know until you know.
It's a great question.
Yeah.
Right. And again, it boils down to these collateral types, which we call something unified margin account.
Okay.
So any and every collateral, and when I say that, I also mean all your existing collateral on various other DeFi platforms. The beauty of building on chain is that everything is composable and can be made into this atomic composability aspect of that. And you can approach this from a retail and a sophisticated point of view, where, for example, now on Camino, every time there is a huge volatility in the market, you can see the TVL drop on majority of the vaults, and you see some form of unwinding or APYs go down during volatility. That's because of people taking out collateral from all these borrow lend positions. These are primarily people who want to hedge, and they are all sophisticated players who understand what hedging is and how you can do that. So they take out the collateral, and now you create hedges to survive this volatility that's going on. On the other hand, we have users on Camino who are earning stable 8%, who want to do something more with that. And the best part about Bulk, we let you use all of that collateral in a single way, and that translates to sophisticated users not having to take out your collateral from Camino, Loopscale, any of the lend, borrow, money markets that we have, and directly being able to trade perps. So now you can just hedge out with that as a collateral while we handle the risk behind it. The risk engine is very robust, takes care of all the risk. All you got to do is sign a message, give permission to Bulk to do that. And from the other retail perspective, you get to trade perps on your 8%.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's a good trade-off. Now, do you want to tell the listeners when they can expect to actually start using Bulk?
Testnet's in a couple of weeks.
Couple weeks, okay.
We have been obsessing over user experience, right? Like
Yeah.
everyone at the team, we love what we are doing with the user experience and how this translates to them. So far, we're doing internal testing and even the AlphaNet. The goal is to translate this in a very smooth experience. Connect your wallet, use passkeys, use your email, start placing orders, get fills instantly. It should feel like magic. That it should feel like a centralized exchange that has millions and millions of order levels.
Yeah.
To translate that to you getting filled very, very fast on a decentralized level. And post that is going to be a very special campaign that I can't talk about.
I like it. We like special campaigns. We like that.
But we can imagine, right?
Points? Are we getting points? Maybe. Yeah. Say no more. Yeah, say no more. Sounds good. Well, it's sounded like a fantastic platform. I'm looking forward to it. Sounds like 2026 is going to be the year, right? We've got the institutions here. 2025 was big for that. 2026, I want to see a bunch of on-chain things really take off. This sounds like a great platform for that. Do you want to talk any more like about your plans for 2026 or how you kind of view that in general on Solana?
Yeah, we are looking forward to 2026. Mainnet, post that unified margin accounts are the biggest unlock.
Yeah.
Having all these partners, all these liquidity sources and venues is going to be very good. And one last cool thing is dynamic risk engines that they don't get the love that they deserve, and we have been building these for the last couple of months. Is allow anyone to run a risk engine that is customizable to their preference. So you get to use the order book. Order book is this trading venue, and now you get to deploy any sorts of these markets. So now let's say a prediction market. The risk behind a prediction market is not the same as a perps a risk where funding and mark price and everything's involved, and prediction markets are inherently different, but you still need to use the order book as a common goal. And now as a team, you get to create all of this, all being permissionless, create your own risk engine, create your own market, and you get to utilize this 20 milliseconds of latency, this very nice computation that you get that's always predictable. So any institution who wants to do any, let's say, prime brokerage, new sorts of liquidity sources, venues, or betting, all of this, you get all of that while being decentralized. That's the goal for 2026.
Sounds good. Well, there you go. We got Bull Trade here. June, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
It sounds like you guys are building something amazing. I'm looking forward to it, and really appreciate you coming on the show.
Thank you guys. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Yeah.
Thanks, June.
I think Finn is subbing out here.
No, and this is genuine. I
Genuine.
appreciate you like actually being here. This isn't part of the show, yeah. I'm genuinely happy to be here. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not posing or anything.
No. This is who I am. Yeah.
That's awesome. Oh, guys, we're live. We've got Quakes here. We've got Warbucks here. I am super excited for this one. We've got. I mean, do we have the most famous Fox on?
Well, I'll tell you what. That's
Let's
for
see
sure
this.
what it says on my new hardware wallet, the SolanaFloor Shield. That's for sure what it says.
The most famous Fox.
Yeah.
Prepared.
I have. I also have some bookmarks from the Famous Fox account quoting me as the most famous Fox. It was started as a little joke because no one was rocking the Fox PFP, and I saw it as a really family-friendly brand. It was cute IP. I thought, it was an amazing project, Solana OGs, and
of course.
Yeah, I took it to the next level. And I own the IP rights, so Drax can't sue me.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, they were definitely OG. They were definitely OG, and one of the things that we wanted. I had famous Foxes, so I was like, this guy must be pretty cool. But I'd say over the last year, it's like you become like a staple in Solana. Like, do you want to talk about like how you did that? Do you want to tell us, like, maybe tell anyone else that is looking to kind of follow your footsteps, give a little alpha on how you did that? And I mean, it's paying off. Like, it's fantastic.
Yeah, well, first of all, I appreciate all the support that you've shown me. It means the world to me. And so I started hosting spaces back in like 2020, 2021. And I was denied useless. Thank you, Frank. And that really.
Me too. Me too.
Okay. Oh,
Me
that's
too.
why we were bonding.
Me too. We can.
I got my
them.
youth list.
Yeah.
You got
okay.
it?
I got the youth
Good.
list.
Did you keep the NFT though?
No, I am loyal to P&L. I'm loyal to P&L. I'm sorry. I love the
Maxi,
IP.
yeah.
Profit Maxi, yeah.
I respect it. That's why they call you Warbucks.
Yeah, the bucks.
But it's really interesting because the most beautiful thing about the space that we're in is not only is it self-custody. That's why I truly believe in what SolanaFloor is doing. I think self-custody is a basic human right. I was just explaining to Warbucks outside. No matter where you're in the world, I feel like financial institutions and payment rails have failed you. But it also it translates over to your personal brand. We have a very unique opportunity to build up your own personal brand. And create your own market value. And so I started hosting spaces, and I've always been an extremely hard worker. Before this, I was working for Red Bull, like 5 a.m. I was out with my truck.
I'm on 2 right now, so
I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. That
Yeah.
explains the energy, honestly.
Well, I don't even drink them, honestly. I'm powered by Solana.
He doesn't need them.
Yeah.
Don't get high on your own supply.
Yeah, that's very true. You get like over it after a while,
Yeah.
But I had an opportunity to become a SolanaFloor ambassador.
Yeah.
And I just took it really seriously. I wasn't asked to, run my spaces and said the Moon Show powered by SolanaFloor. I would do resets like and repost, download SolanaFloor wallet. And so the team really respected that. But I had a moment of clarity, I would say, and it was like something was compelling me to make it to Breakpoint 2024 in Singapore last year. That was my first Breakpoint. And so I quit my job at Red Bull. I moved to Thailand because we're close to Southeast Asia and it was fiscally, possible to live there.
So you just went all in.
I went all in. And a week after being locked in, I was brought on to SolanaFloor as a support specialist. So I was taking tickets. We have 24/7 customer support. I got myself to Breakpoint. A week before Breakpoint, I got accepted to Island DAO. Thank you guys again.
Yeah.
And so I was like so relieved because I was like, at least I know there's a game plan after Breakpoint. At least I know I have a safety net I can fall back on. So I just took it to the most. I was doing video spaces. I met the team. They were struggling a little bit. They were a little bit understaffed for the event. We had a huge line. We were giving out all this amazing merch and an after party. And I took full advantage. I was doing interviews, helping the team out and whatever they needed. And they said, you know what? You're a marketing fox. We're going to move you over to the marketing team. And since then, I moved in December. I ran socials for a good amount of time. I was doing the weekly Twitter spaces, which we've now upgraded to weekly live streams. And we're going to be adding a few more of those in the future.
Nice.
And I travel to all the events. I help out, obviously, meeting all these projects with business development and partnerships.
Yeah.
And we've also done an amazing job of organic marketing campaigns this year, really grassroots.
Oh, yes.
We
Dude, the
built up our
yellow
community.
t-shirts, all of that, like everything you're doing just pops out so well. We were just outside having a chit chat. I'm sorry for the quick tangent.
No,
it just whips out the wallet just right from.
Oh, do you have one yet?
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah. If you didn't have one, I got that for you. Yeah, I got that. So who's watching right now? Yeah.
No, you guys actually brought one for every single attendee here.
Yeah,
Is that right?
absolutely. And we're making personalized ones. We actually have the machine printing right now, so you can get some personalized. We also have them available for order. We have some specials going on right now.
Yeah.
And we're also taking a little quick poll on for the merch. 'Cause people
jersey.
love this. Yeah, they love the
jersey's awesome.
jacket.
It's probably a little warm in here with that jersey on, but it's awesome.
Oh, dude, I'm a tropical fox. I'm quite comfortable right now. Yeah.
Speaking of tropical foxes, I have a pineapple shirt fox that I've had since
My fox brother. Let's
Yeah.
go. How's your fox collection looking like?
I've never owned
He
a
sold it
fox.
at the top. Yeah.
It was like the coolest NFT to own.
I
Back
know
in
the
day.
OG builders,
Yeah,
right? The
like-
OG famous fox builders. God,
Yeah,
you guys, it was so cool.
We're still doing weekly missions. We still got
So nice.
staking.
I
We still
still
have
send mine
pools.
home.
Yeah.
I didn't send this week, but I usually do.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
Yeah,
we should
they're
get a
still
fox.
going. I actually host on my own time the weekly Twitter space for the Fox.
Do you really?
Yeah, we're up to episode 113 now. So yeah, over 2
Damn.
years hosting those spaces, and even longer than that, I've been hosting other spaces. So that was like, they gave me an opportunity because they saw like how dedicated I was, and so that's what I mean. If you have the ability to grow your own market value and take advantage of the ability to own the IP rights, because that's what the Foxes offer. And now I have plushies for sale. Like I'm all on shirts. People are coming up and giving me Fox custom shirts. It's truly amazing. Like. The last year I was just a support specialist and no one knew me. I'm, trying to see Jakey, and now this year, people are coming up to me and saying that they like love my work, and I'm like, I didn't even know my reach was that far. And so it's really humbling, but it motivates me to work even harder, And so I don't go to the side events, I don't go to bars. I was in my room last night working on the script for tomorrow. We're hosting the community awards with Bangers. Thank you, Bangers.
Yes. I saw that you guys got engaged before, maybe.
Yes.
I don't
She
know.
said yes, and now she gets half my Solana. So, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome though. That's
Are
awesome.
there prenups on chain?
Oh, I should have. I should have had. Yeah. We
This will be
should
the
have gone.
first prenups coming soon to Solana.
Yeah, I'll be the one of the testimony. Like I should have had the prenup.
That's awesome. One thing that I want to say is like, it seems like everything that you've done seems so natural to what you're doing. Like you were able to really like make your way into Solana, like make yourself front and center and be yourself. And like it shows with all of Solflare, like they're like instrumental to like this community. Like I see Solflare branded right up there. Like they're all over here, and it's like their ethos, like what they're doing, like matches so well with what you're doing. So it's a good fit. Love to see it, man.
It's like when you love what you do, you're gonna work 7 days a week, and I love it. Honestly, like I said, I believe self-custody is a human right. So I believe in Solflare, and I'm a Solana maxi. I love Solana. I think all roads lead to Solana, and so I truly believe in what I'm doing, and that's I think what helps it so natural. Plus, I'm not smart enough to play a character online and then go to these events. Like who I am on spaces, on streams, is who I am at these events.
That's the way it should be.
easier.
That's the way it should be. Yeah. I wanted to ask you, so making that, honestly, I didn't know you worked at Red Bull until just now.
Yeah.
So what was that transition like? And so now you're obviously, you have strong opinions, right? That, okay, self-custody is a huge.
It was a leap of faith. It was honestly an unwavering belief in myself and Solana. I had like a firm belief that Solana was the chain, and I had a strong, compelling feeling that I was meant to do something in this environment. Like I understood it. It just made sense to me from the different projects and protocols, and I'm able to stay so up to date, and it just fascinated me. So I truly loved being in the ecosystem. I loved all the conversations, all the different AMAs, like constantly learning. And I got my work ethic at Red Bull, because when you're out there on the truck and you got to offload 50 cases, it's only you. You can't like call for help. You can't put that off on someone else at the office. And so that's where I developed my work ethic. And I think that if people have an outstanding ability, opportunity right now to truly surpass other people in the space that maybe have more technical knowledge, that maybe be more intelligent, but maybe may have more financial capabilities. But if you're willing to work hard every day, like you're going to climb. And I try to be a true testament of that. And I try to do the right thing and try to support others. And I don't expect anything in return, because Solflare takes care of me, and I love what I do.
Okay, so I know this is a very low-hanging fruit question, but
You Solflare.
Best Solana wallet. If you're in Solana, Solflare. It's in the name. It's in the name.
Yeah.
But okay, so I wanted to ask you, how do you balance it with the rest of everything else that you do? Like that work-life balance, is that really a thing for you? I've only ever worked in Web3 personally, so there's no such thing as work-life balance for me. Straight out of uni, all Web3, all crypto, all I've known is work 24/7. So someone kind of making that change, I just want to ask, and what was that like for you?
So it was a little bit of an adjustment, but I had a very strong work ethic. And, it's a lot easier typing on a computer, being in spaces than offloading a truck at, 90-degree heat in South Florida. And so I think that, yeah, it was a little bit of a transition going from like a 5-day work week, off on weekends and vacations, to like doing this like every single day, because there's always spaces and streams and people, and the ecosystem's always going. And I think that a lot of people need to understand that there are sacrifices. I try to always highlight the good things, and I do showcase some of the bad things. Like last night, I was in my room while everyone's out partying, because you have to make sacrifices. You have to believe in yourself. And I think that, there's going to be times you're going to be lonely. If you're going to be traveling the event, sometimes you're going to get lost, and that's okay. And you have to accept these emotions as they come and be willing to move forward, because true growth comes out of your comfort zone, and everyone wants the view until they see the climb.
Yeah.
And so
That goes hard.
yeah, it's true though.
Was that a Miley Cyrus song, The Climb?
Maybe, yeah, or Taylor Swift, one of them, dude. Yeah, I'm sure I owe royalties.
Yeah, I know what you're talking
Oh
about.
man, I owe one of them royalties now. So
It's probably worse
we
than I
don't
knew
do
that.
royalties. No.
that's right. Yeah, 0% now. Let's go. Dude, we got rid of that in 2022.
PTSD, man. Oh, God.
Yeah, that was a big revenue stream for a lot of projects. That was like a huge part of their roadmap, and
That was a crazy time. Late 2022.
oh
Insane.
man. But it just shows like how you constantly have to adapt, how you constantly have to be able to like evolve in the space. And I'm sure you have experienced it so much, Warbucks, like being in 24. How much has it changed from 2021 to where we're at now?
Exactly.
How much easier is it to get a staking site up and going? People used to pay 30, 40 grand for a candy machine staking site or launchpad. Now you can go and do it for free.
4 clicks.
Yeah, so it's amazing the tech and how it's evolved as well.
Yeah. No, it's been great to see the growth, the evolution of the entire ecosystem. Like we go from NFTs to meme coins. Now it's more about RWAs, or you see the entire maturity. You're being around for that entire journey. It feels like we've been here for a lifetime, and then I take a step back. It's like, oh, I'm still just 25, 26. The whole world is still ahead of us.
Yeah, you have at least have another decade ahead of you, dude.
Decade is fun. Decade is fun. Yeah.
Well, AI and stuff. But I just want to give you guys props, because you guys have carved out such an amazing niche for yourself in media. And I know it hasn't been easy. I know it hasn't been the most lucrative at times, but you're doing such important work to getting the technology and information out to people in a digestible way, and you're constantly evolving from articles to now we're streaming live at Breakpoint. And so like shout out to you guys, like constantly leveling up and adjusting to the times and keeping us all informed. Like that's how I'm hoping for a good SKR drop, because I read your guys' article.
Let's go.
I mean it. I'm actually a huge fan. So.
Yeah, and you have to adapt to the space, right? It's constantly changing. So what does the market need right now? We have to be doing that. Right, and what the market needs right now is Remora stocks.
Tokenized stocks.
Dude,
On chain.
I mean, Warbucks has been crushing it. Okay, so I didn't know that much about what you were going to be doing here, and I see these motorcycle jumpsuits. I see these models holding all these bags.
That's
what
wild.
a marketing stunt.
That is amazing.
Let's hear about this. Let's hear a little more.
Yeah,
about
I want to learn about this
It's
also.
been great. I mean, we were thinking, okay, we want to stand out. Okay,
Yeah.
Everybody has a booth. Everyone's got their ads up and running.
Yeah.
How do we maximize exposure and minimize cost? I mean, it's just, I'm still a profit maxi at the end of the day.
Yes.
And of course, with an amazing team, shout out Chris, Gary, and Robert, absolute killers.
Oh, yeah.
We thought about creating something creative. So we've got 6 dudes, which we're calling billboard bros. They're like walking billboards right at the entrance, just with the panels on them, like 8-foot panels, and just walking around or just standing in line.
Yeah.
And everyone walking past is like taking photos, trying to see, okay, we've got Warren Buffett's photo on 2 of them, right? So the whole point is to kind of stand out, show the value prop, whether that's arbitrage or DeFi, perp trading, or just tokenized stocks on chain, all those sexy little phrases. So that's number 1.
Yeah.
Second is with our 20 lovely ladies, that are walking around in the Remora jumpsuits. So I understand what you mean, like the moto sort of vibe, but we're going for the F1 Grand Prix, like the pitch crew. So kind of going with that
makes more
theme.
sense. That makes a lot more sense.
A little more
bad.
thematic,
My
but
apologies.
okay.
Yeah.
But it's been great. The response has been fantastic.
Yeah.
The ladies aren't just a pretty face. They're very smart. They're intelligent.
Yeah.
And they've been briefed on what Remora is. And they themselves went and did some research. A couple of them already knew about DeFi.
Yeah.
And so they were already within the space. So it's really nice to work with them,
Yeah.
and they're going around, they're handing out merch. We're seeing the tote bags everywhere, the drawstring bags everywhere, and the models are also coming back to us telling us, oh, there's so many people that want to learn more, whether that's people on the hedgy side, TardFi, or on the hedge fund side, and then going all the way to infrastructure projects, people who want to build on more, people that are just interested in what it means to have stocks on chain.
Yeah.
So it's been fantastic. It's been great, but also a headache. I'm not gonna lie. Managing so many people.
Yeah.
I won't rant on the live stream. Yeah. But worth it. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I get what you mean. Last night we were at a team dinner, and dude, I had a massive migraine just dealing with everything yesterday. Really, part of our merch was stuck in Pakistan and bringing it over. Yeah. Absolute pain. Like I said, I won't rant, but worth it. Every single thing has been worth it. Seeing that response, seeing how excited people are. Just anytime I see someone with a Remora bag, I kind of smile like a proud dad. It's like, that's my baby.
It's so true. It's crushing it. We were storing some of those bags in the room where we were doing some prep, and Warbucks came in, and then like a couple of them came in, and then all of a sudden I look around and there's 20 of the models in there. I'm like, Warbucks, what is going on here? I didn't know the extent of it. So the fantastic stuff.
Thank you.
I think it's genius.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Living the Web3 dream, yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah. It's about experimenting. We wanted to do guerrilla marketing. We wanted to try something new, something fresh. So tomorrow we've got actually something else planned with the models at the venue. Right. So that's a little tease for you right there. Ooh. But I won't get into details, but I think we will be, if you think we're doing good now, tomorrow's going to be impossible to miss.
That's amazing.
I promise you that.
You guys have done a great job. People don't always see like the logistics side and the operational like cost and the sacrifice. They see the end product. They see the models and Remora, and they get their tote bag like, dude, wow,
it's so cute. Like you get these lovely ladies, these smart lovely ladies walking around, right? So you also have the crypto degens, of course, handing them flowers. Like it's so cute. They're trying to flirt with the models. But at the same time, they then take the merch. They're like, yes, give me the merch. May I also have your number, please?
No simping. No. Yes, stop the simping, okay? That's why I have so many Web3 women followers, because I treat them with respect. I don't judge anyone from wherever.
So they simp after you?
A little bit, to be honest, but I don't mix business and pleasure, okay? And I honestly, truly, I think everyone should be treated with respect. I judge you by your PFP, not by wherever you're from, whoever you are. It's about how down bad your NFT is, that's how I judge.
What does that mean?
Yeah,
So if I was still rocking a Bored Ape, which just slipped under 5 ETH, by the way,
ooh,
what would you think?
I think you are an Ethereum maxi that is just holding on for better days, and it's listen. I'm not gonna sit here and dunk on other chains because I feel that every chain has their own use case.
Yeah.
But at the same time, when all of these chains you can interact with on Solana and, almost outperform the DeFi on their own native chain, it's why use anything unless it's Solana,
I agree.
So I got a Bored Ape story for you guys at the Breakpoint. So when was it? It was 2 nights ago. We were here. We were prepping for everything. We left the venue here at 10. I'm just exhausted. My eyes are closed. I get to the hotel where I'm staying, or it's an apartment place where I'm staying, and I open the door and a guy comes up to me, and I was wearing a Quack NFT shirt. He came up to me and he's like, "What is that NFT? I think I had one of those." I was like, "Oh, it's a Quack's NFT." And then he's like, "Oh, those are cool, but I prefer my Bored Ape." And he had a Bored Ape shirt on. He had a Base C shirt on, and I just walked away. And I was like, "Is that a dream? Why did that happen?"
Get out of here, you dinosaur.
But you know what's funny though is that despite that we're at a Solana event, that would be judged, your Bored Ape. But if you were out in the normal world and you just saw someone at a store, at a gas station, and they had a Bored Ape shirt, you would immediately create conversation with them. And even though they're Ethereum, you're Solana, just the fact that wait, you're crypto, I'm crypto, wait, hold on, let's be friends a little bit, you know?
I have a funny story. I have a Bored Ape hoodie back in Hong Kong. So I wore it 2 weeks ago. I was just out and about in the train. And these 2 guys, they walked up to me. They're like, "Oh, are you in crypto?" They made fun of me. They're like, "Oh, I thought NFTs went to shit. All of it went down to why are you still wearing? I didn't even know they were still a thing." I was like, "Oh my god, I'm not about to lecture this man and be like, yeah, I'm pretty down bad. Okay, goodbye." But I think the sentiment is mixed. It's very, very mixed.
Yeah, NFT is pretty polarizing, But what are you gonna do? Throw out the shirt? Throw out the hoodie?
I like the hoodie. That's my name on it on the sleeve.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got some good NFT merch, and from projects that are down extremely bad.
Dude, I'm
but
wearing
still.
Thugbird socks.
Oh my goodness!
I'm wearing Thugbird. Shout out Daryl from Magic Eden who gave me the Thugbird sock back in 2021.
Wow, yeah, they're an OG project.
That's
the OG project.
I would show it, but it's kind of weird, and I'm not flexible. But dude, so sick. Thugbirds. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I miss the guys.
I miss those too. Now, this is my first Breakpoint that I've ever been to.
What do you
Yeah.
think about it?
I'm having a ton of fun. I mean, it's way bigger than I expected, a huge production. It's like I'm meeting a bunch of people that I see online all the time.
That's the best part.
They all think I was really short for some reason. Like, you're tall. It's like, I don't know. I guess. I mean, I'm me.
Did you ask him why?
No. I just kind of like, okay.
Oh, it's probably because the duck.
It could be the duck. Yeah,
Yeah.
I gotta change
Duck
the way
is a
to
cute
the
duck.
Yeah.
I get that a lot also with the fox. Like people think I'm super short, like the fox. I'm like average height, I'm like, yeah, but
How do you guys compare this Breakpoint to previous ones?
ooh, that's tough, man. Because I mean, every breakpoint I feel, has its own identity.
Yeah.
And is special in its own way.
Like
And
you have
so-
like more like nostalgia.
Yeah,
for like the
and
older
so
ones.
there's already been like a lot of nostalgic moments at this
Yeah.
breakpoint, but
Yeah.
I love how the technology's increased. I love how we're able to capture more. There's so much more content now,
Yeah.
and so I'm really enjoying this a lot. I wouldn't say that it's better than any other breakpoint, but I would say that this is like one of the best events I've ever been to. That's for
It's
sure.
fantastic.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I think that's pretty well put. It just, I'm not gonna say it's better either, but I just feel like it's in a whole different league.
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like the sheer scale of it, that upgrade I've seen year on year is absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
My first one was 2022 Lisbon.
Yeah.
So,
Nice.
which is traumatic in its own way because we were having fun,
Yeah,
Google
yeah.
Cloud deal. Oh, it's pumping to 130, 140. I remember that
Yeah.
so well. And just while we're boarding the plane, I was with the Metaplex team, the Magic Eden team, and others. And we're on the plane, everything's fine. You land, boom, everything just explodes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it just keeps leveling up in different ways. Like, look at the sheer scale. This is where the UFC fights were held.
Yeah.
This was Fight Island.
Yeah.
Fight Island.
That's so
I was
wild.
geeking
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
I was geeking out.
That was awesome.
Yeah, they're doing great. And
So are we gonna see you in the crypto fight night thing? They had a booth upstairs. They're
Oh,
trying to
really?
get fighters onboarded.
Oh, dude,
yeah.
I just started doing jiu-jitsu, Brazilian
Really?
jiu-jitsu.
You like it?
Yeah, I love it. I enjoy it. I'm
I
gonna
think
start
martial arts
competing
is
next
still
summer.
important. Really?
Yeah, but in Hong Kong.
Do it.
Start there first.
Yeah. I mean, I've trained martial arts for a while, but I don't compete.
You're in
It's
Thailand. You must be like
yeah,
a Muay Thai Nazi.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, I love Muay Thai. I've done boxing. I actually studied Choi Li Fut Kung Fu as well.
Wow.
Yeah, but I find it more of like on the meditation. Like it's more for like personal growth and like it's a great. I just something about like lifting things up and putting them down. Fighting gravity is boring to me. I like playing sports and
True.
and I really enjoy like all of martial arts.
I'll
It's-
join
it's an
Crypto
art.
Fight Night if you join Crypto Fight Night.
Are you challenging me right now?
Can't fight each other.
Are you challenging me right now?
We tag team like WWE.
Like WWE. It's not like a Royal Rumble. Like they actually like have like a boxing match.
Let's go,
Like,
bro. Let's make something new.
that would be cool.
All right,
See,
come on.
that would be awesome. Having like a
Fox Fight Night.
yeah,
Fox
like a
fight night.
Web3
I
wrestling
need a
federation.
Yes.
Box for a fox.
It's so good.
Thank
Fox
you.
for a fox.
Box for a fox. It would be not expensive actually for the winners. Yeah.
Well,
Sounds
that
good.
depends. You never know. You never know.
All right, guys. I think we got to wrap it up pretty soon. Let's talk about the rest of Breakpoint.
Okay.
What plans do you have? Obviously, the SolanaFloor booth right out there.
Yes.
You can't miss the yellow shirts.
Oh yeah.
You got any
wow.
side events planned? Or are you going to be just kind of crushing it over there? Content? I think you're hosting a few
Yeah,
more
so
things as well. You want to talk about that?
We are hosting some side events, but most importantly, what I'm here to talk about is the community awards.
Yes.
We had over 84,000 people vote.
Yeah.
We had there's 14 different categories, 4 nominees from each category, and I'm going to be co-hosting the awards with Bangers.
Yeah.
It's an hour and a half, so it's tomorrow Saturday on the second stage from 3:30 to 5.
Okay.
So if you're here at Breakpoint, if you're watching, definitely tap in with us. If not, we're also going to be live streaming. Solana will be live streaming.
go.
So please come check it out. Please come support. It's going to be really funny, especially if you're at the roast in at Crossroads.
Yeah.
We had time to plan and make jokes, so this even the production crew were laughing, and I'm sure they didn't even understand like all like the little like Web3 jokes in there. So please come support us, and if you haven't already, stop by the SolanaFloor booth, get yourself a SolanaFloor shield, the first ever hardware wallet. It's just a card.
Yeah,
it's just
awesome.
an NFC chip. Yeah,
That's awesome.
And
That's beautiful.
so, and we also have them
Crushing
available
it.
for order online as well. So, but thank you guys. You guys are crushing it as well. And a special thank you and shout out to Robert. I don't know where he is right now. I've seen him running around.
Yeah.
He's honestly
Blue
one of my
jumpsuit.
favorite people on
Any man
Solana.
in a blue jumpsuit, that's Robert.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, Warbucks. What else you got going on for the rest of you? You mentioned a big special something tomorrow. You'll be around. We probably can't miss you.
Yeah, no, you won't miss us. You won't miss the models. We got a little special activation plan that'll be throughout the venue.
Okay.
So just be on the lookout for it. Some beautiful ladies, smart ladies, and the guys outside. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be great fun.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. Once again, we got Quicks on. You're crushing it. Thank you for all that you do. Look forward to seeing more.
Appreciate you so much.
Thank you so much for coming in. Warbucks, always a pleasure, my man.
Always a pleasure, sir.
Yes. All right, guys. Thank you so
All right.
much.
Thank you so much for having us, man.
Bye, guys.
Oh, thank you for the wallet once again.
Oh, of
You're a
course.
G. You're an absolute G.
Absolutely.
And he offered me one. I already got one.
You had one already.
You can never have too many. No, I'm kidding.
Thank
All
you
right,
so
guys.
much.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm sure we'll catch up later.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. There we have it. Quicks crushing the game. Now we've got a very special guest coming on here. We've got Segs from Jito. Segs, how are you doing, sir?
It's musty in here.
It's a little musty. We open the door, get a little
Maybe
walking
we can
in
keep
here.
that open for a little bit.
Okay.
What
What are we
happens
doing
when you're
here?
having fun, you know?
Oh yeah. These windows aren't even tinted, man. Y'all are getting dirty in here.
At least it's not like getting all foggy on the window.
You got handprints.
Awesome. So, we're going to get straight into it.
Let's
For me,
do it.
when I think of Jito, I think of the economic engine of Solana that's kind of powering everything and making all the wheels turn over. BAM is going to take that to the next level. You're going to really elevate throughput, composability, everything going along with that. I want to dive a bit deeper into BAM, so can you just give us an overview for those listening at home who might not have read Lucas's blog?
Yeah.
What is high-level stakes BAM?
Yeah, I mean, so our initial system was called Block Engine. And so I'll give some context on that before we get into BAM. Basically, the way the Block Engine works, it still runs, but it supplements bundles and transactions while the block is being constructed. So you have like parallel paths. And that was cool. It worked for a while. It helped mitigate DOS and make transactions land faster. But then it got to a point where it's just non-deterministic because you have stuff going in parallel. So what BAM does, it unifies those paths, those parallel paths, and it runs inside TEs such that...
Pull that lanyard off.
Pull it off?
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you.
You're good. So what BAM does is it unifies that, and then it creates a between slots you get the same microstructure, and this is what market makers really want. We've been talking to market makers a lot, and one of the issues they're having is that they adjust their strategies or widen their quote based on the validator and what scheduler they're running, which is a huge problem. We need these market makers to come on board if we really want to do what we set out to do.
Yeah. And so far you've managed to get about 7.5% of stake running on BAM. Is this on track with what you're expecting? We're kind of 3 months out from when it launched.
Yeah. I mean, some of that's artificially sort of like rate limited bias.
Yeah.
We want to do a very slow rollout. It's a lot more risky than the block engine. If BAM goes down, then you see empty blocks. So
Right.
we want to minimize that risk by like just hardening the system, having it bake over time, and then just like really responsibly gaining stake.
Yeah. So it's more about kind of, instead of this move fast and break things, it's more about make sure that everything's operating as accurately as it needs to and making incremental progress from there.
Yeah, we don't want to break anything, to be honest.
Yeah.
Move responsibly.
Yeah. We've matured, you know.
Yeah.
Perfect. So aside from that, is the end game to eventually migrate all stake from Jito Solana over to BAM?
Yes. Yeah. Essentially, this is going to replace the block engine.
Nice.
In Jito Solana. Yeah.
Awesome. Earlier we were speaking with Bulk. They're doing a perp stakes instead of building on the layer one, they're abstracting that out into a sidecar. My understanding is that BAM actually solves a lot of the constraints that have made perps inoperable on Solana layer one, basically, because we've seen Hyperliquid is the app of the cycle, it makes more money than anybody else. And on Solana, we're still dramatically far behind on the perps race.
Yeah.
So how is BAM gonna help us close that gap?
Yeah, I mean, this is so like conceptually, what's cool about BAM is you can take the things that the protocol wants to do and do them much faster because you basically modularize like the front of the protocol. So for example, ACE, application controlled execution, we can implement that with BAM immediately as soon as we get enough stake. So for perps, what that looks like is like now perps can say, hey, we want we want maker transactions to get priority over takers, and that's not possible on the base layer protocol today. It could be possible over the next year or two, but on BAM we could ship that pretty much now.
Would that also carry over to order cancellation prioritization? That kind of, because that's been flagged as one of the success stories of Hyperliquid. Is that something we'd be able to replicate, which would elevate Solana perps?
Yeah, if you're a perp dex and you think that that's going to get you to the level where Hyperliquid is, or that's what your users want, you can have all sorts of like unique nuances about your perp dex on BAM.
How hard would it be for them to actually like switch over to BAM right now? Like, is that like a pretty easy process for them, or you want to walk me through
They'd
that?
have to write some code. We have to put out some reference implementation. A little bit of work there. The hardest part is it doesn't make sense while we're at 7% stake.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it
So
becomes-
as soon as that
Right.
needs to kind of raise before it
Yeah.
necessarily makes sense.
Yeah, I think around 30-40% we can have serious conversations around that.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
So a couple months out, I would say.
Yeah, and we kind of dug right into BAM. I'm going to take it back a little bit. We got more questions on BAM, but I want to talk about just like how important Jito is to Solana and how successful it's been, you know, in order to like get to where Solana is today. I feel like without Jito, like a lot of transactions wouldn't have been landing, right? Do you want to just talk about like the general success of it? Because like when I think of it, it's like massively successful.
Yeah, I mean it's been super humbling, and it's been an honor to see all the success on Solana. Our goal has always been to basically how can we build systems that make Solana better,
Yeah.
and we have 10-year, 20-year time horizons building this stuff. We shut the mempool down, right? That was a big deal. It's a big revenue stream.
Yeah.
But it was like for us, it's like all right, let's look a decade out. You know, that's where like real value is created.
Yeah.
And we launched to basically like mitigate some of the DOS that Solana was experiencing early on when it was on UDP,
Yeah.
as opposed to Quick. So we were kind of like a shield around the network, and then over time it evolved into like, okay, the base scheduler is terrible, so Jito's scheduler is better. Now the scheduler is getting better, but you have different schedulers running at different times. So now
Yeah.
the new problem is basically non-determinism from the market maker's perspective, which
Yeah.
is the new thing we're trying to solve.
Yeah. And I mean, essentially at this point, Jito is like critical infrastructure for Solana, right?
Yeah.
It's so awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting place to be.
Yeah, I'm sure that is. And it seems like with where we're at today, it's kind of like, all right, you know, things need to get faster. So there's a bunch of different solutions to make Solana faster, give people exactly what they need. And this is where BAM fits in for that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the biggest conversations we've been having with people while we've been here is that we're kind of steering away from this original crypto ethos of decentralization, on-chain finance, financial inclusion for everybody, and we're going towards this suit-driven, you know, TradFi bros are here, institutional capital runs everything. You guys obviously have a foot in both worlds because you're running the network, but you're also powering all these day traders who are, you know, scalping on dexes. Where do you stand on the TradFi versus DeFi degen debate? Is it a dichotomy where one comes just without the other? Is it something that grows together moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting. When I got into the space, it was pure cypherpunk values.
Yeah.
And over time, you realize, okay, you got to play by the rules of these large nation states to really be taken seriously. We're not trying to rebuild TradFi, but we will, you know, regulation will ultimately drive how you make big decisions in the space. So I think it just evolves over time. You kind of see maybe a hybrid of the two.
Yeah. Do you see the pendulum kind of swinging back to cypherpunk? That's been a bit of a movement in the last 6 months.
Saying that,
Privacy.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's been cool. I was always a privacy guy. So back in the day before Jito, I built a bridge from Monero to Secret Network.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
Cool.
And it was kind of popular, but the Secret Foundation was cheaping out on paying me to maintain it.
Oh, were they?
They lost me. So it's been nice to see privacy catch a bid.
Yeah.
We'll see how long that lasts.
How
Yeah,
much of that is
I think
price based,
yeah.
and how much of that is, you know, ethos and mentality? Does ethos just follow price, or
I think it's both, right?
Yeah, which leads?
Yeah.
What leads? Is
Yeah.
it narrative or
chicken
price?
or the egg? You know, money or privacy? Yeah.
I mean, do I don't know. Do people appreciate privacy? Like, do they appreciate financial privacy? Is that or is it just price?
I think people do.
Yeah, I
think
like the idea of it, but it's like, do I personally make any like private transactions right now? No.
Right.
You know, but the idea of it's great. You know, that's like ultimately, you know, what crypto should be.
Yeah.
You know, so when people talk about it, it resonates really
Yeah.
well.
I think the hard part about privacy, it's like cryptography is like blockchains are already technical systems. If you're not an engineer, it's hard to understand maybe, but you could understand it. Even like non-technical people could read. But like cryptography is just magic.
Yeah.
You know, like people are like, oh, Monero's cryptography is not as good as Zcash's or whatever. I have no fucking clue how to verify.
Yeah, and who does? You know, like the
Right.
couple people that do have very strong opinions, and like you can't actually like understand their arguments, or at least I can't. Right.
And the thing is, like, if you don't have it, like, we definitely don't, because you know, the zero knowledge proofing the cryptography stuff is it's pretty far down the stack.
Right.
You mentioned earlier shutting down the mempool. That was at a time when you guys were doing really well with mempool. You know, making through that was a massive driver for you. At the time, simple sandwiching was kind of the right how it was working. We've steered away from that. I say we as a market as a whole, but that's been replaced by wide sandwich attacks.
Yeah.
What greater risk does wide sandwich attacks pose to simple sandwich attacks?
It's just harder to detect. There's also there's a new thing. I don't know if you were at MEV Day, but
We were here.
okay, yeah, the Ghost guys, they figured out that certain validators are sandwiching themselves on different validator slots to get them basically blacklisted. Yeah,
Shout out the Ghost guys, though, 'cause they do
they're
phenomenal
good.
work.
They're great. Yeah, and I think BAM mitigates a lot of this stuff because you have code that's verified in a TE.
Yeah.
So basically, if I say I'm running some code today, you can't really. I can run whatever other code I want, and that's it, right? You just have to take my word. But BAM, there's like cryptographical proof that this code is actually running on this machine. So you can look at the open source GitHub and you can see, oh, there's no sandwiching here, there's no leaking here. That's what's running. It's everything upstream of BAM where the risk is. So let's say like you got to think about the transaction pipeline. It's like, okay, I'm a user, I create a transaction. By the time it gets to the validator, how many different like order flow providers or RPCs did it hit? And these are the guys where that's where like any negative MEV would happen. But I think at least by having verified at the end, you kind of like minimize the risk there a little bit.
If wide sandwich attacks are harder to track and harder to follow, does that mean there could be actually a lot more damage being done than we realize right now?
Yeah. It could be a lot more damage. It could be false flags, like like validators sandwiching themselves. So it could even potentially it could look worse than it actually is. It's a fun space.
Yeah. And what does that look like with prop AMMs? Because you know the thing we all learned about sandwich attacks that is happening on passive AMMs. Prop AMMs have obviously come in and they're attracting a lot more of that volume. Do they directly inhibit MEV, or are they more kind of vulnerable to attacks from wide sandwich attacks?
Do prop AMMs inhibit MEV? I think they help a bit because it is. Let's think about how it works. So you basically put out a quote, prop AMM sources liquidity, and they fill you, right?
Yeah.
With some slippage constraints. So it goes through Jupiter, and Jupiter chooses the best price out of the prop AMMs. So I think it definitely helps. They're kind of like intent-based systems to me.
Yeah.
Just like packaged differently.
Yeah. The user just wants the end result. They want the swap. They don't care how they get there.
Right. Yeah.
I had a question about where these sandwich attacks are actually happening. Like I know during meme coin season it was like there was slippage, coins were going up and down so much, and that's where there was a lot of sandwiching. But like what transactions are getting sandwiched these days? Is there like a specific type, I guess?
I think it's still kind of like mid cap, low cap.
Okay.
Coins.
Where liquidity is just kind of not necessarily there. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. A lot of excitement around obviously Fire Dancer today, one of the biggest catalysts we've been waiting for a very long time. It feels like it was probably 2 or 3 years ago when they did the demo with 1 million CPAs and everyone went wild for it. What kind of impact is Fire Dancer and other updates like Alpenglow going to have to the micro market structure on Solana? Can we expect dramatic changes?
Yeah, I think the Fire Dancer team's great. I don't know what sort of market structure to expect there. I think I'll leak some alpha. We're building FireBAM right now.
Okay.
That's a work in progress. So we have a very good relationship with them, and would love to see them succeed. And it'd be nice to have stake on both Agave and Fire Dancer. And then Alpenglow, I think just makes Solana much better. It makes consensus sort of like verifiable, and you can actually like have a formal verification for consensus. So what it does, I think it makes it easier to bring new engineers on and say, hey, this is the spec. Here's like a spec, you can learn about it, rather than like, it being like 12 core engineers that know how Solana works.
Yeah. Another topic that I think we should touch on is the declining validator count. So over the course of the year, we've seen the number of validators on Solana drop by about 30%.
Yeah.
It's sitting at around 8,800 now, sorry.
Yeah.
I've chatted to a few people about this, and the consensus has been this is less of an issue than we make it out to be. We're seeing a concentration move away from quantity and Sybils to quality, to independent validators. Is that kind of consistent with your view?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think that's the case. I think the delegation program's getting winded down fully.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it comes down to like the best operators that can actually attract stake and run a proper operation. And that's what you want for financial infrastructure.
Is that better for stake-weighted quality of service as well, if we have a lot of validators that are carrying a lot?
Have we seen SQOS actually like be effective and play out?
I was hoping you'd be the one to tell me.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen it, or at least early on when I think over time SQOS kind of gets deprecated.
Okay.
Yeah, and you won't need it, especially with BAM. You just send directly, and everybody should get a fair shot.
Yeah.
At landing a transaction.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
It sounds like BAM is just like way better than the current status quo. Like
It's much better.
Like how do we get more stake on there and get this going?
Well, like I said, we're slowing the process.
You're
down.
slowing down. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Because you want to ease into
Yeah.
it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we want to let it bake, be responsible about it, and sort of like really like one-on-one conversations, one at a time, synchronously get people to move over.
Yeah.
We're spending a lot of time educating people and
Being like very intentional about who you
Yeah.
bring on, make sure that they're fully on
Right.
board. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Another thing I track reasonably often is block lagging. So I track Artemis Slowpoke. They're really good at seeing to make sure that validators are not kind of overstepping that 400 millisecond line.
Yeah.
We talked about this a bit in the past. It's not really slowing down. We tried to social shame it out of kind of the cultural zeitgeist, but it's still pretty prevalent. How can we, as a network, discourage block lagging?
So we have a dashboard that's going to be public very soon.
Okay.
That you guys are going to see in the next week or two. And it just presents you the data like, hey, these are the validators teams that are slowing things down. I think the way you do it, you need to educate people. So I was talking to some of the guys at Coinbase, asking them what their thoughts are on BAM and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Their customers who stick to them don't give a shit or even know how Solana works.
Yeah.
They just want the highest yield, and there's no alpha to getting the highest yield today. You just slow transactions down.
Yeah.
But when you look out 10 years, it's like that's not how Solana is actually going to grow
No.
and be successful.
Yeah. That's they're gonna outbuild that, right?
Yeah, so I think it takes some education to basically like convince people like, hey, like the pie is going to get much larger if you look out 5 to 10 years, not even that long, like even like I think 2 to 4 years, the pie will get much larger if Solana is just a better network and there's no lagging going on.
Yeah.
So I think a bit of education, a bit of data, and
A bit of shaming.
yeah, a bit of
Name and shame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really game theory at work, right? Because if we all work together, we can make this so much better than it is. But there's always going to be some players who are like, no, I'll just stretch these blocks out and like get an extra 50 milliseconds on, add 0.3% to the yield.
Yeah, you have crypto. This space has always been filled with so many sort of like short-term sighted people, and that's human nature.
Yeah.
But I think it's important, and throughout time, you've seen like the best leaders, the best countries that form, or they kind of look out centuries even, right? And
yeah,
and so that's what we're here to do, and hopefully people get on the train and sort of like look at the things that way.
Get the short-term grifters out of there.
Yeah. They'll get out there.
A big part of that long-term vision is obviously bringing down inflation. I was a big advocate of 228. We're seeing a kind of second coming of that with 441. In my view, 228 was brilliant. It was market-driven. It was sophisticated. 441 is kind of a bit of a hand-wavy convenience, and it kind of.
What is it? Just like cut it in half?
Yeah, or double it so we get to terminal inflation faster.
Okay.
Yeah. What's your position on that? Do you think that it's going to make a meaningful difference, or do you think it doesn't really matter?
I think it matters. I thought 228 in spirit was great, but I did think it was complicated.
Yeah, it would have been a big lift to implement. Right?
Yeah, so I was always a fan of like, let's just cut inflation in half, and then in 4 years come back to it and kind of cut it in half again.
Yeah.
That's easy. It's like couple line code change.
Yeah.
I think 441 is saying double it to get there faster.
Yeah.
Okay. That's an interesting one. I do think like lower inflation is we'll have to get there, but that's on the premise that block rewards go up, right?
That's what you would hope to kind of balance it out, because part of that is if we do, drop inflation, we drop staking rewards, and then all of a sudden all our LSTs become a whole lot less productive, and that kind of could have some second order effects in DeFi.
Right.
What's the flow on from that if all of a sudden all our LSTs get cut in half? Does that have a dramatic change on the DeFi landscape?
Yeah, I think you need block rewards in the meantime to go up.
Yeah.
It should, with more volume coming on chain and Solana getting faster, and then you redirect these block rewards to the LSTs.
So that relies then on a bigger hype cycle like we had into meme coin circuits.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need sustain sort of like TradFi style, less of this like this cyclical crypto type of.
Yeah.
I think we're getting there.
Yeah.
I think we need more interesting products on chain, like real world products on chain, equities, all sorts of. Yeah. I like prediction markets.
You like prediction markets?
I think they're cool. Like it's pretty obvious people want to gamble, and like, that's
yeah. We're not calling it gambling; we're calling it predicting.
Yeah, it's great marketing. It's great marketing.
Really, you've got to use the right nomenclature. Yeah. So it's almost like we are actually needing this institutional TradFi capital to come on chain now to kind of sustain the system we've built. And Jito, obviously a big part of that. The Vanik Jito Salt ETF is in the works. Are you able to give us an update on how progress is going for that?
I can only say it's coming along, and yeah.
Fair answer.
I don't want Rebecca coming in
here.
Yeah.
She was in here earlier.
She was
fantastic.
Yeah. She's great. Yeah.
She was in here earlier and she said she had complete confidence in you to not trip over.
She pushes me a little. She tells me you got to tweet more and be more provocative. So.
Yeah. All right. So institutional capital has been the big narrative of 2025. RWAs have been a huge boon for us. What do you think is the story of 2026? Is it prediction markets, and how do we bring that to Solana instead of letting that happen on Polytrade?
Right.
Markets.
Yeah, I mean, so Kalshi, is it even on a chain?
I think there's a lot of smoke and mirrors around whether Kalshi is on chain or not.
Right. Unfortunately, I don't think people care.
Yeah.
Like consumers don't care, right?
Yeah.
I think 2026 is just, it's going to be like, you look at all these products that were successful, Hyperliquid, Kalshi, and Hyperliquid, you could argue is not a decentralized blockchain.
I would say no with the 2025 validators. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And but the end user actually did not care. So I think we need to build things with that in mind. Make Solana super fast, and sort of like abstract the chain part away, and just build really good products like cool prediction markets. I'm saying equities come on chain. I think you could do interesting things with equities on chain.
Yeah.
If you can, you could have perks. Imagine like you got a Costco card, but instead of buying it, you buy some Costco shares to actually get it. And
That'd be awesome.
You get certain perks around it.
Yeah. I love the tokenized stocks. We are part of Remora, so we work with them a lot, and like the promise of having stocks on chain is here, right? Like it's awesome. It's giving a whole new angle to like what crypto can do, right?
Yeah, and I think it gives new up and coming companies a avenue to basically differentiate and compete against legacy companies.
Yeah.
Say, hey, I'm doing this cool thing on chain that gives you more perks as a customer, so come use me.
Yeah, that'd be fun to see.
JTO token. When you interviewed my colleague Jack earlier in the year, he asked you about whether you were thinking about doing buybacks, whether Jito was heading that direction, and you were a bit hesitant. I think to paraphrase, you said you thought it might be a bit like pumponomics.
Yeah.
And you weren't really convinced. Market has said that that's actually what people want. Hyperliquid pump. Jupiter, they've all gone that direction. Jito is also going in the direction. Is that something that has been outsourced to governance, or is that something that you guys had thought about internally and kind of pitched to the community?
We have buybacks running.
Yeah, but that's quite a recent addition.
Yeah,
the last kind of three, 4
yeah,
months.
I mean, look, I think right now is not like nothing really rewards you in this sort of market.
Yeah.
Like there's no fire to throw fuel at. we want to see markets kind of like bounce a little, get some relief, get back into sort of like, you know, things going up, and then we start throwing more fuel at the fire.
Yeah.
JTO is a big priority of ours.
Yeah.
So part of that, we all year have been pointing at Q4. I mean, saying Q4 is going to be the golden bull run, and it looked like it was going to happen, and then it didn't happen. And we've had a pretty rough 2 months. Do you think it's just the goalposts are shifting? The 4-year cycle's now a myth, and that we're still heading in a good direction?
Yeah, I think so. I think that 4-year cycles, it's not happening anymore, and it's just anything that's that easily predictable just kind of goes away, right?
Yeah.
What do you think? You think 10-10 kind of screwed us?
I think 10-10 shook a lot of people out. I think open interest hasn't come back since 10-10. I'm not sure if there's a few bodies that are still kind of waiting for it.
There has to be, right?
Yeah. So most of the people we've asked, they've said they think it's done. You know, we spoke to, I think, Aaron Scaramucci earlier, and he was of the opinion that it's pretty much taken care of. The last kind of market catastrophes we had in 2024, it took several months for a lot of those.
It was,
to rise out.
like Celsius later on, and what was the other one? Blockfolio or something.
Yeah, it was just like all of them. Yeah, they all was like one after the other. But the other thing that it's like we've been talking to a lot of people that are like more on the institutional side, and it's like they're so bullish on everything that's being built on Solana, and they're so confident in it. Like it's like a necessary part of what they're building for the future.
Right.
So it's like they're not thinking about like short-term moves. They're thinking about like how can we get like $5 trillion on chain? Like how can we tokenize everything and like what we build? It seems like they're all so bullish on it. Like it's kind of shifted my mindset, honestly, talking about them.
Yeah, I mean, they're back to like long time horizon. These guys are thinking in decades.
Yeah.
And when you're thinking like that, you're like, okay, you know, it hurts right now. What's happening, but it's not nice seeing your net worth go down 50%, 60%.
No, but we have that faith that goes back up after, right? And then, you know, if we've got guys like Matt Coogan from Bitwise in here this morning saying like, we believe we're on side with you, we believe it's going up as well, and their clients, you know, are putting about 800-900 million into ETFs. That's a pretty good indicator.
Yeah, especially after like the bang that we started out with this year. Like everything went up right in the beginning, and it was like, here it is, the bull run. And I was like, all right, actually, maybe not. You know, a little bit of a disappointing finish.
I think it hits you when you least expect it. There's too much consensus on the Q4 thing. And it's never that easy.
It's when all the crypto bros start like rage quitting on the ethos of the days that we can finally let go of that dead weight and move up again. I want to touch on, like, Solana's had a massive year, Ethereum's had a pretty quiet year, but we're still so far behind in terms of TVL, in terms of size, in terms of even RWA adoption. On like a cultural level, what do we need to do to get there and to succeed Ethereum? Because we've got the competitive spirit, that's kind of a real central part of Solana. What is going to get us past Ethereum?
I would love to look at the profiles of large whales on Ethereum that are driving that TVL. I mean, I've heard things, but I don't know exactly if they are true. Look at those profiles and figure out, you know, why are these guys there, basically? Who is there? What type of person is there? Is it like just like a ton of wealth was generated early on, and you know, is it stable coins mainly?
You think it's just like the wealth effect, and the people are not willing to part from that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Ethereum feels like a safe place to kind of keep a lot of money too. It's been running for so long. It's a, I mean, fantastic project when it came out, and it just feels like one of those things, like, you know, you feel safe keeping millions of dollars on that chain. Solana does too, but, you know, Solana is more like the execution, like, you know, let's do trades, and that's really what matters. That's what drives value, is like transactions and volumes as opposed to TVL.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So we've had Sig, I know that you've got a bit of a timeline to stick to, so I'm going to let you get out. It's been wicked having you on.
Cool.
It's been really stoked to chat. Any last further questions?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I love what you're doing at Jito. I'm looking forward to seeing like how BAM comes out. Like I'm a supporter of it. I mean, everything that you guys are doing benefits the users at the end of the day. So, you know, thank you for all that you've done. You know, pleasure talking to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, we'll see you on the next one.
Yeah.
Keep it going. Okay. All right. Thanks again. There we have it. We've got Jito on. Seg was here. Amazing to talk to him.
big time fan of Jito and all that they've done. Yeah, that was great. You want to unpack that conversation a little bit, Ben?
Yeah. So, BAM,
Firebam.
Firebam. That's a great take. I'm most curious to see what they're going to do about the block lagging because
Yeah, it's a problem, right?
Yeah.
It's a problem. I mean, building a dashboard to call people out.
Yeah, we've already got that. So
Yeah,
I'm
but
kind of curious to see how
yeah.
theirs is going to be better in that respect.
Yeah.
So for anyone who doesn't really quite understand, the idea is that Solana blocks should take 500 milliseconds to pack. Leaders can delay that process. They can add an extra 50 milliseconds, and that way they can squeeze in a few more transactions, get a few more priority fees and come through for that, and they can boost the yield in that respect as well. So
Yeah. So
while
they're making more money than they should by going slower.
yeah, it's not
Right,
they're making more money than they should, but they're slowing down the network for their own personal gain.
Yeah.
And that's that's not very much WAGMI energy.
It's terrible. But it's like, I don't know, in crypto there's ways to make money that aren't the best for the network, for the people, for everyone. And you see it, it's like people are greedy, you know, at the end of the day. And if they find a way to exploit something, they probably will.
Yeah, and that's just, I think that's human nature. I think that's
Yeah.
nature of greed. And the way that we can actually fight that as Solana manlets is to use your stake as a force of good. So don't
Yeah.
stake to validators that are doing this.
Yeah.
And then that kind of, their stake obviously drops and that incentive, diminishes as well. So use your stake as a force of good, stake with, good independent validators. And I think it's something that some team like Layer 33 will be really pushing as well.
Yeah, that would. And it's tough because when you look at where you're going to stake your Solana, like most people just filter by highest yield, go to that. But there's more to it than that, right? Like you want to be supporting good teams. And if, 0.02% is going to make the difference, like it's not that much money at the end of the day,
Yeah, and like we want to believe that people are going to do the right thing for the network's health, but everyone has different goals, everyone has different aspirations and reasons why they're here. That's kind of the crux of the issue.
Yeah, I like the way that they're rolling out BAM. Like I want it sounds like they've kind of solved a lot of the problems that we're seeing right now. So for them to kind of hold things back and slow it down, make sure they're doing it right, it's a good way to do it, but like let it fly. Yeah, I guess that's been how Solana's done it in the past. It's too big now to just really do
I think part of it as well is that you and I are not engineers.
Yeah. We don't really know how.
So we want the cool new thing that's going to arrive and it's going to make everything better. But their understanding of it is obviously better than ours. So I don't want to put it into a trust me box, but they know better, they know more.
Oh,
so let's kind of let them guide that process. Essentially.
Yeah, and we saw that with June at Bulk Trade. They want to get it right, and they want to make sure that they're doing it right before they release it, because that's important too. Especially when your protocol is brand new, you don't want to show up and have something break right away.
Yeah.
Right, which that could be a death sentence.
Yeah, and at the same time, I think it's really great that we're seeing a lot more competitiveness in the block building area. So Jito has kind of been the monopoly for that field for a very, very long time. Yeah. Now Harmonic is coming in, and they're obviously brilliantly intelligent, and on paper it looks like what they're doing is really, really good. So if they can kind of not steal a bit of that market from Jito, but they can kind of contribute to that market and steal, sharpen, steel, drive future competitiveness and elevate the level of everything, that's a net positive for us as an entire ecosystem.
Yeah, that competition's always better for the users and for the network, right? So Jito doesn't have a monopoly, but I mean they're pretty close, right? I mean they're in, they're pretty like critical to Solana's infrastructure at this point, right? Where
and like part of that is, I think, maybe I'm going to pull this out. I'm not sure if it's 1,000% accurate, but 96% of stake is running Jito Solana or a fork of Jito Solana.
Yes, that's what. Yeah, and I've heard a similar stat to that. So
it definitely is the engine room of the network.
Yeah, exciting. And then we've got Usman from Oro coming on in a little bit. He's going to be talking about tokenized gold on Solana. I'm excited to talk to him. I've actually interviewed him before and was blown away. He seemed fantastic. And then we're gonna end with a little bit of whiskey from Baxis.
Yeah, a bit of whiskey on stream. Are you a gold bug? Are you a gold guy?
I'm a gold holder.
Okay.
But I'm
an
not
on-chain gold holder.
On-chain, yeah. So I do actually hold Oro. So I guess I should disclose that that I do hold a little bit of it, but I'm not massive. I mean, I crypto.
you know, I prefer, but I mean, if I was a gold bug, I'd be up more this year than if I was a crypto.
Yeah, that hurts. That hurts to say.
It's because cryptos, you know, what, Bitcoin's the same price now as it was the beginning of the year, or right around there.
Yeah, more or less.
And gold's not doubled, but it's definitely gone
ripped.
up.
As far as, you know, $1 trillion asset can, it has ripped.
Yeah, it really has. So the gold bugs, the boomers, they've been doing well. You know, is that the bottom of the gold Bitcoin chart? We'll see. You know,
Well, we are at a gold BTC bottom.
Yeah.
So like that's perhaps an indicator. And as we were talking about with Anthony Scaramucci the other day, there's going to be a huge wealth transfer, or people are speculating on a huge wealth transfer with, you know, a lot of older capital stored in older generations that is eventually going to rotate down the line.
Yeah.
And the expectation is that, you know, younger people who are a bit more crypto native, who are, you know, a bit more comfortable with these ideas, are probably more likely to want to hold that in something like Bitcoin as opposed to gold. Would you be on board with that? What's your view?
I would say that's probably broadly in the right direction, but I don't know. You know, like it's always hard to tell what people are going to do with their money, but there is. I mean, I forget what the stat was, but like there is some unreal amount of money that like boomers are in control of, like some massive trillions amount that they are going to eventually pass down, right? And the younger generations don't buy gold for the most part.
Yeah. Although they did, because we saw like when gold hit all-time highs, people are lining up.
People are lining up.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what we're going to talk to Usman about here, like how that looked. But I mean, what a good time to, you know, launch a protocol in 2025 with tokenized gold. You know? Like, it couldn't have been like a better time. You know.
Yeah. And like silver's also doing it.
Silver's breaking out now. Yeah. So we're gonna ask him if he's gonna go after silver, but I don't think so.
Yeah. We'll see. Yeah. And like crypto natives are so despicably against gold in many respects.
Yeah.
There's in a lot of circles, like you're either Bitcoin or gold, and there's no crossover.
There's no crossover. It's like Bitcoiners versus gold is a war.
Yeah. Why are we so like dichotomized on that? Why is it mutually exclusive? Like why can we not have both?
I don't know. I mean, I think at the end of the day we can, but I think that like most of the engagement, the Twitter, the debates that you see, it's like you have to like argue the most extreme position.
Yeah.
So you say those things more, but also, I mean, it's a generational gap. Like it's like Peter Schiff versus younger Bitcoiners, or CZ. I think that they recently had a debate, right? Where you know that maybe the age gap isn't that different, but like that's a representation of crypto versus like boomer gold, right? And I just think that that's kind of like a little bit more classic, where you know when there's like market instability, they go to the original store of value, which is gold.
Yeah.
Right. So.
But the issue with gold is that like how can you trust the supply? You know how does anyone know how much gold is in Fort Knox?
Yeah. Or there's always that like hilarious analogy, or not even analogy, but like it's like, all right, we mine an asteroid for a bunch of gold, the supply doubles, what happens then?
Yeah.
You know, like,
hyperinflation.
Yeah, is that going to happen? I don't know, but could it? Maybe. Yeah. Or Bitcoin's 21 million.
Yeah. When are we going to get gold perps? Actually, Flash Trade does this. Yeah.
I think Flash Trade does it right now. Yeah, Flash Trade's got a lot going on. We've got them coming on the stream. Flash Trade, I believe it's tomorrow. Anas is coming on from there. I'm excited to talk to him about gold and stocks, perps.
All happening. Thomas, you're a big time DeFi guy. What is your favorite DeFi app right now?
Let's see. It's probably Loopscale.
Oh,
yeah. I don't know. You know, I think that the idea of Loopscale is, it's like it's risky. It adds a little bit more risk, but like it's kind of a fun platform. Like, you know, like one click you can loop some LSTs with Sol. You know, I feel like a lot of that's like it's kind of fun. I feel like that's something that a lot more of like ETH was doing. Like they were doing a lot more. Like that was standard in a lot of the ETH DeFi ecosystem, where I didn't see as much of that. And they really like standardized it. They're blowing up, and it's like they have like fun new things listed on there. Like it's interesting to watch. Like if you're on the trending page, it becomes like a launch pad for that tokenized asset, right? Yeah. So it's interesting to see. And I know that you spoke to Mary, and it seems like I don't know. Seems like great protocol.
Yeah. Something I really want to see a lot more of in Solana DeFi is yield trading. So on Ethereum, like Pendle is massive.
Yeah.
On Solana, we've got Exponent and RateX. They both do kind of similar things where you separate the token into a principal token and a yield-bearing token. And you can kind of long or short the yield.
Yeah.
Why do you think Solana has not like embraced that level of DeFi yet?
You know, I don't know, but I actually this is a weird one, but I have bulk Sol in, I think it's Exponent.
Yeah.
It says PT
bulk
Sol.
bulk Sol. Yeah.
And then I took that, and you could loop it in loop scale.
Yeah.
So it's like you're just like hitting all of these different platforms, and it's like a crazy thing to do. Like I just wanted to do that. I thought it was gonna be fun. Oh, looks like we got Usman coming.
There he is, the gold man
What's
himself.
going on? Hey, good to see you.
I'll let you slide in.
Awesome.
And just to let you know, we are live already. So we're live and running. I said you're coming straight off the stage. Is that right?
Like, can we get this microphone on you? And can I also just get this light out?
Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome.
How's it going, guys?
It's going great.
So you guys have been here the entire Breakpoint.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, we miss all the big announcements.
No,
They're
okay.
behind us.
But you're getting them on Twitter, hopefully.
We're getting them on
through
Twitter.
the Solana Floor Twitter.
Yeah, but it's not the same as being there on the stage.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, this is awesome though. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, we like it. So we'll give you the warm introduction. We were talking a little bit before, but Usman from Oro, you've got tokenized gold. Welcome to the show, and you just came straight off the main stage.
Yeah.
For Breakpoint.
Yeah.
How's it feel?
Honestly, it's a bit crazy. I think, it's quite exhilarating, obviously. And to think of the amount of progress that we made as a company to be on main stage is pretty awesome to see as well. It's a great experience, you know. Obviously, it's a privilege, and we're super grateful. But it's awesome, yeah.
Yeah. What a year to launch a protocol with tokenized gold, right? Gold is just outperforming like crazy right now. Like, how has that been for you?
It's been amazing. The amount of maybe not serious assets, actually all assets serious, but assets like gold, which maybe not have the 2x or 3x upside, but what we've seen is some insane amount of adoption from the community and the insane amount of support, which will mean that there's, the community is going to lap them up. And, we're a very community-born product. We're not necessarily, we haven't come in with some tier one institution. It's very much ground up building. It's just great to see that level of traction and progress.
Yeah, it's great to see it all around. I mean, I feel like you've integrated with a bunch of different DeFi protocols, and it's been great to see. Like how is that gone? Like, are you in talks with a lot of these different protocols, or how does that even work?
It's super interesting because you come to Breakpoint and you see this massive event, but the reality is that Solana is still very small, right? And so you have, and what I mean by small is, in terms of the number of DeFi protocols and stuff. It's not like, we're coming in, we're like, damn, we need to get integrated with 100 different protocols. It's actually like, hey, these are the 8 to 10 relationships that we need to build. And everybody is welcoming, everybody will get on a call with you. And in fact, for a lot of the DeFi stuff, it's been a lot of inbound saying, hey man, we want to work with you guys. When are you guys getting ready for this stuff?
Oh, awesome.
Which is amazing to see. And I think that's truly representative of Solana as an ecosystem, because everybody is looking into the end user and is thinking what's going to be useful for the end user. And what do we, and every product and every company is thinking of that way. So if you're building something of value which will be useful for the end user, they really want to work with you. And so it's actually not as difficult to, you don't have to do an insane amount of BD. You just need to get to know people, build relationships the right way. And if you build something of value, they'll probably want to work with you.
Yeah.
But we still have a lot to get done, right? There's obviously different protocols have different thresholds of where you need to be as a company before they integrate. But it's all communicated, and you kind of then have an idea. Okay, this is what we need to do to maybe get integrated with this protocol and that protocol.
Yeah, gold is one of the oldest stores of value in the world that we know. Solana is an environment in which people have an average hold time of around 4 minutes. How do you make gold palatable to this kind of audience?
I think it's ultimately, it's about we've been doing a lot of research on this piece, and people want to make money. And so I think there's two pieces, right? One is you have to make gold into an asset which generates some income from them. Number two is I think the average user on Solana is also maturing. And as people mature, they're saying, hey, should we be holding some of our assets in an asset which is inflation hedged, right?
And so we're seeing both of those things playing around in time. But our focus has always been that, hey, we just don't want it to be a boring gold asset that's being held in your wallet. It needs to be doing something for you, whether it's, you stake it for yield, whether you're depositing in a liquidity pool to earn yield from your LPing, whether you borrow against it. And, I think there was somebody told me that they borrowed against their gold at 0.1% on loop scale. We ran some incentives, and then you use that gold token and maybe deposit that USDC in a vault somewhere and earn yield on that. So that is, I think, is pretty interesting, because that's our whole purpose, which is how do we just go moving from just, hey, this is just a representation of value into something that's actually a lot more meaningful, a lot more value creative.
That's awesome. I tend to think that I agree with you that I think that the holders and the users on Solana are maturing, and I think that you're kind of seeing like a little bit of like the rejection of the meme coins, where they're going more towards like RWAs, tokenized gold, tokenized stocks, and the offerings are getting way better, right? So it's good to see.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what's going to happen, right? If you think the world's coming on chain, then people are going to do everything on chain. And yes, that's going to mean a bit of highly speculative assets. But if you look at all of us, right, it's not like 100% of our portfolio is highly speculative assets. Maybe there's a portion of that, and some people have a different risk appetite and some people don't. But if your Solana wallet or your Solana, or your different wallets in Solana should be representative of your entire financial health, and every asset has a space there, which is, I think, super. The exciting bit is that we can get all of these assets in one place. And we can do so much more than with these assets in one place. And to me, that's the exciting bit, because it's like, you're not just getting your stocks here, your gold there, your speculative assets here, your lending there, your borrowing there. It's all in one place.
Yeah, and you get to self-custody it in the way that you want. And you could use something like this Solflare card as a hardware wallet,
Yeah.
Awesome.
This is super elegant, right?
That's their new hardware
They announced yesterday, right?
Yeah, every Breakpoint attendant gets one.
No way.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Where do you get it from?
You just go up to their booth over there.
No way.
Yeah,
Okay. This is alpha.
Quicks from their team was just on, and he showed up, and he like pulled one out of his shirt, and was like,
This is awesome. Oh my god. Okay, great. Yeah.
Now, you did mention yield on the gold. Do you want to talk a little bit about that? Where does this yield come from, and how are users getting this?
So we just announced Stake Gold. Currently, you can already earn some yield on gold, and we plug this gold into real world lending mechanisms where jewelers and refiners use this gold for their working capital. They pay a really good yield on that, and we pass on majority of that to the users.
Okay.
However, I think one of the beautiful things about crypto is yield generation on any asset, and this gives birth to different sources of yield. And so where we see Stake Gold evolving is into a representation of a basket of yield, right? Whether it's real world returns, which I think is great to have that, because it's more fixed, it's more permanent in a way. DeFi yield can vary a bit, and then we start incorporating different sources of DeFi yield, whether it be LP yield, whether it be borrowing and arbing that. And so I'm super excited about that, because this is where I've always wanted that asset to be a source of different sources of yield, and to kind of bring forth the idea that this is only possible because of tokenization.
Yeah,
right?
a better version of gold.
Exactly.
Is what you're offering.
Exactly,
right?
and it's always been that.
What is the redemption process like?
Yeah.
Because someone told me that you were doing live redemptions here. I don't know if that was.
Yeah, we had like 10 requests, and we wanted to, but I mean, I think people were just like probably got busy doing Breakpoint. But if you wanted to, I can be like, hey, if you want to grab them tomorrow, we can redeem for that. But yeah, we do in-person redemptions in Dubai, one to the US, which has been pretty awesome. But now what the other piece that I announced was the Oro Redemption Network. That our thesis with this always was, can we start to build local redemption networks? And that was super important for us. And so we will be going live with some, with 5 or 6 countries over the next month, where you should be able to physically redeem for your gold in these spaces. This is going to happen through our partners. We're partnering up with 2 different partners. And it's going to be exciting, because I think, again, it's like, how do we make sure that this sort of ledger representation or this digital representation is actually, if people want to redeem for it, they can.
Yeah. That's so cool.
The partner. So let's say you decide, hey, I want to redeem for 1 gram of gold.
Yeah.
And you choose the US, then you will kind of be routed through the redemption options to our partner.
Yeah.
If it's Dubai, then similarly. And then if you want to decide, okay, I want to redeem for a coin, I want to redeem for a bar, maybe you want to redeem for jewelry.
Yeah.
Some partners won't be able to offer jewelry, some partners will. So it will depend on partner to partner. And we want to scale that up as our user base grows. I also don't believe in the idea that we want to go to like 30 different countries and set this up straight away. I think it's like, hey, let's see what the user breakdown is. Let's see what the demand is, and use that.
Yeah, because my assumption would be if you're buying tokenized gold, you want it to stay tokenized. You know, I imagine the case in which someone would want to actually redeem that is quite rare.
You know, it's interesting because tokenized gold, I would say, fits really firmly in this digital gold category. And there is a lot of propensity for the user to save into digital gold over time and then eventually redeem. So that does happen. And I think we've seen in existing Web2 equivalent base customer bases that to be almost 20-30% redemption a year in the asset base. So it's happening, but I think it's also depending on the user base and depending on, you know, we're working on some really exciting stuff to how do we get to the marginal user of gold. And that is, I think, you know, when we get to that user behavior is a bit different. Because when you look at, like, again, going back to the earlier question, right? The on-chain user is looking for more utility, more use cases with the gold, maybe earn with it, maybe loop with it, bunch of stuff. But the average marginal user is saving into gold as, hey, this is an asset that is going to hold value over time. Yeah. And so their behaviors may be earning a bit of income in it, but they're not necessarily going to be doing a bunch of activity with it, maybe just holding it. But what a lot of people like to do is, hey, I've got a bit of gold, I've accumulated over the span of year, maybe let me go and buy some jewelry with it, right? So you want to be able to get that optionality. I agree. You know, it'll be interesting to see how that user behavior develops, and maybe this is not something users take on, you know. But I do think I like the idea that this is redeemable if you wanted it to be.
And I have a question about custody. Is that all done primarily based through Aura? Do you guys have a vault that's somewhere in Dubai where you manage?
So we actually don't do the custody. We don't have the custody infrastructure ourselves, and I think it's a very sort of intentional approach to work with third-party custody providers whose bread and butter this is, right? I'm not asking users to trust Oro that we're doing the custody well. It's like, hey, we're working with Brinks, which is one of the largest custody providers in the world, and we have a vault with them, and that gold sits in that vault. And that's great because this is Brinks' bread and butter. They will do this well. They know exactly how to run this. They just don't do this for us. They do this for billions of dollars of gold. And so we've just plugged into that system, and we're just like, hey, Brinks, please custody this for us. And you know, please coordinate with our third-party proof of reserves auditor to confirm on a monthly basis that this gold is there and it's been custodied.
If I want to play devil's advocate here, does this add a lot of points of friction and a lot of touch points intermediaries to the process?
I think it's, you know, the reality is that you can kind of, you know, decide as a company, as a startup, as an issuer, that you build all of these building blocks by yourself. The reality is that all of these building blocks already exist. And so a large part of what we're building out is maybe connecting these different building blocks on new rails and new primitives. And you look at kind of Tether and Circles, and you know they're custodying their T-bills with different financial institutions as well, right? So I don't think it's like Tether or Circle decided that, hey, we're gonna actually, you know, Pax Gold and Tether Gold, two of the biggest gold tokens out there, they're custody with Brinks as well. Nobody's gonna go out and build, you know, vaults themselves. It's like, hey, let's use the existing market standards because they're done well, right? The reality is that I think the number that was given to me, there's $8 trillion of gold that gets stored with vaults globally. This is already something that's very market standard, gets done in a really, really good way. So how about we just tap into that, and it just makes sure that, also I think there's a bit of like the user trust. If I tell the user that I'm custodying it in my vault, the user will be like, okay, what's the guarantee that here's the protocol, I'm going to use it. But if it's like, hey, we're actually using third-party service providers, which are very credible and relevant, that gives them comfort, I think.
So it's almost like a decentralization of trust rather
than
all being
exactly.
Yeah. Interesting. So I guess then the way that they're custodying, it doesn't matter where they're custodying. It's not like all in one location. It could be in multiple.
I mean, ideally, you want it to be in tier 1 jurisdictions. You wouldn't want it to be in a jurisdiction where maybe there's a lot of economic and political upheaval. Because the other important piece about a tokenized gold asset, or any tokenized asset, is the ability to be able to settle it or liquidate it. If there's, let's say tomorrow everybody decides to redeem for the asset, then hey, I need to be able to redeem it for physically. And so it's important for us to base ourselves in key supply centers in the world versus just, hey, one supply center. But I agree. I think over time you'd want to custody in different locations in different cities and different hubs.
Yeah. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, anything else you wanted to go over on custody?
No, that's not custody. So obviously gold had an incredible year. Silver is starting to kind of follow that. Does that mean that we're going to have the silver counterparts to Oro Gold?
You know, this is the question I've probably been asked the most in the past few weeks.
I imagine.
There's a lot of interest. I think our underlying platform allows us to issue as many as tokens out there, which is perfect. But I do think it's about making sure that the existing playbook that we're carrying out is carried really well. Gold has certain behaviors and shared sort of, I would say, features which don't necessarily carry well over to silver, right? Maybe we'll do it, and I think there's a bunch of demand for it. I also look at kind of building Aura as a multi-year, decade project, right?
Yeah.
And so maybe we don't need to do in the next 6 months. If we believe in the secular trends of why we're holding gold, silver will benefit from some of the upside of gold even going forward. So maybe we can do this in 6 months' time. But let's see. We'd want to do it. We've spoken about silver to people. We've had inbound about rare earth metals and whatnot. So I'm excited to do kind of a bunch of stuff, but focusing on gold for now.
Yeah, it's about beginning the basics.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's awesome. One thing that we spoke about before was that you said your family's been in the gold business for over 100 years.
Yeah.
What do they think about how the success of your business has gone? Like, what do they think about crypto in general?
Honestly, I think it's interesting because generally people still don't understand crypto really well. In India, it's interesting because we're sitting in this world and we get it really well, but most of the people still don't.
Yeah.
So I think there's still a learning education. They see this as the black box, and then it's like, okay, what are you doing in this space? I think everyone's super happy, super supportive. Still, most people don't understand what we're doing, even though they're in the gold industry. It's like, okay, what is this doing? Why are you doing this, that? But
yeah.
I think they're starting to understand that, hey, this is. Once they see the value, and once it's like really obvious to show them, hey, this is the app, and this is how it looks like, then they're like, okay, this makes sense.
Yeah.
So once they start seeing the actual applications, that's when it makes they really understand it way more.
Yeah, and the way that you set up your app, it's very user friendly, like very straightforward on what you're doing too, right? So it might not be like the crypto native that's going to be going there all the time, right? They don't need to be in order to interface with it, right?
Exactly. And that's the plan, right? We want to be able to build into an experience where people are just buying digital gold. Shouldn't matter if it's tokenized or not. It's this is the best form of digital gold out there, and allows you to do so much more.
I think we should actually steer away, like collectively move past this. We want to build for crypto native users.
Build for users.
Yeah, we want to build for a much wider TAM. That's how we actually continue to grow the space rather than marketing within ourselves.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I agree. And I feel like the user interfaces for everything is getting to the point where, like, if you wanted to buy gold on chain, you could get to it, right? Like it's not like as hard as it used to be to get there, right? Like, I don't know. At least that's my perspective.
You can even do like so many apps, right? Helios Orb now, it's like new Block Explorer, right? So I agree. I think and I see actually like a lot of the more successful applications are going to be building experiences. Either you're building for a very crypto native audience, and that's the traders and the speculators, and then I think all the other products which are stablecoin related or stablecoin adjacent are going to be built on surfaces which have very clean UIs and which can abstract away a lot of the complexity that a user probably faces when maybe uses a very crypto native product.
Yeah. Well said.
Yeah. So what does Solana offer an RWA issuer that other chains might not? Why is Solana the best place with RWAs in 2026?
Honestly, I think for me, like Solana is it's about a few things. And actually, I was asked this question on a panel a few days ago. I think I don't want to repeat the stuff that everyone talks about. It's cheap, it's quick, it's fast. I think
stuff we know.
This is stuff we know, and I think the most important thing about Solana is that if you think of blockchain to cities and countries, it is the most thriving country that's out there. In a way, it's like I have a friend who calls it the United States of crypto. And it's a big economy. And if it's a big economy, you want to open your business in a big economy. That's the reality, right? And you want to open in a place where it's thriving. There's people, and if you have a shop on the street, they'll come to your shop. If there's nobody on the street, nobody's going to come to the shop anyway. So it's I think that's like the benefit of Solana, that it's this very thriving ecosystem of users and people who just generally want to try out different things, and that really helps the business. I think the second piece is more about the fact that it is the culture of the chain, which is, I think, builders and founders and everybody in the ecosystem is contributing to it, is really there to push the chain forward and also make you support your business. And I think that's awesome to see, because we can be in a very PvP environment where people are competing with each other, and sure, business owners should be competing for the user. But to start off and to get that, and I speak from experience, we got an insane amount of level of support and help from community founders, builders. I only entered Solana a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
And a year and a half into kind of, at this moment, be on Breakpoint stage. It's truly, it just shows that it's all about, and I didn't get there myself, right? And we didn't build this ourselves. It was all about this amazing community that supported me in every single step of the way. And so to me, that's something that can't be replicated. Because any maybe other chain is going to be like, oh, we're faster, but this you can't replicate, you know? This is just so inherent to the culture of this economy, of this chain.
It's remarkable that actually, the builder culture has become a defensible moat for Solana. Because, obviously we know it's fast, it's cheap, it's all those things, but other chains are fast and cheap as well.
Exactly.
And Solana still attracts this builder energy, this competitive spirit. That's kind of an integral part of what has made Solana so great this year.
Exactly. And I think it's cool, right? Because when you hear it through some of the announcements that have come through the past 2 days, and I'm like, okay, great. I need to be speaking to these 10 teams. So it's like, people are building such cool stuff that you're like, okay, this could be interesting for me. This could be interesting for me. And I think that makes it's like a compounding effect because everybody's just building cool stuff, and maybe some of the stuff doesn't land, right? But that's also part of building.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and I think we are coming up on time here. Very excited about what you're building on Oro. You guys have anything coming out for 2026 or anything else?
Yeah, we've got some amazing announcements. Think of Oro as transforming into a selection of different assets.
Awesome.
So we've got gold and stay gold, maybe one or two more assets coming upwards. Think of us building interesting piping to enable more users to get digital gold access. So lots coming up. I think next year is a big year for us, and hope to be here next year again and to maybe we can talk more about the journey then. In 2 years in.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for coming on the show. Once again, this is Usman from Oro, and really appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Appreciate you coming on.
Guys.
Thanks for joining us,
guys.
That's why we try to get all the license so that we don't need to ask for permission. And then with all the license, with the blockchain technology, then we can build this unified digital market for all the
Great to meet you. How's it going?
All right, so there we had it, Usman from Oro, and now we've got Baxis coming on, the whiskey titan himself. What is going on, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. How about yourself?
All is well. I'm out here in Abu Dhabi.
Last time I saw you, it was in New York.
Yeah, it was. That was a good time.
It was a great time.
Looking good, looking sharp.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They said it today was the money conference, so
You dressed up.
dressed as if I was at the money conference.
Yeah. We started out the day doing a lot of institutions and policy talks this morning. We just got into gold. Now we're getting into whiskey. So it's coming into more of the fun stuff towards the end.
I like it. Liquid gold.
Liquid gold. Yeah. Gold and liquid gold.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good. So first of all, what do we call you? I've always referred to you as the whiskey type.
That's fair. I go by Svi. That's
You gotta say it right. All right. So we've got Svi on from Baxis. Baxis is tokenizing whiskey or liquid gold, as you want to say.
Yep.
Yeah, and you guys have been live for what is it? 2 years now?
No, so the full marketplace with like the full-on user experience is about 2 years.
Yeah.
But we started building and kind of did our first test transactions and everything back in 2021.
Oh, awesome.
So we've been I missed last year, but this would have been my 5th breakpoint.
Wow.
Yeah.
As OG as it gets.
Yeah, we've been here for a while.
Yeah. As opposed to me, this is my first breakpoint.
That's great. You chose a good one to start with.
Yeah, I did. I haven't made it because I had a couple kids in the last couple of years. Makes it tough. Which I believe you just recently had a kid. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Order.
Thank you. Yeah. No. Shout out to my wife who let me be here.
Yes. Big shout out to the missus. Yes.
Yeah. She's. But yeah. And last year the reason I missed it is because I had a kid last year also. So that's why. So it was like, all right, 2 years in a row is a little much. But
yeah.
She bless her.
Yeah. I'm in California, so it's a long way. So I'm sure that you've traveled a long way as well.
Yeah. But I'm catching the first flight out. That was
that was
exactly the 2 a.m. flight out of Abu Dhabi tomorrow night. So that was the deal. Yeah.
Sounds good. How's Breakpoint been treating you so far?
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Again, I wasn't at last year, so I can't speak to it. I heard good things, but having been to the other ones, Amsterdam, the 2 ones in Lisbon, this was terrific. Like this was like the energy, the quality of the builders, the teams. I think that's like a point also is like the teams that are still here, the Lindy effect, like they're going to be here for a long time. Like they've clearly weathered up and down cycles. Like they're prepared for whether it gets better or worse. Like if I feel like they feel prepared. I mean, most certainly are, and have like growth despite everything going on in the crypto market, which is phenomenal.
Yeah.
And even the new teams, like the primitives they're working on, like they benefit from all of the infrastructure that's been built out versus, you know, when we first in 2021 started talking about Baxis and we're telling these, you know, users and investors of like the idea, and like they literally could not wrap their heads around it. They're like, I don't understand. And now it's like, oh, we'll get thrown out in conversation like among teams that have been here that everyone knows that are like doing billions of dollars of transaction volume. So it's really cool to like even just see how we've continued to develop and advance that way.
Yeah, it's almost like you did the dirty work out there to really introduce people when crypto was not as broadly accepted.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that you know, Totally talks about when he's like, you know, make sure you have enough runway for like the real trick to running a startup is surviving.
Yeah.
Like
100%.
things, you have good months, you have bad months, you have good cycles and bad cycles, and like if you're properly capitalized, you have the right investors, you have the right partners, you have the right team.
Yeah.
And ultimately, you know, the right idea, like whether it means that, you know, some teams that we've seen that are like the most successful teams on Solana did not start off with their existing business models, they pivoted.
Yeah, 100%.
That's important. If you realize that you're not finding that product market fit, or you know, or you haven't been able to really give it a go, or you know, somebody else sniped you to it, like it's that ability to both stay dedicated to building, but also like the ability to know when it's time to shift or adjust. Or you know, we've been sticking with whiskey and alcohol in theory on the blockchain, but like we have definitely changed pieces of our strategy and things like to accommodate and really align with where the markets are moving, both on the whiskey side and on the crypto side.
Yeah, you definitely have to pivot. It's interesting to see. So we, like I said, we've had a lot of like institutional talk. We've had a lot of builders on here, and they're all so bullish. Like the way that I frame it is like it's price aside. It's like these big institutions are going to be building so much on chain, and it's like that's how they see their future.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and like the dedication that they have, like the commitment that they have, like, and they're a lot of them, like we don't expect them to be crypto native or something, but they are, you know, like we've been having great conversations. So the overall sentiment that I've been taking away is like people really like what they're doing. They're going to continue doing it, and they're incredibly bullish. So I that's my takeaway from it.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of like my father-in-law, who worked in advertising and media.
Okay.
But was one of the like earliest adopters of like tech and internet. Like got his computer set up with his modems and stuff. And I mean, he tells us stories that like when he used to stay up late with like, you know, my wife or sister, like his kids, he would surf the entire internet because like there were so few actual IP. You had to type in the IP addresses manually. There weren't like domains. But you could do it. You could literally go to every page on the internet. And,
and like a new one would come out, and
right.
everyone would go read that one. Right?
Exactly.
Yes.
Like, and so I think of that, and I'm like, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Like, there's no way that that's possible, but that's kind of what it feels like. So I think, and then eventually he not even pivoted, but he transformed his media and advertising agency into digital media and advertising. Was one of the first because he had personally, like to your point, in his free time was an internet max. He believed in this concept, and so I think that's what we're seeing at the institutional level. Like, there were a lot of people who may have been engaged with crypto protocols or playing around or having fun with NFTs or meme coins or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But they were working at major banks and institutions, and so they couldn't like stand up in a meeting and be like, "I have an idea."
Yeah. It was like a side hustle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was for fun. And then now that like the narratives are shifting and that the institutional level, like the banks themselves and these are realizing that this is actually the future for them to build.
Yeah.
It becomes those guys' time to shine. Like that's where they're like, hey, you know, Malcolm Gladwell's, they've got their 10,000 hours in the trenches.
Yeah.
So they're the perfect person to lead an institution who's like, where do we build here?
Yeah. I think that it's like, all right, like institutions, they're getting a hold of it. But what I think is the most fun still is businesses like yours that really like benefit from crypto, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think that a product like yours could necessarily be like as successful or as good of a product if it wasn't for crypto, right? Like,
and crypto is really helping us to kind of bring that here, and it's important that, you know, crypto is the focus of what's happening on today, and I'm gutted that there wasn't a bottle of whiskey on the table for us.
I know. I told you guys I owe you one. It was we spoke in advance, but for compliance purposes with the location, we felt it was better to not bring any of our outside alcohol.
Fair play.
But drinks on me when you guys come to New York.
Let's play the game. We can do that Paris, New York arbitrage we spoke about.
Like we said, exactly. And next year it's in London. So I promise you there will be plenty of Baxis sponsored and co-sponsored events for drinking in London next year.
Perfect. Yes. So the focus now that we want to get into is just the recap of the day. So that was a belter day. We had announcements from all kinds of people. Thomas, let's rip through this as profoundly as we can. What was the biggest announcement from Breakpoint for you? Overall? Well, no,
Or
from today.
from today. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There was a lot going on. I was in the booth most of the day, like yourself. So we might have to reference the sheet.
Yeah, so we've got a nice list up here that the remote team's drafted up for us. Solana Mobile has launched its Build the Grants program. They're offering funding and resources for teams building mobile-first crypto applications on the Solana mobile stack. I think that's critical. That's great for the Seeker's growth itself, and that's going to help kind of expand that Solana dApp store. Cast has opened its business waitlist, offering new access to teams. Cast has done really well with the card for personal users, and so expanding out into a wider net and kind of enabling that business account is fantastic as well. Phantom's going into prediction markets.
Yeah.
How do we feel about that?
I like it. Everyone's going into prediction markets, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't catch the exact. Are they providing a front end similar to what they did with Hyperliquid perps?
I think they're kind of just the routing from someone else and they bring it up to them. It's in partnership with Kalshi, who's doing an incredible job on the.
I love Kalshi.
Yeah, so that's starting with you can deposit any Solana token from Sol to USDC. So that's fascinating for Phantom. Parasol is introducing a new ZK-powered perps engine on Solana that enables faster, fairer, and more predictable execution through app-specific block space. Carrot, we love Carrot. Carrot's going into turbo tokens, a new way to take leverage positions across different assets without liquidation risk.
It's kind of like a high-low a little bit, right? Like a token, like a leverage token.
Yeah, I think that's building off high-low success.
Yeah.
Next on the list, we have R3 to launch a real-world asset marketplace in Solana in early 2026, aiming to bring traditional financial markets on-chain and enable direct integration with DeFi ecosystems. Raise Network, the team behind a major global gift card system, has selected Solana to power its on-chain gift card and loyalty system.
Is that something that you'd use? I kind of like that idea. I don't know. It seems like an easy way to like give somebody something and like introduce them to crypto a little bit.
Yeah, I think gift cards are great because that's very tangible and that's very, that I don't want to use the word normie friendly, but that kind of gives the chance for someone to get a physical asset that they know, like a bottle of whiskey in a perfect world, and then we can bring them onto Baxis after.
I live in the world of normies, so again, that's exactly, and that excites me. And ultimately, what I think it'll come down to is the UI and the UX. Like that's really what it'll be, because if they can abstract it and it's simply buying, sending, and your gift cards are there, and again, you're getting rewards and tracking. So that's a winner. That's the type of thing where again, most gift cards at this point, anyways, are digital.
Yeah,
they're no longer physical. You're not like going to the whatever it was supermarket checkout and ringing up some gift cards. So that gets me excited.
Yeah, and like the gift card thing makes it very real. It's a lot of people say that the coins go up and value goes up, and it's not until you off ramp that and you use it to tangibly change your life that it becomes actually a real use of value.
Yeah. So, well, we'll see what happens. But my only thought is, and this is something that I think, just my take, but I think would be interesting is, if this works and gift cards take off, what I think you're going to see is that the gift card model traditionally has been a float model.
Yeah.
Where this company, you buy your gift cards, you're not spending them yet, so they're sitting on your cash and they get to deploy it in other ways. What becomes really, really interesting now is if this actually works, what you're going to see is an on-chain native team who's going to say the same thing, but your gift card balance is going to grow because they're going to take your USDC, they're going to deposit it or stake it, they're going to be earning yield, they'll take some of the yield as their revenue model, and then they're going to deposit some of that yield back to the user. So like when you buy somebody an iTunes gift card and you buy them a $100 one, but at the end of the year, if they haven't spent it, they've gotten $107 in there. And I think that's where the gift card model and stuff evolves, where if I'm giving you the money, you're going to be able to earn something on it, but there's going to eventually become an expectation that I also am getting something for why am I using your gift card, your stable coin, your, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So
it's a pretty solid business model for them because they're giving clients what they want and they're also just generating yield with
100%
themselves. Yeah, very, very solid. Next up, Coppers rolls out Kosh, a new freelancer-focused neobank built on Solana. I worked as a freelancer for a long time, and the kind of crossover between the Web3 world and freelancing is something that no one ever really quite nailed. So excited to see where that goes. BitGet Exchange has launched a DEX. Has launched UEX, a new way for its 100 million plus users to trade every Solana token instantly without a listing process.
That's kind of like Coinbase, right?
That's kind of like Coinbase, and that's huge because the delineation between CeFi and DeFi is kind of one of the big bridges that people don't take. So we're bringing all these tokens on Solana to a much more public-facing user base. Does that trickle down and bring people on-chain down the road, do you think?
I'm gonna like unpopular opinion. I like the idea, but I'm a little nervous. I haven't seen what the usage numbers look like from the conversion from the SEX to the DEX like on the Coinbase as it is, because they do have those types of options. I know in like advanced mode you're able to do those types of things. Again, I want to see how it's built out and what the user protections are.
Yeah.
Because one of the things I've always said about crypto is like, you know, we had faced the era of extreme overregulation. But if we don't internally regulate ourselves, like we will bring it upon ourselves. Like we will end up being all the things that we don't want regulated, things that shouldn't be, are going to end up getting regulated. So it's a question of like, you know, one of the advantages, so to speak, at least of Coinbase verifying or approving tokens was that like there was some sort of diligence process that Coinbase undertook to actually do that.
Yeah.
We as on-chain and degens and know this, we know that when like there's like you are risking 100% of the money you put into a meme coin that it can get rugged. Yeah. I just want to make sure, because like normies have never experienced the vamp. When you buy a token and you hear that your token, and the next morning it's like, this token is up to $1 billion, and you look and it's like, well, it's not your token, it's the token that came right after that has the exact same ticker and the same image.
The worst feeling ever.
Right, exactly. You're like, oh, I own that token. You're like, oh, this was the other one. And so I just want to, that's the only thing is like, I am 100% in favor of like onboarding the masses, getting normies involved, getting these people in. But there's a way to do it in which like we don't expose them to predatory behavior from, you know, some of the bad actors within crypto.
It reminds me of those old Reddit threads where people would say, I bought Dogecoin, it's gone down, how do I get a refund? You know? It's an earmark back to that. Next on the list, we have the Humidify team is seeking to improve liquidity for institutions. They know that spreads on Sol have narrowed from 30 bips to 15 bips and now around 5 bips. We spoke earlier with Ben Covington from Temporal, who's the team running Humidify behind the scenes. Their goal is to start having 8-figure, 9-figure swaps through SolUSD happening on chain, which would be
crazy.
Absolutely titanic.
I love that.
Yeah. Flash Trade plans to operate entirely on ephemeral run lots starting from Q1 2026. As we've said, Flash Trade is really leaning into the RWA angle.
Yeah, they are.
I can't see how this would work. Maybe you've got a different vision. Is there room for whiskey RWAs in a perps environment, or is that just too ridiculously complicated to think about?
No, so we've behind the scenes spoken to a couple of teams that are working on like, you know, some of them on Solana, obviously, some of them using other chains or other protocols, who are working on this idea of RWA perps. But ultimately, there's a couple of factors that I get nervous about. It's the same thing that gets me nervous about perps in general. Like one of the biggest risks I find to the DeFi ecosystem, not just Solana, but all of DeFi, is we are rehypothecating the same volatile collateral over and over.
Yeah.
So when you have a depegging on an exchange that was then used as collateral for other people to like that causes the cascading liquidations. So the example I always give is the way that PaxG on October 10th depegged on Binance. So if you were using gold as your collateral and that gold was still redeemable for $4,200 on Monday, like redemptions through PaxG, where it was trading, but it drops on-chain liquidity, drops it down to 3,200, 2,800. All of your other positions got liquidated, even though you had a very stable source of collateral. And so where I get what's interesting about RWAs, but it also really depends on how they build their oracles and their indices, because the advantage is that there's so much high volume trading on crypto that we have oracle pricing. We're able to do that. We know where the gaps are and we see it. And especially with like getting down to 5 bips like of spread over there, being able to have slippage, like that's huge. If you do a perps, let's say on a specific watch, right? Like a specific model of watch, how frequently are you updating? Because you see this in auctions, like this happens in traditional auctions, where when you're dealing with something that is a little bit fungible, there's 50 of these watches that were made, you start to see a lot of duplicitous behavior of shill bidding to drive up the price because you're sitting on, you've cornered the supply, or vice versa. And so
once it sells at that level,
that's
your whole bag is up.
Exactly. Like all you have to do is drive one. It's like when we saw this even with NFTs, where guys would try and spread them out across all the wallets and then bid them up, because then everyone starts rushing in and you're able to basically liquidate your entire bag.
Yeah.
And so what makes me nervous, and again, I'm excited for it. I want there to be whiskey perps and wine perps and these type of things, but you need a really, really well assembled index that you're trading, not a specific one asset kind of one-to-one in the way that you are with crypto. You're not trading a basket, you're trading a specific token. And B, you need a really sophisticated model for your oracle, because otherwise you're gonna get rogue wicks all the time, because it's like, who is the source of truth for the reporting? Is it an auction house? When you're doing the auction house, are you using the hammer price, or are you including the amount of fees that the buyer's paying on top of it? Are you factoring in the taxes? That's really where I think it's going to become super interesting. And if they're using on-chain data, which again would be wonderful. I mean, we say this with Baxis, we have a great amount of volume, but there isn't again, there's still that possibility for the manipulation over there. So it's really like, how does your Oracle update? Who are your sources of truth? If that can be solved, then forget it. Like we're off to the races, and you will really begin to see institutions be able to now enter the market and trade RWAs because they'll have perps as hedges, not for the sake of pure speculation like we do with like, oh, I want 50x leverage on Bitcoin, but I have a Bitcoin position. And so in order to hedge the downside, I'm going to use perps instead of options. Yeah. So that's where I think you're going to see like a good perp, like for RWAs, well assembled, will be game changing for crypto, because you also like, that means that you'll start seeing whiskey or watches or wine or real estate use this on-chain collateral because it doesn't run the same risks of cascading liquidations. Yeah. You know, however you do it, titles, apartments, bottles of whiskey are not affected by a depegging or a massive sell-off in Bitcoin, and that becomes like a really interesting, more stability for your collateral.
And just, you know, despite being a liquid market because it's whiskey, it is still a very illiquid and inefficient market. So there's just so much volatility that can happen behind the scenes. With that in mind, would you have to, if you wanted to take a whiskey perps platform, would that just be relegated to being an index of the whiskey market as a whole?
So I think you'd be able to do different types. You'd be able to do, let's say by type, like a bourbon index market. You'd be able to do, Scotch, bourbon, whatever. You'd be able to do regional. You'd be able to do, I mean, if you want to go bourbon route, like by mash bill or distillery, like across different like brands. But ultimately, I think the best thing to do, and you'd have to figure out what exactly this is. You'd have to fit it like the same way that you have the S&P 500, which adds and removes companies all the time. You'd have to have an actively monitored index that is evaluating and assessing, like, is this a leading or lagging indicator of the market? Because there's always outliers. And I just think that becomes really important to the fitting of the model. I don't think you need one that's the total aggregate of every single thing, because there are types of products or types, that don't sell well or drop below price because they were not priced properly to begin with. We see this with tokens all the time. Like tokens and whiskey really have a lot in common. And the similarities of how the launch strategies go have a lot in common. And, RWs in general, watches, etc. Like Rolex leaves money on the table in the secondary market because they actually realize that they need the secondary market to make sure that nothing sits on the shelf. If people don't think that, like, then they're not going to sell the models that nobody wants, because you buy those because you think you're going to get the model that you could flip for money. Too many tokens are launching at way too high FDVs, which means that there is no perception of, oh my God, how high could this go? Because you're like, is this really going to go 2, 3, 5, 10, 100x? Yeah. And then the only way is down. So then people just start selling it off because there's no unlock. There's no like, well, I bought this and I'm going to lose money, but then I'm going to get the better token. Oh, the only person who's really kind of effectively done that a little bit now is Coinbase. Yeah. Where they're like, if you dump your monad like pre-commit, then you're not going to get access to future tokens. And if those tokens
social credit scores.
Right, exactly. But if those keep getting better and better, then like you're actually not going to want to sell. So they actually could have developed like a hodl method in the same way that, like, again, watch companies have done, where it's like, if we see that somebody else registers your watch, you're taken off the list, you're not going to get that thing. Again, part of the issue with individual companies in crypto is they only have one token. So if you launch it and you price it too high from the beginning, again, it's so hard to convince people that things are moving in the right direction, or that it has room to run.
It's a great analysis. Next on the list, big Breakpoint announcements. Neodyme research reveals that Squads protocol holds the highest amount of funds locked among all Solana smart contracts. That's insane to me, because Squads is their name for everyone who's a builder, but outside of their bucket, no one really is that familiar with Squads and what they do. They run so much multi-sigs for teams across the ecosystem. They've got a great wallet. So the fact that Squads is actually holding the highest CPR amongst all smart contracts, to me, is fantastic.
It's awesome. They're like OG Solana project, and like they made multi-sig wallets usable. Like, I don't know if you guys ever used any other ones, but I used a Bitcoin one back in the day, and like getting one transaction through took, I don't know, like 20 minutes or so. Yep. I think Squads is an excellent product.
They're the founders, the team, they're really like truly like one of my favorite teams on Solana. To your point, that they're not, one of the best known, I think that's the best part. Like, people don't realize, like, when they talk, oh, it's infra, it's this, I'm like, right, but infra isn't, again, like, you've got different RPC providers, you've got these things that are competing. The infra is, there is one company that is so good, their product is so good, like, we use Squads, like, that's like through our like processing and stuff, like, we have it integrated across different stack. I use Fuse Wallet.
Yeah, Fuse Wallet, fantastic.
Fuse is it's better than bank. I onboarded my, like, I'm like, okay, I want to get my wife onto crypto. She's not going to sit here and remember seed phrase it. Got her onto Fuse. She's looking at her dollar, like the dollar value. I can send her USDC. Yeah. Incredible. Like, they have a card product, which again, draws down from your Fuse balance. Altitude, Baxis started using Altitude, their business product. And that's the idea, is that like, the reason they have the highest TVL is because Fuse on the back end is squads.
Yeah.
Altitude on the back end is squads. They built a piece of infrastructure that it's not worth any other company. Every other neobank that's going to build on Solana, 90% chance, if not higher, they're going to use squads on the back end because they built such a phenomenal product. So to hear that, like, you know, I don't know what you want to say. They're the Swift of Solana.
Yeah.
Like, sure, that's where all the volume and transactions go, because again, we can argue about Swift and traditional banking, but as far as traditional banks go, it works. It gets the money from where it is to where it's supposed to be, and Squads does that for security. Again, I'm happy to hear that. I'm really proud of them for having done it. And they're just a crack team. Like,
everyone who's building anything on Solana loves Squad. They're quite well universally respected. For sure.
Yeah.
The other announcement, ironically, we just had this one in here. Oro launches staked gold and rolls out a new global gold digital redemption network. He was touching on that. They're trying to expand out to different third parties in different countries to enable that gold redemption network. That's awesome. That's really like expanding the TAM of crypto, and that's kind of also bringing the gold world on chain, which is huge.
Yeah, I love what he's doing. I wish we could have given him a lot more time to allow him to talk about that, but I mean, it's great.
Usman,
yeah,
I love him. I angeled into Oro. It was like, first of all, I'm like gold, liquid gold, but like, again, I'm so bullish on RWAs and even traditional assets. Like the trading of gold right now, I'll call it semi-efficient or pretty efficient as far as markets go. You know, you could trade it on indexes, stock markets, like your commodities markets. It's pretty easy to get access to. But the fact that there really is, and like there is a gold lending market, there's a way to earn yield on gold, which no one else has access to unless you're like, you understand how that works, how that really like people bound, that he's giving you a really easy crypto token that will give you access to the yield and the compounding yield on gold in the way that it's like, it's an LST, but for gold. Like you don't have to worry about your crypto values. And that gets me incredibly excited. And his, like, when he was telling me the vision of this, of like a decentralized network for redemptions, where again, as long as it's like pure certified gold, like it has that element of fungibility. I don't mind if I drop it off here and I pick it up there. And what makes it so exciting to me is that is the, I'm a nerd. That is the origin of banking, was you would deposit your valuable stuff in one country and you would get a letter of credit that the bank would verify that if you went to a new location, you showed up, you went from Venice to London, that they would honor the credit from the thing that you deposited your gold there. And so the fact that he's built this digitally and is doing that where I can drop off my gold in one country, have my tokens, which is my proof of ownership, and go and redeem it somewhere else. And those guys know that it's stored securely in a vault and that they'll get settlement. And the entire time while it's being lent out, whether it's to jewelers who needed to be able to do things, whether it's traders, whether it's nation states that are trying to build up their gold reserves, that you're now earning yield in that. Like we talk about stablecoin yield, and I'm like, yeah, but I can get yield, it's not as good, but I get yield, when I put money into a CD in my account, like in my bank account. I have no way of getting yield on gold, and like I want to own it. So again, what he's building is so cool. I love it. And again, it speaks to like the power of Solana and like on chain. That's a perfect example of another asset that you could not build not on blockchain, like similar to what you were saying about Baxis.
Yeah.
This is what this enables. Like there's a lot of stuff that I think we're going to see people trying things, but like when you find eventually those specific assets or those specific markets that have existed for hundreds or thousands of years, and then you realize that like, okay, they broke down because of technology, or like that became the breakdown. And so we're now using new technology to bring it back to effectively, call it a barter system.
Yeah.
I love it. I think that's awesome.
Something I'm noticing is that amongst the RWA clans, there's very much a sense of wag me, and there's there's none of this PvP attitude that you might see in more DeFi-centric circles who are competing for that same market weight, that same user base. So I love the eyes outwards, looking at expansion rather than infighting from you guys, Baxis, or everyone on the RWA side of Solana.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. I mean, I love to hear it. I want to see more of it.
I say this all the time. Like there was a Emporium, which was doing like the vending machines for trading cards. Like we were their vaulting partner because we were like, listen, we have this locked down. We can happily easy enough for us to help you with this. Like we have the vaults already set up. They were just getting started in testing, and we're like, we'll do this before if you choose to pivot or choose to do this instead of having to go sign a Brinks contract or whatever. And it genuinely is that the more that because it's twofold for us, we target, we educate an on-chain user base so they eventually come and realize the value. But our target initial market, our go-to-market strategy is whiskey people, wine people, spirits people. It's not the on-chain economy. And I think that's the cool thing about the RWAs and why we're all so excited is it's almost very funny to us is that all the DeFi protocols, or the vast majority, to your point, they're all fighting for the same user base.
Yeah.
We're here and we have, as much as we're saying we're onboarding this, the institutions are coming, their clients are only going to interact with crypto and blockchain through the institutions. They're not handing their clients a DEX and saying, do me a favor, instead of us managing your portfolio and charging fees, go trade meme coins like for yourself. They're not going to do that.
Yeah.
What you will have though is individuals who are like, I want gold and I'm going to be able to buy it from Oro on chain. I like the idea of earning yield. I want to buy whiskey. And so what we've been able to do, the RWA community, is actually onboard net new users who will then eventually realize the benefits of these other products, or we will eventually be able to integrate them into our products with a very user-friendly front end so that they don't realize that they're using DeFi, and DeFi protocols are now getting better yield for their users because they're interacting with RWA. Credit card charge 30% interest.
It's a real brilliant end result. That is unfortunately all we have time for. We are going to wrap it up. Tom, I'm going to throw it back to you to hype us up for tomorrow for the final day of the Solana Floor live stream.
Yeah, that was day 2. I mean, big day 2 for us too.
Massive
I mean,
day 2.
thank you so much for joining us here. Check out Baxis, everybody. I'm having a ton of fun. I hope that you guys are as well. I hope that the viewers are having a good time too. And thank you guys so much for joining in. This is Solana Floor, and we are live from Abu Dhabi. And this is Solana Breakpoint 2025. Thank you guys so much.
And we'll be back tomorrow for the final day.
Perfect.
Yes, we will.
Guys, this was awesome.
Awesome, man.
This was awesome.
We
Thank
could
you
have
so
kept
much.
on going for a couple hours.
Baby,